Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the 6th part of What If Deku Was in Love with Ibara. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Deep into his slumber, Midoriya once again found himself in the familiar void that he had experienced previously only a few times. Except this time things were slightly different. Unlike before, he wasn't floating around in a miasma of endless darkness. Now, there was a heavy green aura permeating the space that was this bizarre dream realm. This again, I haven't had this dream in a while, the boy thought to himself while trying to get his bearings. Hey nerd, I'm over here, a noticeably irritated voice called out to him. Why? Midoriya quickly turned around to face his apparent guest, only to immediately pause at what he was looking at. There, causally floating in the space in front of him was a very familiar face. It was a short woman with curly green hair dressed in a form-fitting black gown with long sleeves and 4 high-cut leg slits that show off her legs and low-heeled black shoes. Tornado, the green-haired youth shouted in bewilderment. No, I'm being Santa Claus. Of course it's me, you brat. Has it seriously taken this long for you to piece that together? What is going on? Look, as much as I would love to have a much-needed conversation with you, you're about to wake up soon, so we don't have a lot of time. What do you mean? He questioned. Even though this was obviously a dream, Midoriya had a feeling that there was a bit more to it. He couldn't quite explain it, but it was like he was having a conversation with a real person, not just the fabricated image of someone already dead. Just shut up and listen, the woman quickly chided. Because of our current arrangement, I've been able to watch the world through your eyes. You're not a total lost cause, and I'll admit that you have enough potential for me not to feel totally embarrassed about you now having my quirk. Thanks, but my main problem with you is that you're too damn soft. I'm not just talking about when it comes to hero work, but in general. You're easily one of the strongest students in your school, but you insist on holding back and acting like you're not at the top of the food chain. I'm not that kind of person, he replied sincerely. Yeah, I know. You're as soft as marshmallow fluff, and because of that Bakugo douche you make it a point not to act like you're better than everyone else. Although I find that kind of thinking absolutely ridiculous, I can somewhat respect it. Thank you. He tilted his head in confusion once again. Was this just her way of complimenting people? Look nerd, all I'm going to tell you is that you're going to need to put your sympathy aside when it comes to real hero work. It's okay to have a kind heart, but don't let that cloud your judgment. I understand. Good. That's all I have to say for now. The next time we see each other you'd better be ready, because I plan on shoving my foot all the way up your ass and teaching you a thing or two about how to actually use this quirk, were the last words that Tatsumaki spoke before disappearing into the darkness. Takagi was up bright and early the next day to make sure that she was ready for class. In fact, the girl had woken up half an hour before her alarm for no apparent reason at all. Seeing as going back to bed would have probably been a bad move, she decided to just go about her morning routine as usual. After showering and brushing her teeth, the lizard tail splitter user was chilling out on her bed listening to music and catching up on some of the latest yaoi manga. She was still wondering exactly how she was going to go about her talk with Midoriya later, but she had plenty of time to figure out the right approach. Suddenly, a knock came from her door. Who is that, she wondered. Not feeling the motivation to get out of bed, the green-haired teen simply yelled across the room. It's open. Surprisingly, Ryoko Yanagi was the one to enter the room. She was slightly hoping that Midoriya would be the one to pay her a visit, especially since she was in the mood for an early morning makeout session before class. But life was never that easy, was it? You got a minute? The gray-haired teen asked. Yeah, what's up? Yanagi took a second to sit down in the T-Rex-themed computer chair across the room from Takagi's bed. The girl stayed silent for a moment as she thought about her next words. You know, don't you? About what? Takagi tilted her head in confusion. About Izuku-kun. What about Izuku? I saw you looking at his abdomen yesterday after we dealt with those villains. You didn't really do a good job at hiding it, was her reply. The atmosphere of the room quickly changed at that moment, and Takagi's eyes widened briefly at what her stoic classmate was implying. Did Yanagi already know how and for how long? It was no secret that her and Midoriya were practically best friends. The two were the dynamic duo of 1B after all. What are you talking about? Ghosted the green-haired girl feigned ignorance. You know what I mean, high scars. Seeing as the jig was up, Takagi didn't really see a point in pretending anymore. So how long have you known? I found a few days after our internships when the two of us were testing out my first hover disk. I promised not to tell anyone. So as far I know, the only students who know about it are me and you, Yanagi explained. I see. The girl nodded. Naturally, she had a lot of questions now running through her mind, but she chose to stick with something easy. Can I ask you something? Sure. Is he doing anything? I could tell that it's been a while since the last time he did it because none of the scars looked fresh. But I just want to make sure that he's okay. I'm really not supposed to tell you this, but he started seeing Hound Dog for counseling. He's supposed to go every Thursday, and he asked me to cover for him when he's gone. So that's where he was last week, Takagi said to herself. She wondered where he suddenly ran off to after class that day, and Yanaga's explanation of him staying back to talk to Cementos did seem a bit weird at the time. But at least now all of that made sense. Well, at least the school knows about it. which meant that he was getting the help he needed. Yes, but Nezu-san, Kan-sensei, Recovery Girl, Midnight Sensei, and Hound Dog are the only ones who know. Wait, what? Takagi nearly shouted. Kayama knew about this since when obviously she could see why her aunt of all people chose not to tell her. But man, was that a shock to the system. Yeah, okay, the green-haired girl then said before standing up from her bed. This is actually perfect. I was planning on talking to Izuku about this today after class, and I think it would be good for you to be there. Seriously, Yanagi questioned. Yeah, I can't just sit on this. I am his girlfriend after all. I may not know a lot about this stuff outside of what my sister told me, but I do want him to know that I'm here for him. Yanagi took a second to think about this plan of hers. Of course, there were a number of reasons why that might not be such a good idea, namely because Midoriya had already told her that he wanted to tell Takagi on his own. But now that the secret was out, it was probably for the best that she be there to help keep the tension down. Alright, I'll help you. He probably won't like it, but I think it's a good idea. Thanks, Ghosty, you're the best. She flashed the gray-haired Tina toothy grin. We can talk more about it later during class. But for now, we need to just play it cool. That's fine. The poltergeist user simply nodded. With that, the two girls spent the rest of their morning brainstorming exactly how they were going to have this talk. There were still a few topics that they wanted to discuss, especially what they overheard between Midoriya and Katsuragi. So this was probably their best chance to lay everything out on the table. Hopefully, things were going to go over as smoothly as they hoped. Hey, check it out. You guys made it onto the news, a waste loudly announced to the entire room while holding out his cell phone. Seriously, Kaibara asked, quick to pull out his own phone to see if it was true. The trio's return to class certainly proved to be a lively affair, especially since their exploits from the day prior had apparently made national news. With their curiosity now piqued, all of the 1B students were reading through the Hero tabloid article in question, one titled "Newcomers Make a Splash to Save the Day," which was further highlighted by a photo of the three students standing next to Katsuragi. Wow, you guys actually stopped one of those bombings? Shroom Komori asked. Nice job, you guys. Kendo complimented them. Oh wait, here's my favorite part. Honuki began chuckling in his seat before clearing his throat and turning towards the others. Among the rookie heroes was Yue, student Izuku Midoriya. The young man has not been seen publicly since the events of the training camp incident a couple of months ago, but appears to be doing well from what we can see. With the news that the boy is now working under famed rescue hero Blizzard, rumors have begun circulating about a possible familial relationship between the two. With their similar appearance and identical quirks, many have begun to theorize that Midoriya could be a relative of the psychic sisters. But such claims cannot be confirmed at this time. The lipless teen read out loud. Upon hearing this, Midoriya visibly deflated and drug his hand across his face. There Izuku. Takagi tried consoling him but did little to hide the amused smirk on her face. You know, tabloid articles only do this to get views. This is why Aunt Nemu said to never read them. Yeah, I know. Tetsukan and Pony made it onto the news this weekend too. Bondo pointed to the two students in question. Really, what happened? You didn't tell me about that. Takagi looked to her longtime friend. Me, Amajiki, and Fatcom busted a group of drug dealers at a festival in Osaka on Saturday night. It was pretty crazy. We ended a fight with two gigantic villains. Working with Nejire Senpai, Tsuchin and Ryukusama was extra exciting, the horned teen followed up. Wow, sounds like you guys are having a blast with your work studies. Shota said. Unfortunately, I've decided that doing a work study wouldn't be the best for me right now. I want to focus on my grades for the time being. Taking attention away from academics would be a sin. Shiozaki admitted, albeit a bit bashfully. Same. Komori, Kaibara, and Shota agreed. Yeah, it makes sense that you guys would jump at the chance seeing as you're all students. Even Juzo and Monoma are doing them. The gyrate quirk user said while trying to hide his shame. I'm just glad that Snatch agreed to take me on. The lipless teen responded. Monoma, you start with Crust this weekend, right? Subiraba then asked the copy quirk user. Indeed I am, the boy said with a confident smirk. You guys shouldn't let this discourage you though, Kendo told her classmates. Everyone learns at a different pace. Honestly, I'm lucky that Gunhead agreed to only let me work weekends with him. Otherwise I'd have to take those supplementary lessons with Ectoplasm Sensei. Before long, Kan entered the classroom and ordered the students to take their seats. Good job out there for everyone in the work-study group. The principal was impressed by how well everyone handled themselves. However, this doesn't mean that you all get to slack off when it comes to school. Of course, Sensei. Now that we got that out of the way, everyone clear your desks because we're having a pop quiz. I hope you all studied, because today's topic is International Hero Regulations. Ugh, the entire class groaned at that announcement. It was late into the afternoon by the time Midoriya returned to the 1B dorms. His counseling session with Hound Dog went a bit longer than usual, but he still had more than enough time to get back to his room and relax. The moment he walked into the building, the first thing he noticed was Monoma, Subiraba, and Kamakiri sitting in the common area with their textbooks and homework spread out over the table. He gave the three boys a quick wave before immediately heading up to his room and changing out of his uniform. T-Rex, hey, you back yet? Rabbit, yeah. T-Rex, can I come to your room? Rabbit, sure. Barely a few minutes later, the inevitable knock came from the boy's bedroom door. When he opened it, he was a bit surprised to see not only Takagi standing there, but Yanagi as well. "Hey, what's up?" He gave the two an odd look, mainly because of the uneasy expressions on their faces. Neither of the girls responded before entering the room and closing the door behind them. Midoriya could practically feel the tension coming off their bodies as they sat down on his bed and computer chair, and he could immediately tell that something was wrong. "Is everything okay?" the green-haired boy questioned. All Takagi and Yanagi did was quickly glance at one another before the gray-haired teen began to speak. "There really isn't any easy way to say this," Butch knows. Yanagi motioned over to the boy's girlfriend. "Knows what? About your issue?" For a brief few seconds, all Midoriya did was look at the two girls with a perplexed expression on his face before the realization hit him. His head then snapped towards Takagi so fast that you could almost hear the bones in his neck crack. Silence was all that could be heard between the group as Takagi tried to avoid his gaze, more so out of fear than anything. "Hey Chow, I kinda saw them when you spent the night in my room a couple of weeks ago," the girl shamefully admitted. "I tried getting a peek at your abs when you were asleep and well yeah." The world around Midoriya suddenly began to spin as the boy tried to figure out what to do. Takagi knew. His girlfriend knew about his scars. That wasn't good. This was definitely not good. He planned to tell her about it eventually, but not like this. He wanted it to be a good moment, not completely sprung on him out of the blue like this. Practically able to read the boy's mind thanks to the almost distressed look on his face, Takagi was quick to jump up from her seat and wrap Midoriya into a tight hug. "I'm sorry. I know you didn't want me to find out, and I really shouldn't have done that. He whispered out. As much as Midoriya wanted to be upset about finding this out, now wasn't a good time. He needed to do damage control, and getting angry about this wasn't the right move to make. Ghosty already told me that you're not doing that anymore, but I still just wanted to talk to you about it." "I see." Midoriya sighed, then moved over to his bed. "We don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, Izuku-kun." The gray-haired teen reassured him. "No, I actually think it would be good to finally get this off my chest," he replied before looking over to his girlfriend. "So I guess you probably have a lot of questions, huh?" "Well yeah," she said, "but you don't have to tell us anything if you don't want to." Silence then filled the room as all eyes turned back onto Midoriya. Both girls would be lying if they said that they weren't the least bit curious about this themselves. Even Yanagi was still in the dark on most of the details. "To be honest, I don't really know where to begin. I guess I'll just start with telling you that I'm not cutting anymore. It's been a while since the last time." "How long is a while?" "The first week of school." "Okay, so it's been more than a few months." That gave Takagi some slight relief. Considering everything that happened in between now and then, she was glad to hear that it had been so long. "And how long have you been doing it?" Once again, Midoriya took in another deep breath before explaining. "I can't really remember when I started, but it was sometime around my first year of middle school." Why was the million-dollar question? She already had a pretty good idea as to why, but Takagi just wanted the confirmation to confirm her fears. "You guys both know that I was actually born quirkless, right?" he asked, earning the affirmative nods from the two girls. "You know how most people develop their quirks by the time they're 4 years old? Well, that wasn't the case for me. I only got mine a little over a year ago." Okay, this wasn't anything new to them. Midoriya had already told them this before. "I'm sure that I don't need to tell any of you this, but quirkless people are looked down upon by society, especially in younger generations." Neither of them bothered giving a verbal answer. It was the sad reality of living in a superhuman society. Sure, quirkless people made up 20% of the world population, but that number was closer to 4% in Japan. Even then, over 95% of that consisted of the elderly. In fact, neither of them had ever met a quirkless person so far as they knew before Midoriya. "Naturally, I was bullied a lot because I didn't have a quirk. Almost every single day at school I would get attacked or beaten up because of it." Midoriya continued. "This happened at school. The teachers didn't know." Yanagi questioned him. "Surely the adults had to have known about this." "Oh no, they definitely knew about it. It's like I said, people don't have a very high opinion of those born without a quirk," that included the school faculty. "More often than not, they would just turn a blind eye to it or just write it off completely." "That's so it up." The green-haired girl winced. With all of the preaching that goes around about not treating people differently because of their quirks, apparently the rules didn't apply to those without one. "Yeah, and the worst of it came from Bakugo," he said. Takagi and Yanagi paused at this announcement. It was no secret that Midoriya wasn't Bakugo's favorite person in the world. The guy gave him a death glare whenever the two just so happened to be in the same room. No one knew what the cause of the bad between them was, but now the pieces were starting to come together. "He used to bully you." "Yeah, pretty much every day. We used to be friends when we were younger, but as soon as he got his quirk he started acting like he was better than everyone else. And since I was the only one in school that didn't have a quirk, I was the prime target for him to practice on. And no one stopped him. No, the teachers didn't want him to have any negative marks that would have hindered him from getting into a top hero school. I'm pretty sure they saw his potential and thought that they could somehow benefit from him making it as a pro." "That's bullshit," Takagi scoffed, folding her arms with indignation. Sure, Bakugo was powerful, but calling his quirk heroic was a stretch. Flashy and destructive, sure. However, the boys' words did give them a bit more insight behind what those villains they ran into might have been thinking. They highly doubted that Midoriya was a special case. More than likely, stuff like that was the norm for everyone who wasn't lucky enough to be born with a quirk. I'll spare you guys the details of my everyday life, mainly because I'd rather not relive all of that. But eventually, it just got to be too much for me. What do you mean by eventually? I had a really bad day at school one day. It started out pretty normal, well, normal for me at least. But that particular day, Bakugo was in one of his moods and left me in pretty shape. He found out that I still wanted to become a hero even though I didn't have a quirk and wanted me to understand that it was pointless for me to try. To him, me trying to achieve the same dream as him was an insult to his superiority. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why he hated me so much. Why am I not surprised? Takagi huffed in annoyance. That guy never did seem like the mentally stable type, said Yanagi. She had a few of those at her old middle school. It was actually the reason why she found Midoriya so odd at the start of the year. Kids with strong quirks were usually arrogant and overconfident in their abilities. Him and his friends ended up leaving me in pretty bad shape. He even torched one of my hero notebooks just for fun. After that, I needed to cool my head off, so I decided to take the long way home from school. And that's when I got attacked by the sludge villain. Both girls' eyes blew open at that. It was a pretty big news story a while ago. To make a long story short, he almost got me before All Might just so happened to show up and save me. All Might Sensei saved you? Yeah, the boy nodded. Apparently he was tracking him down and just so happened to show up at the right time. There's something I've always been curious about, Izuku-kun. Yanagi suddenly changed topics. I didn't want to say anything since I don't know the full story. But you don't like All Might Sensei that much, do you? Yeah, I guess you could say that. But why now? It was Takagi's turn to ask questions. All Might was the #1 hero. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who didn't like the guy, especially if he was the one to save you from getting kidnapped by a villain. It was then where Midoriya gave them the full rundown on what exactly transpired between the two on the rooftop that day. Needless to say, both girls were shocked by what they heard. Of course, there were two sides to every story, but for the #1 hero to leave a kid on the top of a building after telling him something so heartbreaking was insane. They were now curious about how many times something like that had happened. Unfortunately for all of them, they still had no idea that Midoriya's memories of that event were altered thanks to All for One. I'm not going to pretend that he was wrong. Realistically speaking, he was only telling me something that any responsible adult would in that situation. But at that moment, he might as well have shoved a knife through my chest. That's horrible. The green-haired girl gripped his hand a bit tighter, trying to keep herself level-headed. After that, my brain kind of went foggy and I found myself wandering the streets. I can't remember exactly how long I was walking around, but eventually I found myself on a random train heading to who knows where. And then what happened? I pretty much just ran away from home. I couldn't deal with my life anymore. And after that talk with All Might, I just needed to get away from everything. Takagi's vision was starting to get blurry as tears began welling up in her eyes. She may have already known about it, but listening to him admit it was just so much worse. I was wandering the streets for about 2 weeks from what I can remember. I spent most of the time just drifting from place to place before eventually winding up in the middle of Saitama Prefecture. He explained, deciding to leave out the part about the events that happened in between. And that's when we ran into each other. It was more of a statement from Takagi than an actual question. Yeah, he nodded. Things are still kind of hazy on how I ended up there. But by that time I had been moving around the city for a while. You two met before? Yanagi gave them a curious look. Yeah, Takagi answered. I was on the way home from school and just so happened to run into him. He was passed out in an alleyway and covered in dirt. Shit. After Ayu left, I wandered around for another couple of days before finding the orphanage where Anohana-san and the others live. Teeth eyes is kind of embarrassing to say, but I was rummaging through their trash one night when he spotted me. Seriously, MHMM. He hummed. Him and Kase-san decided to help me out, so they let me stay there for a couple of days. That's pretty much the reason why I help out there all the time. To pay them back for what they did for me. It's actually kind of funny, of all the places I could have stumbled upon, a home for quirkless kids was pretty unlikely. Yeah, talk about a lucky break. It was actually really nice. That was the first time in my life that I could actually be around people who understood what I was going through. Everyone there was really nice and I felt safe being there. That's understandable. The conversation continued on like this for the better part of 30 minutes as Midoriya told them the rest of the story. How he and Anohana quickly became good friends. How they talked about their lives and the unhealthy way of how they learned to cope with their stress. Truly, it was the first time in a while where he was comfortable being around people without having to constantly look over his shoulder. Wait, but you already had your quirk by then. Takagi then said, slightly confused about this entire timeline of events. You're right, he nodded. I kept it a secret from them because I didn't know what they would think of me. Plus, I had no clue how to use it at that time, so I avoided it. Actually, the first time it manifested was that day we met. Wow, eventually I decided to go back home to my mom. Needless to say, it wasn't the most pleasant of reunions. I wouldn't doubt it. Takagi gave him a weak grin. She didn't know a lot about Inko outside of what he told her, but the woman did seem like the overly emotional type. Then again, any mother would be if their child suddenly disappeared for an entire month. We kinda got off topic here, but yeah, that's pretty much it. After coming back home, I told my mom about everything that happened and about my cutting. It got really awkward around the house, and to be honest, things haven't been particularly good between me and her since then. but me and my parents agreed to pull me out of school, and I did homeschooling to make sure that I was away from everything. I say you should have gone back to that hellhole and showed everyone who's boss. Especially Bakugo. We all know that you're stronger than him, so you would have been more than justified to put him in his place. Takage slammed her fist into her open palm. If there was one thing she hated, it was a bully who had no business terrorizing others. She had to deal with a bit of that herself in school, but not nearly to the level that Midoriya did. I couldn't. Midoriya shook his head. That just would have caused too many problems. Plus, the last person I wanted to see was him. I guess you lucked out when your quirk finally developed, then. Still, it's amazing that you're as nice as you are now, Yanagi said to him. To be honest, if I were in your shoes I wouldn't have had that much self-control. Well, I'm just not that kind of person. The last thing I want is to start acting like the people who hurt me. It wouldn't be right. I can agree with that. Takage looked at him and smiled. She was happy that he was finally telling her all of this. She had only been given small pieces here and there, but now that they had the full picture, she had a new level of respect for him. To be fair, Midoriya had more than enough reason to hate the entire world. Since we're on the subject of quirks, Yanagi spoke up with a skeptical look in her single blue eye. Moving on to the main reason why she wanted to have this talk. There's something else that we wanted to talk to you about. And what's that? Midoriya asked. The two girls glanced over at one another for a brief moment before Takage decided that she should be the one to start the conversation. While the girl awkwardly grinned and rubbed her hands together. The other day when we were all at the agency, we sorta kinda overheard you and Fubika talking. If Takage's mannerisms were anything to go, Midoriya knew that whatever it was that she was referring to had to be important. About what? Your quirk, Yanagi flatly stated. More specifically, something about you being in possession of her sister's quirk and that the two of you were actually related. What? Yeah. Now it was Midoriya's turn to once again dawn an uneasy look on his face. For what seemed like the next few minutes the boy thought about exactly what he should say. It was already bad enough that he just got done recanting his entire life story. But now he was going to have to figure out a way out of this. The more he thought about it, the more he started to wonder. Would telling them really be so bad? It wasn't like he couldn't trust either of them. Quite the opposite actually. After another few seconds of contemplation, Midoriya took in a dramatic breath and gave the both of them a slight smile. Well, that's a bit complicated, he started. It's not like it's a secret or anything exactly. It's just hard to explain. What do you mean? Takage asked him. Don't tell me that the two of you really are siblings. The poltergeist user gave him a skeptical look. Was it possible that Honuki and Awase were right after all? Was Midoriya actually the psychic sister's secret younger brother, or at the very least a close family relative? It wasn't out of the realm of possibility. But considering what they overheard that day, there had to be more to it than that. All Midoriya did was look at the two of them before letting out a sigh. Okay, so here's the thing about that. 20 minutes later. So that's pretty much it, said Midoriya, finally done talking after his rather lengthy explanation. Across from him, the two girls were busy trying to piece their sanity back together. They really didn't know what they were expecting to hear, but what they got definitely took a minute to process. Well shit, that's actually, I don't even know what to say about that. Yanagi was the first to speak. It's a lot to take in, isn't it? Midoriya shakily replied with a wobbly grin. Okay, so let's make sure that I have this right. Takage started while rubbing the sides of her head and looking him right in the eyes. You were born quirkless. Honest to goodness, no bullshit, 100% bona fide quirkless. Yes, and after you ran away from home, before running into me that day in the alley, you were kidnapped by the villain boss that All Might fought during the rescue. All for one. Yes, it was actually more like I tried to break into his house to get out of the rain and he caught me. Irrelevant, the green-haired girl quipped. And after running into him, he brought you in for tea and talked to you for hours about quirks and random bullshit. That is correct. And this villain has the power to take, use and give away quirks at will. Yanagi continued. Yes, so after this lovely chat of yours, he for some reason decided to give you Tornado's quirk because he couldn't use it and thought that you'd be perfect for it. As far as I know. Which explains why you were one of the targets for the attack back at the camp. His plan was to eventually capture you when he needed you and turn you into one of his henchmen. You guys are doing great so far. Okay, we can come back to that later. Takage interjected. There was already enough that they needed to work through before opening up that specific can of worms. So after giving you Tornado's quirk, he had with your memory and transported you to Saitama Prefecture a few days before you ran into me. Things are still a bit hazy on that part, but I'm pretty sure that I was only with him for a day. So Tornado is actually dead and you are in possession of her quirk. You're not actually Fubika-san's brother. Technically speaking, no. But Izuku does have my sister's cells in his body. So for all intents and purposes, we are related. The voice of Katsuragi spoke from the video chat on Midoriya's laptop. A few minutes into his explanation, he decided that it was best to call her so that she could corroborate his story. I know this is a lot for you two to take in, but we are telling you the truth. Oh no, we definitely believe you. Takage replied to the woman. Yes, Izuku-kun is a pretty terrible liar. He couldn't come up with something this elaborate and say it all with a straight face. Midoriya wanted to feel offended at Yanaga's words, but it was pretty hard considering it was the truth. After pacing around the room for a bit, Takagi took a moment to move over to Midoriya's bed and prop herself up against his shoulder. Mainly because she needed something to relax on to help her brain cool off, but also because she just felt like being close to him right now. After all, it wasn't every day that your entire perception of the very understanding of quirks and science was suddenly flipped on its head in a matter of minutes. You guys are actually taking this a lot better than I thought you would. Midoriya slightly chuckled. Oh, don't worry, my brain already fried during the whole Plus Alpha Cell transfer explanation. My grandfather always says that reality is often stranger than fiction. I guess this is what he was referring to. Yanagi commented. I'm actually surprised that you two are only finding out about it now. I thought that Izuku would have told you a while ago, said Katsuragi. Yeah, well, there wasn't really a good way for me to bring it up. The boy laughed. Izuku, don't take this the wrong way, but your life sounds like the plotline of an overly complicated yet surprisingly well-written manga series. Takagi deadpanned. Or some train wreck of a fanfiction written by a guy with no social life. The gray-haired girl thought to herself. Well, as much fun as this was, I have to get going. I have some business that I need to attend to. I'm probably going to be calling the three of you in soon, so be ready for that. No problem, boss lady. Takagi gave a half-hearted wave to the screen. We'll see you later, Wanachan. Midoriya also gave a wave before the screen went black. Now that all of that nonsense was out of the way, Yanagi decided that now was a good time for her to take her leave. The gray-haired teen still had some homework that she needed to finish, along with an episode of her favorite Isekai series dropping soon. So she bid the two greenettes farewell, leaving the young couple to have some alone time. Hey, the girl sat up and faced him. Yeah, I'm sorry for trying to take a peek at you while you were asleep. I know there's no real excuse for that, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm sorry. It's fine, I'm not upset over that at all. Midoriya waved his hands in front of him. No, there's no reason for you to forgive me. It was wrong and I shouldn't have done it. But I'm glad that you still trust me enough to tell me all of that. Setsuna, it's fine, I promise. That is why I'm going to make it up to you right now, the girl announced with a very obvious smirk before standing up facing him, dramatically changing the atmosphere of the conversation. If anything, the girl needed something to relieve the tension in the room. The boy didn't even get a chance to finish that statement before Takagi abruptly lifted the bottom of her Triceratops-themed t-shirt, only getting as far as her ribcage before Midoriya let out a small shriek. SSS Setsuna, what are you doing? To make up for it, I'm going to let you touch my SW. What a now red-faced Midoriya shouted in complete astonishment. Was that not good enough? The girl continued smirking. I guess I could take my bra off too if you think that will be fair. Stop, the boy continued to sputter out while covering his eyes out of embarrassment. He already knew that his girlfriend wasn't the most conservative person on the planet, but this was definitely a jump from the regular shenanigans. Oh no, Takagi gasped dramatically and cupped her own cheek. Don't tell me. You don't want to look at my body, do you? Wow, Izuku, that hurts. My own boyfriend doesn't even want to cop a feel because he's so disappointed in my actions. Or is that you're not into me on a physical level? That's an N, not at all, he replied hastily. I think you have a really nice body. Oh, do you now? Her predatory smirk grew even wider. This was way too easy, so why don't have a look and prove it? I can't do that right, no umph. The next thing the boy felt was Takagi put all her weight on top of him before falling backwards onto the bed. Despite his best effort, the girl had no trouble removing his hands from his face and planting a kiss on his lips. I'm sorry, babe, but I just needed something to relieve the tension a bit. And that was your first choice. Of course it was. She smiled and planted another peck on his cheek. Besides, you should really be used to this by now. I honestly don't think I'll ever get used to that, he replied. It's cool, we have plenty of time to work on it, Takagi stated before continuing. But seriously, I'm sorry for doing that. I'll find a way to make it up to you. It's fine, really. I'm actually really glad that I could finally get that off my chest. I felt pretty bad for keeping it a secret. The two were silent for a few seconds as they gazed into each other's eyes. In all honesty, it was like a weight was lifted off the boy's shoulders. Since we're on the subject, the girl began walking her finger up his chest. You actually have a really nice body. Shame on you for hiding such a wonderful treasure from me this whole time. And those scars do give you kind of a rugged, bad boy look. Well, thank you. He smiled awkwardly. He knew exactly what she was trying to do, and it was nice knowing that his girlfriend was making an effort to let him know that she didn't mind. Before he could say anything else, Takagi detached her left hand from her arm and sent it across the room to lock the door. You know, Loverboy, I really like that whole making out in the air thing we did the other night. It was pretty hot. Oh really? Yeah, and that started giving me some ideas. Ideas that I'm in the mood to try out right now. The girl's tone was sultry and smooth. The next thing that happened was Takagi detaching her head and arms from her torso. What ideas are those? You're about to find out. Don't worry, I promise to keep things slightly below an R rating. All Midoriya could do was gulp at whatever possible scheme the girl had inside her head right now. Jay just promised to go easy on me. Not a chance. A few days later, it wasn't until the end of the week that Midoriya, Takagi, and Yanagi had gotten a text message from Katsuragi telling them to meet her police headquarters in Tokyo. The woman was rather vague about the reason why, but the students pretty much assumed that it had something to do with what happened earlier in the week. "Hey, where are you guys headed off to?" Honuki asked the trio while also making his way out the door. "Fubuki called us in. We're going to Tokyo," Takage told him. "Really, me too," said the lipless teen. "Snatch told me to meet him at police headquarters. That's also where we're going." Yanagi spoke up. "That can't be a coincidence." Midoriya wondered out loud, seemingly voicing the other's thoughts. The quartet of 1B students made it all the way to the front gate before encountering a familiar face. "Greetings," Fumikage Takoyami said to them with a slight bow. "What's up, Birdman? How's it going?" Takage greeted him with a friendly wave. Takoyami gave her a confused glance before Yanagi decided to clarify the misunderstanding. "She likes making nicknames for people, don't pay too much attention to it." "I see." The Dark Shadow Quirk user nodded. "Did you get called in for a work study too?" Takoyami-san Midoriya questioned. "You said that you're working with Hawks, right?" "That is correct. I know not the reason why, but I am to meet him at police headquarters in Tokyo for some sort of briefing." All four of the 1B students shared a couple of curious looks with one another before telling the raven-headed teen that they were also going to the same place. It became apparent to them that whatever was going on, it must have been pretty big, especially if the Suntobe No. 2 hero was involved. Deciding not to waste any more time, the group of students all made their way over to the train station. For the most part, they just chatted about regular school-related topics. But Midoriya took the opportunity to ask something that had been on his mind for a while. "So Takoyami-san, what's it like in 1A?" the green-haired boy asked. "It's been rather hectic in recent weeks due to my classmates having to take part in makeup classes for the provisional license exam. But aside from that, nothing of note has come up recently." The emo team replied. "Your teacher seems like a real hard-ass compared to Kan-sensei. I bet he wasn't too happy that half of your class failed," Takage said in a slightly amused tone. "Indeed, Aizawa-sensei has been pushing the remedial students rather hard in preparation for their upcoming trial, especially Shinsao-san since he's still further behind in his studies as opposed to the rest of the class." "Sucks to hear that," Honuki chimed in. "Hopefully the rest of them can pass this time around." "I agree." The group continued talking amongst themselves as they enjoyed the rest of the train ride. And before they knew it, the mob of students finally made their way to their destination. After checking in at the reception desk, one of the on-duty cops led everyone to the main conference room. There they were all suddenly greeted with the sight of all of their mentors. Katsuragi, Ozhana, Hawks, Edshot and Snatch along with a few notable local and regional heroes. Even Kayama was amongst their ranks. "Aunt Nimari, what the hell are you doing here?" Takage asked. "Setsuna, I wasn't expecting to see you here," the R-rated heroine said with an equally surprised tone. "I got called in this morning. Apparently there's supposed to be some sort of mission briefing. Does anyone else feel out of place?" Yanagi continued looking around the room. "Oh good, you guys made it in time." Katsuragi then greeted the students. "What's going on?" Midoriya looked to her. "We'll go over all the details during the meeting, but it has to do with what happened this weekend." After a few minutes of brief introductions, the main door to the conference room opened up and drew everyone's attention. The heroes and students glanced over to see a tall man with black hair and brown eyes dressed in an expensive-looking gray suit. And without saying a word, he made his way over to the front of the room. "Welcome everyone, I'm Chief Detective Yoshiko Watanabe. We'll have to save the pleasantries for later. We have much to discuss. As you all know, for the past few months there have been numerous bombings and acts of terrorism around the country." Detective Watanabe began the mission briefing. "And after months of investigation, we finally have a lead on the group responsible." "So, what are we dealing with?" said Hawks, the current No. 3 hero, in a rather nonchalant tone of voice. "Thanks to Blizzard and her team, we were able to capture and interrogate 2 members of this group. Although they have no official title, the organization is operating under the name Derelicta." Derelicta. Kayama raised her eyebrow at this. "It's a Latin word meaning forsaken or deserted," Yanagi then stated, earning quite a few curious looks towards her. "I know a lot of random internet trivia." "That is exactly correct," the detective acknowledged. "From the information that we have been able to obtain so far, they're an organization comprised entirely of quirkless citizens whose main goal is nothing but pure destruction and chaos." Almost instantly Midoriya's eyes widened at that announcement. An organization of quirkless people was behind this. Did he hear that right? No, he couldn't have. "Did you say quirkless?" Now it was Snatch's turn to speak up. "Yes, I did." "So what's the deal? What are their motives? Are they truly the ones responsible for all these attacks?" "I'll answer all of your questions in time, midnight. But let's go down the list from what we know." The man in the gray suit then directed everyone's attention towards the projector screen. On it were the mugshots of the 2 criminals that Midoriya's group captured during the bridge incident last week. After hours of interrogations, the 2 individuals you see before you ended up giving us a wealth of information on how the group operates. Everyone in the room suddenly became quiet, and now all of the focus was trained directly on the man. Derelicta was formed about 9 months ago near East Tokyo. Since then, they've been able to grow their ranks and expand their sphere of influence around the country. There isn't an exact number that we could come up with, but their group is believed to be around 90 members strong. So they're definitely not some small-time gang. "Yes, and who's running this show?" Hawks asked. "He simply goes by the name Rogue. Like most members of this group, their true identities are kept secret. Even their actual gender couldn't be verified. However, we have learned that he has access to a considerable amount of money and resources. So what's the game here? Why are they doing all of this? Ozhana questioned. The detective then pressed a button on the computer and the group watched as one of the videos on screen began playing. It was footage of the previously captured woman in the interrogation room. Now that she had a better look at her, Takagi noticed that the woman didn't look much older than her. You want to know why we do this? Oh well, that's pretty damn simple, you quirky bastard. We want revenge. It's because people like you think they can just walk all over people like us all our lives. We've been stepped on and treated as less than human and we're sick of it. We already know that we're a dying breed and that quirkless people will soon be gone and forgotten. But before that day comes, why not make the lives of you and your kind as hard as possible? The answer is simple: death and destruction. We just want to cause as much chaos and pain for your mutant breed as we can. Nothing more, nothing less. Jesus Christ, Takagi shuddered slightly in her seat. The girl's eyes then shifted over to Midoriya, who had been pretty quiet so far. Even from where she was sitting, it didn't take a mind-reading quirk to guess what the boy was thinking. As for Midoriya himself, the boy was still trying to process all of this. Pretty much all of the footage is the same in this regard. And the other individual that was captured was the exact same way. We're dealing with a group of individuals who feel as though they've been scorned by society and that this was their best option to vent their frustrations. Simply put, their goal is to kill as many people as possible, especially those who happen to possess quirks. Pretty cut and dry, the winged hero quipped. Great, first a quirk supremacist group and now an anti-quirk group. Things sure are getting interesting these days, aren't they? And we have no knowledge on the other members. One of the local heroes raised his hand. I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't know the people that they were operating with. This group is surprisingly good at covering their tracks and staying under the radar. Katsuragi answered. They know how to move and it's not like we can just narrow down the search to quirkless people across the country. After all, Japan alone has a little over 5 million of them within the country. But didn't you guys already capture one of these villains and their explosives? Ozhana looked to Katsuragi and Edshot. I'm not an expert on forensics, but can't the police track down where the explosives came from based on what they're made of? That's a good point. Making explosives from scratch isn't easy. And if they're not using quirks to create them, then shouldn't there be some kind of trail to follow? Snatch echoed. And are they making these themselves or is there a supplier? The group of students were now having a hard time keeping up with the line of questioning. Was this what normal mission briefings were like? They were barely a few minutes in and a ton of information was already flying around. To be honest, they felt like they should be taking notes. To answer your question, we were able to confirm that there is a single supplier of the explosive that the group has been using up until this point. On top of that, they've recently developed a newer version that is considerably stronger. I take it there's a bit more to it than that, said Snatch. Edshot, Blizzard. Watanabe turned the floor over to them. From the early investigation reports that we were working on, this isn't your ordinary backyard science project. Not only is it hard to figure out what it's actually made of, the stuff is over 4 times stronger than dynamite and is virtually undetectable. The masked hero explained. Yes, Katsuragi nodded. Whoever the supplier is, they're an expert in chemical science. Even the forensics lab in Kyoto couldn't figure the stuff out. So who's the supplier? Midoriya finally spoke up for the first time. The detective once again directed their attention towards the projector and brought up an image of a black silhouette with bullet points beside it. His name is Nitro. Pretty on the nose, isn't it? Of course, we don't know what his real identity is. But surprisingly, he isn't an actual member of Derelicta, and no one within the group has ever seen his face. He acts strictly as the manufacturer and supplier. The only information that we have on him is that he is also quirkless, male, somewhere in his late teens or early 20s, recently moved locations and has access to a lot of resources. Well, that could be anybody, said Honuki. What's his deal? Take raised her hand. If he's not a member, then why is he helping them? Money, from what we can gather. He charges a pretty penny for his services. Also, he has recently developed a new product that is a lot more lethal than what has been used up until now. Another problem to add to the list. Snatch shook his head. So have a group of decently connected and disgruntled quirkless people who have an axe to grind with society. Not only are they well equipped, they have a lot of people working for them. Hawks began. Do we know when their next attack is going to be? Midnight then asked. The 2 villains that we captured had no knowledge of any future attacks. Apparently, they had no motivation to learn about that since they didn't plan on being alive right now. That was another thing about this Derelicta group. They were willing to commit suicide attacks on a massive scale. Although the numbers were still sketchy, the heroes and police did know that the majority of their attacks were done in that way. This group has also been ramping up their recruitment efforts over the last couple of months. They've been especially interested in targeting young people around the country, especially around high school and college age. So this rogue character preys on quirkless teenagers who no doubtedly have had a hard life and convinces them to throw their lives away for his cause. What a depraved individual. Headshot scoffed. Sick bastard. Takagi balled her fist under the table. As for Midoriya, he knew firsthand how easy it would have been to convince young people like him to join a cause like that. In some of his darker moments, he was more than susceptible to being persuaded by someone like this rogue person. The more they talked about it, the more this derelict organization sounded like a religious cult as opposed to a network of villains. So is there any way to track them down? Yanagi then spoke up. They have to have some sort of base of operations, right? Detective Watanabe nodded towards the girl before showing the image of an abandoned warehouse somewhere in East Tokyo. Unfortunately, their group meetings frequently change locations to avoid detection. We don't know the methodology behind how the leaders decide, but members are usually alerted by way of coded emails and text messages a few days beforehand. Rather thorough, aren't they? Said Takoyami. Then shouldn't you be able to access their phone and email records to figure out when the next meeting will be? Midoriya suggested. He was by no means an expert on technology or detective work, but something like that should be possible. We sent in a team to raid the apartments of the two criminals shortly after they were captured. But everything had been destroyed and their electronics were wiped clean. Like Blizzard already said, these people are good at covering their tracks. While that doesn't make this any easier, Yanagi sighed in slight frustration. So where do we go from here? Kayama asked. We're going to continue using the information that we have to investigate all possible leads that we've obtained so far. We'll also be bringing in personnel with memory quirks to get more information out of our captives very soon. In the meantime, we ask that everyone here cooperate with our investigation and assist us on tracking down leads. Once we know where and when the next meeting will take place, we'll raid the premises and take down all involved parties. I guess that explains why you brought all of us here in particular. What do you mean? Takoyami looked to Hawks. Take a look at everyone in this room right now and think about how we all operate. The students did exactly that. All around them were heroes with a considerable amount of experience who all specialized in different areas. It took Midoriya all of 5 seconds to factor in their quirks, fighting styles, and track records before coming to a conclusion. Everyone here has quirks and skills that help with stealth, speed, suppression, and capture. That's right. Katsuragi smiled at the boy. Like the boy said, this group was put together with the idea that we could pull off a quick operation with as little noise as possible. Makes sense. Honuki chimed in. Having people like Endeavor and Mount Lady with loud and flashy quirks wouldn't do well with something like that. Exactly. Assuming we can find out where their base of operations is before the next attack, what would be our strategy going in and what should we expect? Ozhana asked. We can hash out the details as soon as we have a good lay of the land. However, we can expect explosives, weapons, and anything of the sort. Since these people don't have quirks, they'll more than likely make up for it with firepower. From what we know, there's no shortage of guns among them. Man, this is getting serious. Honuki leaned to the side and whispered to Yanagi. For now, Edshot has agreed to do most of the groundwork. Hawks, you would also be good for this kind of thing. Sounds good to me. Until then, everyone else will be on standby and wait for word from our department on when we have their location verified. Derelict usually meets at nighttime, so expect the operation to happen late. Yes, sir, the group of heroes and police officers said in unison. Before long, the meeting came to an end. With their business now concluded, the group of students were waiting together in one of the hallways of the police station and going over everything that they had just learned. However, out of everyone present, Midoriya seemed to be most uneasy. You okay? Izuku Takagi placed a hand on his shoulder. Yeah, it's just a lot to take in. He nodded. I wouldn't doubt it, especially for you. You're right, was all he said in response. The boy was still trying to come to terms with all of this. A quirkless terrorist organization. He definitely wasn't expecting something like that. But what made it even harder for him was that he could sympathize quite well with how they might have felt. It was no secret that quirkless people were treated negatively by society. Even those who managed to overcome their placement in life and make it into high positions had to face discrimination on a daily basis. All throughout the briefing, there were more than a few times where Midoriya found himself wondering if he would have ended up like them. The boy then looked down at his own hand with a hollowed expression. If I didn't get lucky and end up with Tatsumaki's quirk, I might have been one of them. He quickly shook his head to expel that notion. No, Izuku Midoriya was not like that. Sure, he could understand where those people were coming from, but there was no excuse for what they were doing. Even if they felt like they were treated wrong by society, killing people was unacceptable. It's okay if you feel sympathetic towards them, Izuku-kun. The voice of Yanagi then brought him out of his thoughts. You of all people probably know what's going on through their heads better than any of us. Ghosty's right. I appreciate the sentiment, you guys. But what's important is doing what we can to help get these guys off the streets. Honestly, I'm just glad that these people are operating in secret. If word about this got out, then it would only make life for quirkless people that much harder. You're right about that. Before anyone else could speak, Katsuragi, Kayama, Snatch, and Hawks came out of the conference room and gathered up all the students. How are you guys doing? The green-haired woman shot a worried glance towards Midoriya. She had a feeling that he wasn't doing too well at the moment. We're good, Takagi answered for the group. To be perfectly frank, we're still on the fence about letting you kids join us on this operation. It's going to be dangerous and we don't need you in any dead weight, for lack of a better word. What all 5 of them looked at Hawks with wide eyes. You can't be serious. Yeah, you can't just expect us to sit by after learning all of that. Honuki protested. I know it's tough, but hear us out. Snatch held up his hand. If we do let you be a part of this, then you all would only act as a backup squad. We wanted to make sure that all of you understood that. Since she's one of your teachers, we thought that it would best for Midnight to make the final decision. Everyone then looked to the R-rated heroine. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't have my own concerns, but I'm willing to allow it if you all agree to stay in the rear and let the actual pros handle the heavy stuff. If anything, you all will only help out with detaining and clean up. That does make the most sense. Takoyami nodded. Fine with me, Honiki told them, the others all nodding in agreement. It's settled then, we'll keep our ear to the ground and wait for the call. Until then, you all need to make sure that your skills are razor sharp. These kinds of things usually go sideways at any minute, so I suggest that you start training to be prepared. We'll only need you as backup, but that doesn't mean that things won't change, Hawk said nonchalantly with his hands tucked behind his head. For a top hero, this guy was way more chill than what they expected. Understood. Good. Katsuragi nodded. We won't be calling you in for a while. Until then, stay next to your phones and be ready. I can already tell you that when we go through with this, it's going to be a long night. Yes, ma'am, the students said with vigor before saying their goodbyes and heading back to the school. Upon their return to the school, the students of the newly formed raid team simply went about their business as usual, which for Takage meant an entire afternoon of cuddling and low-budget anime inside of Midoriya's room. What's up, Tetsu? Tetsu greeted Takage as they passed each other in the hallway. You going somewhere, Metalhead? She asked, noticing that he was in his uniform. Yeah, Facom called me an Amajiki in for some kind of meeting. I'm heading over to the Night Eye Agency right now. Cool, the girl simply said. That was a weird coincidence, both of them being called in for a meeting on the same day like this. Oh yeah, the boy suddenly spoke. My dad just sent me the new Super Smash Bros. Game as a gift for passing the provisional license exam. You want to play after I get back? Hell yeah I do, the girl practically cheered. It's been a while since I kicked your butt in a video game. Whatever, you can invite Izuku too, the Steel Quirk user suggested. Actually, how about we just keep it to the two of us? Seriously? Yeah, of course. We don't hang out as much as we used to and it would be nice to just chill out like normal. She grinned. To her credit, Takage was being sincere about her words. Before moving into the dorms, they would hang out together practically all the time. Damn near every weekend to be more specific. But recently she's been spending most of her time with Midoriya. And Tetsu and Awase were pretty much joined at the hip nowadays. It was only natural to want to be with your boyfriend all the time, but it wasn't a good idea to neglect your best friend either. Fine with me, the boy shrugged. Cool, text me when you get back. No problem, make sure you bring some snacks, he replied while making his way down the hall towards the stairs. But not before Takage decided to have a bit of fun at his expense. Oh, by the way, we're definitely going to talk about what's going on between you and Kendo when you get back, Takage announced loudly and obnoxiously with an evil grin on her face. All Tetsu did was give the girl a death glare before exiting the hallway, but that did nothing to hide the noticeable amount of redness on the silver-haired boy's face. Without so much as a word, he disappeared into the stairwell, leaving Takage feeling pretty satisfied with herself. I don't see why he doesn't just ask me for help. Oh well, maybe that poor fool will grow a spine one of these days. She shrugged before going about her business. The next morning, as the early morning light drifted in from the closed curtains, Midoriya felt a kind of warm glow that he didn't really get to experience all that often. He was still tired, barely able to keep his eyes open. But he just couldn't get back to sleep right now, for quite a few reasons. The most important of which was currently using his chest as a pillow. However, the slight amount of drool on his shirt was the last thing that he was focused on right now. Here he was, in a slightly dangerous position, trapped in a situation that was liable to make his heart leap out of his chest at any given moment. This wasn't his first time sharing a bed with Takage. Actually, it had become a rather frequent occurrence between the two in recent weeks. Yet that was the only thing relatively normal about this entire predicament. At the moment, Takage was holding onto him with their legs tangled together like some complex puzzle, halfway covered by his plain green comforter with the other half completely exposed to the air. But there were two major issues with all this. The first was that at some point during the night, Takage decided to completely take her shirt off, leaving her in nothing but her blue bra. And the second was that Midoriya's fingers somehow found their way under the elastic band of her pajama bottoms. Or at least he hoped that's where they were. This was quite the predicament that green-haired boy found himself in. Part of him wanted to immediately jump up and remove himself from this position before the girl woke up. However, the other more hormonal part of him did not want to move a single centimeter. And frankly, that part was starting to win. The now red-faced teen gazed up at the ceiling as he tried to figure out his next move. His number one priority was to make sure that Takage did not wake up. Otherwise he'd be in for a world of teasing that he'd never see the end of. Surprisingly, Takage was a very light sleeper, so he needed to be quick and smooth, especially since all the in his body was now beginning to rush to everywhere but his brain. You know, Izuku, if you wanted to cop a feel, all you had to do was ask. And just like that, Midoriya's froze and his face instantly flushed like a ripened tomato. H, how long have you been awake? Like 5 minutes, the girl replied before propping herself up on his chest with her arms, exposing herself even further. I was pretty comfortable, so I didn't bother moving. Weren't you wearing a S-shirt before we went to bed? He stuttered slightly. Yeah, but I ditched it because it got too hot. You're surprisingly warm, especially with this blanket covering us. Midoriya's face felt hot, really hot. and it was most definitely because his pretty, flirty, and devious girlfriend had yet to realize that she was giving him a full view of herself with absolutely no issue whatsoever. He seriously had to reconsider whether or not he was dreaming right now. "So are you going to keep fondling my butt, or are we going to keep this party going because I at least want to take a shower before we start getting dirty?" The girl teased with an evil smile. As fast as lightning, Midoriya removed his hand from its previous position and began apologizing, which only caused Takagi to begin laughing at his expense. "How can you be so energetic this early in the morning?" the boy breathed out with a quick sigh. "How can I not be with such a fine piece of meat underneath me when I wake up?" "Thanks," he slightly chuckled. "But if anything, I'm the lucky one here. You look really cute with your hair all messy like that. Are you trying to butter me up? Because if you are, it's working." Takagi smiled once again before leaning down and wrapping her arms around his neck, planting a quick peck on his lips. "Good to know." So the girl leaned over to the nightstand and grabbed her phone. "We still got about 4 to 5 minutes before breakfast, which is more than enough time to take a nice long shower together." Once again, the boy's face erupted into a brilliant shade of red. "For who?" "Hey, I'm just joking mostly. Maybe some other time. I'll hold you to that," was all the girl said before hopping out of the bed and grabbing some clothes from the dresser and walking into the bathroom, making sure to put an extra bit of sway in her hips. Midoriya was so entranced by the early morning view that he completely missed one crucial detail to this entire scene. "Hey, don't you have your own shower and clothes?" Monday afternoon, Midoriya, Takagi, Yanagi, and Honduki were all making their way over to Gym Gamma. There they would meet up with Tokoyami for some extra training to make sure that they were in top form for the upcoming mission. Because of the seriousness of the operation, they were all ordered to keep the whole thing tight-lipped. Thankfully, Kayama was able to get them approved to have the facility all to themselves. By the time the group of 4 arrived at the training facility, they made it just in time to see the horde of remedial students from 1A leaving the building. Upon first glance, everyone seemed to be all right, but as they got a closer look, it was blatantly obvious to them that they had just been put through some special kind of hell. "Damn, Aizawa-sensei isn't playing any games with them," Takagi whispered to her boyfriend. "No kidding," he responded. As they walked past the disheveled group of students, Takagi was the first to notice the absolute death glare that Bakugo was giving Midoriya. Except this time it wasn't the usual snarky look, it was a lot more aggravated than what she used to seeing from the blonde-haired teen. Even with everything that happened back at the camp, it was hard for the girl to feel any sympathy towards the boy with her newfound knowledge about how he used to treat Midoriya. It was publicly known that Bakugo was an asshole, but the fact that he went around harassing people for being quirkless seriously called into question his motivations for wanting to become a hero. "What's got his panties in a wad? Who cares?" Midoriya simply shrugged while blatantly ignoring the ash-blonde teen. For some reason, he had a feeling that he did something to the boy recently to piss him off, but couldn't remember what it was to save his life. Once they were all inside the building, the group of 4 along with Tokoyami were quick to begin stretching out and warming up on the gym floor. "So, what do you guys plan on working on while we're here?" Honduki asked. "Control is still my biggest issue." Midoriya was the first to answer. "I need to work on that if I'm going to be of any help during the operation." "Makes sense." Yanagi was the next one to speak. "While we're at it, I was hoping that you could show me the basics for the new move of yours, Izuku-kun. It would be helpful to learn." "Good point. I was hoping to feel some stuff out to see if I can come up with some new moves." Takagi then spoke up. "There's going to be a lot going on during this thing, and it would be great if I could help out in different areas." "I do have a question, Takagi-san," Tokoyami asked the lizard tail splitter user. "Shoot. Your quirk is very similar to Hawk's in how it functions. Have you ever watched any of his dealings and tried to replicate his moves?" "I've never really been a fan of the guy, so I can't say that I have," the green-haired girl responded. Now that she thought about it, there were quite a few similarities in their quirks. "I see. Well, he does possess a technique that he uses in conjunction with his feathers. He utilizes them to perform individual tasks as he shares a telepathic connection with them." "Oh really? Tell me more." Honduki suddenly hummed while looking around. "I just realized that I'm the only one here who can't fly." "That's true, isn't it?" Yanagi commented. "Actually, I myself am not fully capable of flight as I am now. I was hoping that Midoriya-san could give me some assistance on that." "Me? Really?" The boy raised his eyebrows at that. "Yes, you are the best flyer out of everyone in our grade, so you would be the best person to aid me in my development." "You think so?" The boy blushed while rubbing the back of his head. Midoriya never really considered himself the best when it came to anything. The only thing he really had going for him was overall power. Even then, Katsuragi still had him beat in that regard. From what she described, he was still at around 4 to 5% of where Tatsumaki was before she died, so he still had a long way to go before he could get to her level. "Dude, you're pretty much the strongest person in our entire class. I mean, you're almost untouchable. The only people who can really give you any trouble in a straight-up fight are probably Monomech-kun, Iron-Jiki-kun, Ryaika-chan, and Setsunat-chan." The lipless teen laughed. "Especially with that Palace of Inertia move that you now have." "I wouldn't say all that. I can only hold it for a few seconds, so it's not very reliable. My point still stands though. I would greatly appreciate some of your wisdom," Tokoyami continued. "And I would like to hear more about this move that Hawks does." Takagi interjected. It sounds like we're going to be bouncing a lot of ideas off of each other while we get ready for this operation. So we'd better get started. Right, the others nodded in agreement. Just then, the doors to the building suddenly flew open, revealing Kayama dressed in a red tracksuit with matching shoes. Sorry I'm late, I was busy on the phone planning a dinner reservation. Oh yeah, Dad's birthday is in a few weeks. Are you taking him anywhere nice? Takagi asked her. Of course I am, only the best from the pro heroine Midnight. Just try not to feel too bad when you crash and burn. The girl shot back with a devilish grin. Don't worry dear, this is going to be the night where I finally succeed, I can feel it. Yuri will be like putty in my hands by the time I'm done with him. Kayama practically cheered with sparkles in her eyes, and a look that told the rest of the group that she had something far less SFW planned. Does anyone else find it weird how they're perfectly comfortable having this conversation in front of us? Yanagi looked to Midoriya, Takoyami, and Honiki, with all three boys nodding their heads in agreement. Now then, let us begin this training session and be sure not to slack off. I want you all nice and glistening with sweat by the time we're through today. After all, those strong, supple bodies of yours need to be in top form. The black-haired heroine said with a slight lick of her lips. Okay, seriously, how the hell did they let this woman become a teacher? Everyone not named Takagi cringed at the woman's words. Class 1A dorms. Nan Beat Zero groaned as the tape quirk user dropped his sore body down on the sofa. Seriously, Sadu agreed from across the coffee table. At the moment, the majority of the 1A students were all hanging out together in the common area. They had a pretty long and eventful day of training and studies, especially those who had to take remedial lessons for the makeup exam. But now they finally had a chance to relax and unwind. The only people who weren't present for this were Todoroki, Mainta, Shoji, Shinsu, Koda, and Takoyami. Aizawa-sensei's really putting you guys through the ringer, Hud asked Uraraka while casually sipping her bottle of tea. Yeah, he is, Ishido replied in an annoyed tone. It's been like the training camp, but way worse. Yeah, Urazu was quick to try and ease the pink-skinned girl's irritation. Well, he wants to make sure that everyone is prepared for the makeup exam. I still don't get how all of 1B was able to pass. According to them, Kan-sensei tipped them off about the first part of the exam before they started, so they were able to avoid getting knocked out early, Jiro. Asui stated. That makes sense. Jiro nodded. He was one of the first people knocked out during the test. If their sister class knew about getting ambushed beforehand, then it's no wonder how all of them were able to pass. This is kind of off topic here, but has anyone seen Takoyami? Kaminari suddenly asked while looking around the room. I haven't seen him in a while. It had been some time since any of the students had seen their bird-themed classmate. The last time they saw him was when they were all leaving the gym after their afternoon training session. I guess he's still hanging out with those guys from 1B, Jiro shrugged apathetically. Oh yeah, Takoyami-kun did mention something about asking Midoriya-san for tips on how to fly. Maybe that's why he's been gone for so long, Jiro. Makes sense, he is the go-to guy for that kind of thing. Yeah, no kidding. Hagature agreed. Did you see that news article with him and Blizzard? They stopped one of those bombings near a bridge. From what I've been told, quite a few members of 1B are taking part in work studies. Yeah, Urazu then announced. Man must be nice. Ashido groaned. The only people in 1A who were currently doing any work studies were Uraraka, Asui, and Takoyami. How much do you want to bet that Midoriya got a perfect score on the exam? Zero said in a joking fashion. I mean, the guy has telekinesis. He probably breezed through the whole thing. He's pretty popular. That Hadu girl who came by our class the other day talked about him a lot. Apparently he's pretty much guaranteed a job with Blizzard after we all graduate. Nejire Senpai did say that she was trying to recruit him to join Rukusen for a while, Jiro. Asui chimed in. So not only is he strong, he's already got a job lined up with a famous hero. Kaminari joined the rest of the group as he took the open seat next to Jiro. Plus he's a total ladykiller to boot. He's dating that Takagi chick and he's always with a cute gyak. The electrification quirk user was cut off when Jiro stabbed one of her earphone jacks into his neck. Dumbass. The purple-haired teen scoffed with a slight blush on her face. On the other side of the common area at one of the kitchen tables, a certain ashen blonde teen was doing his best not to outright shout at all those extras and telling them to shut up. It was bad enough that he had to deal with walking Kirishima through their math homework, but having to hear these losers praise that worthless Deku was like nails on a chalkboard to him. Hey, you good man? Kirishima asked him, noticing the annoyed expression on his classmate's face. Don't worry about it, Bakugo responded through gritted teeth. Ever since the provisional license exam, he had been on thin ice with Aizawa. The reason for his failure in particular was due to his foul mouth and attitude, which absolutely made no sense to him. So what if he was a bit harsh to those idiot graders? He still executed the tasks perfectly and quickly. However, those idiots on the grading board had a different opinion. After receiving their scores, Aizawa pulled him to the side and told him that he needed to change his attitude and lose the entitlement complex if he wanted to have another chance at passing. Naturally, the explosion quirk user refuted this, which was the wrong answer. That conversation quickly spiraled into a lecture on proper hero etiquette and politeness, which was the last thing that Bakugo was trying to hear, especially since he was still furious about failing. Because of this, his teacher gave him an ultimatum. either fix his attitude or get kicked out of the hero course. This of course led to him having to see Hound Dog once a week for apparent anger management issues. This was bullshit. Katsuki Bakugo didn't deserve to be treated like this. He was the best, the top dog of this stupid class. How dare that eye-patch-wearing bum treat him like this? He deserved to be here, more than any of these other extras, including that damn criminal Deku. How the school let someone like him continue to be a student here was beyond him. That nerd helped out that villain boss and injured his arms. He should be locked up in a prison cell, not roaming around the school like some big shot, thinking that he's better than him. These thoughts led Bakugo's mind back to a previous encounter that he had with that plain-faced detective and the principal. What do you mean you're still going to let that nerd attend school here? Bakugo angrily shouted towards the two men. You know what he did, right? He was helping those damn villains. Bakugo-kun, please understand the situation. Midoriya-kun was being controlled against his will. Therefore he can't be held responsible for his actions during that battle. Nezu spoke in his typically calm voice. And you actually believe that bullshit? Obviously he's lying. I assure you that he is not. The villain that you encountered admitted to it himself. Tsukachi interjected. This is a load of horseshit. The reason that we are telling you this is because we want to avoid any possible issues in the future. I understand that you may be harboring some ill will towards Midoriya-kun because of this incident. But now that you know the facts, I trust that you can put those feelings to the side, said Nezu. It took everything the boy had to keep himself from blowing something up right then and there. How could this be happening that green-haired loser was going to get away with helping out the same guy who almost killed All Might? Not only that, but he injured a group of other heroes before the fight. Now that we got that out of the way, there's another issue that we were hoping to speak with you about. Nezu interrupted his mental tirade. And what is that? The white-furred mammal then turned towards Tsukachi. During our interrogation, a number of things came to light. One of those was your apparent bullying and harassment of Midoriya because of his former quirkless status. What are you talking about? I never did anything to that loser. The boy feigned ignorance. What did any of this have to do anything? That loser Deku must have ratted him out during whatever sob story he gave to the police. Obviously trying to save his own skin. Almost instantly, Tsukachi's quirk went off like an alarm. Part of him was hoping that this was all some sort of misunderstanding. But that definitely wasn't the case at the moment. Young Bakugo, I'm sure you're aware that assaulting someone with your quirk is a criminal offense. To go a step further, harassing someone on the basis of quirk status is technically a hate crime. What's your point? The explosion quirk user folded his arms with indignation. To keep things simple, I have more than enough reason to take you in for questioning concerning this matter. I've been to Aldera Junior High a number of times recently and your former teachers all corroborated with the claims against you. But seeing as there is no actual proof of this, I'm willing to push this under the rug and let you off with a warning. Especially considering recent events. Now it was Nezu's turn to speak. You're not being punished in any way, I can assure you of that. However, we take things like this very seriously at UA. And one thing I will not tolerate from my students is any action unbecoming of a hero, including those that harm others. From what we know, all of these allegations happened prior to attending our school. Okay, Bakugo-kun, this is a school for future heroes. And based on your performance reviews from Aizawa-kun and the other teachers, your actions and behavior have been less than heroic. Your grades and performance have indeed been excellent, but everything else leaves much room for improvement. They can't be serious right now. He was the one who got abducted and injured by the hands of those villains. And now he was getting lectured for shit that didn't even matter. What kind of nonsense is this? Simply put, I'm giving you a warning. The unidentified mammal continued. I won't go as far as to recommend any action at the moment. I'll leave that decision up to Aizawa-kun for now. But with the situation as it stands, we'd like to avoid any future problems. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Yeah. Bakugo begrudgingly nodded. Excellent, the man clapped his paws together. Then we have come to an understanding. I guess so. We simply wanted to make sure that you were aware of the situation moving forward. Now then, we do apologize for taking time out of your day, Bakugo-kun. I'm sure that you're still unpacking all of your things in your new room. I do hope you have a wonderful day, and I look forward to seeing your progress in the near future. Can I go now? Absolutely. That was the last thing said before Bakugo quickly exited the room and made his way back to his dorm. The more he thought about it, the more enraged the explosion quirk user became. Yet there was one thing that was clear in his mind. This was all Deku's fault. That green-haired loser was the source of all his problems. He didn't know how he was going to do it yet. But Katsuki Bakugo swore that he would find a way to prove that Deku was nothing more than a worthless villain posing as a hero. That bastard may have been able to trick the school and police into thinking that he was some sort of saint. But he knew better, and he was going to prove it. After all, it was a hero's duty to put away villains and come out victorious. And that's exactly what he was going to do. Somewhere in Japan, in a dark alley somewhere in the middle of a bustling city, a masked person wearing all black casually approached a group of similarly dressed people. Nitro, good to see you, a hooded figure said in a creepily cheery tone. Save the bullshit. Nitro quickly raised his hand. You have the money. Why, of course, the hooded figure happily handed over a black backpack filled with cash, while the other passed on a black duffel bag that was practically bursting at the seams to one of other individuals. I don't think I need to tell you to be careful with that stuff, Nitro told the other figure. It's way more reactive and has 3 times the yield. I have access to more materials now, so I went a bit overboard, which is exactly what I'm looking for. This isn't any of my business, but what do you plan to do with all that? This is way more than what you usually ask for. I thought you weren't interested in our operations, said another person who was leaning up against a wall with the arms folded across their chest. We do have an agreement, don't we? Nitro glared at them. And I'd be stupid not to ask what you're planning to do with all that. Mainly because I don't want to be anywhere near it when you set it off. Let's just say that our previous operation was only a precursor for what's to come. Because our other members got captured, we've had to accelerate our plan. So we've decided to introduce ourselves to the world with a bang. So where will this grand spectacle of yours take place? North Tokyo. Don't worry, it's nowhere near where you're currently living. Good. Nitro simply nodded. Would you like to join us and watch all your hard work come to fruition? Yeah, right. The masked man scoffed. I'm not an idiot. Fine. With nothing more that needed to be said, Nitro turned around and began making his way down the alley towards the street. Until next time, young man. Whatever you say, Rogue. The weekends were a special occasion that the students of Class 1B always looked forward to. After a long week of hero lectures, homework, and taxing physical training, the group of would-be heroes finally had the chance to bask in the peaceful nothingness that came with no responsibilities for the day. There was no class until Monday, and everyone had the opportunity to leave the school and venture out on their own. However, on this particular Saturday morning, things were a bit different. Thanks for helping me again with my new move. I really appreciate it, Takage said to her freckle-faced boyfriend as the two made the short trip back to their dorm. The final test run for her new move was an overall success, but she still ended up losing the pinky finger on her right hand. Don't mention it. I was actually really interested in seeing how you were coming along, Midoriya replied with a grin. The young couple decided to spend their Saturday morning working on perfecting some new skills that they managed to develop over the last couple of weeks. Although he preferred to spend his mornings sleeping in and relaxing, the thought of adding a new page in his hero notebook was too good of an opportunity to pass up for the green-haired boy. When the two finally set foot in the building, they were greeted with quite the peculiar sight. Every boy in their class, including most of the girls, were in the common room gathered around a whiteboard, along with chairs and snacks scattered throughout the area. But the strangest thing about this entire scene was the fact that Ibara was tied to a chair in the middle of the room. "Ooh, what's going on?" Midoriya asked, grabbing everyone's attention. The first person to speak was Kendo. After pinching the bridge of her nose and letting out a rather dramatic sigh, the orange-haired class rep began explaining the situation. "The boys are having a heated debate and the rest of us got dragged into it." "About what?" said Takage. "We're trying to figure out who the biggest Chad in our class is," Away said without missing a beat. "Come again." "We've narrowed it down to either Midoriya-san and Ibara-san. But it appears that we've reached an impasse," she should have further explained while staring at the board and rubbing his hairy chin. "I knew I should have just stayed in my damn room," the gyrate quirk user moaned in a defeated tone. "Long since given up on trying to escape this madness." "Oh, this sounds like fun." Takage grinned deviously. This was exactly the kind of teenage nonsense that she lived on. The two brunettes then turned their attention to the massive whiteboard next to the television. On it were two pictures of both Midoriya and Ibara separated by a thick black line down the middle. Under the photos were a plethora of bullet points and crudely drawn diagrams in almost illegible handwriting. "Okay, back to what I was saying," Suburaba spoke up. "The reason I'm saying it's Ibara is because he has him beat out in looks. The girls already said that he's the most attractive guy in class." Takage quickly shot a sharp glance over to Kendo, Kodai, and Shiozaki, who were all huddled together on the sofa. "We were coming down to get breakfast and the guys just started berating us with questions." Kendo drug her hand across her face. "This is deplorable," Shiozaki groaned. Kodai nodded. "You might be right, Suburaba-kun," Monoma suddenly announced while pointing to the whiteboard. "However, I would like to revisit evidence 3G. Although Ibara-kun is the most attractive, Midoriya-kun has a more muscular build. If it was that simple, then Bondo-kun would be at the top of the list." Shota countered. "Ibara also has more of a playboy vibe than Midoriya," Tetsu added. Now it was Kamakiri's turn to talk. "You wads are forgetting the most important part. Midoriya is always surrounded by girls. Has anyone ever seen him not next to one? Come on, he even has that hot third-year girl all over him. This can't be happening right now." Midoriya internally groaned. He was about to say something, but Takage decided to throw her hat into the ring. "Let me take a look at this." The lizard tail splitter user moved over to the whiteboard to get a better look, taking a few seconds to review the information. "No, this is all wrong. Your methodology is flawed. You're focusing too much on physical features." "What do you mean?" Tetsu asked her. "None of you have taken social factors into account, like reputation and popularity. You can't make a clear decision without those. Why are you encouraging this?" Ibara let out a single tear. Already predicting that this entire situation could go left at any point, Midoriya decided that his best option was to just leave and let this matter sort itself out. The boy began making his way towards the elevator, but was stopped by Honuki and Awase, who suddenly shoved him into a chair next to Kaibara. "Alright boys, let's take this from the top," Takage shouted confidently while taking control of the debate. Much to Midoriya's chagrin. What the hell was this? Shouldn't she be on his side? Then again, something like this was right up Takage's alley. Honestly, Midoriya would have been more surprised if his girlfriend didn't want to take part in this nonsense. She lived for this kind of stuff. Kaibara here might edge out Izuku in terms of general attractiveness, but he lacks the cute and adorable factor that Izuku has in spades. Plush doesn't have freckles. "I told you motherfuckers," Kamakiri shouted smugly. "Hold on," Honuki protested. "Isn't your opinion kind of biased since he's your boyfriend and all?" "Obviously," the girl replied. "Let's not forget that both of them have fan clubs amongst the female students." Shroom. Komori put in her 2 cents, holding up her cell phone to display one of the many UA student Facebook pages. "Wait, what?" Both Midoriya and Kaibara turned to the short, brunette girl with confused looks on their faces. "You didn't know?" the green-haired girl asked. "A few of the first-year guys have fan clubs. All the girls know about it. Todoroki and 1A has the biggest. But Izuku, Kaibara, and that Kaminari dude have a pretty solid following the last time I checked. And such things are completely immoral," Shiozaki chided. "Nejiire Hadu and Yaoyorozu have ones too." Subiraba followed up as he held up his own phone. "Even Kodai's got some fans." The stoic, black-haired teen slightly tilted her head. "Alright, back to business. If we factor in overall popularity, Izuku has the clear advantage on Chadness. Sorry Kaibara, but you just haven't gotten the same level of exposure." "I don't care," the black-haired boy sighed. "Why the hell does he always get roped into stuff like this?" "But what the hell does that have to do with the price of tea in China?" "In fact, this just proves my point," Monoma retorted. "If we're talking about overall Chadness, Midoriya-kun is clearly the victor. He's got the popularity, the look, the douchey haircut. Everyone thinks Blizzard is his sister. He's also got the most in-girls following his fan page out of the two from the looks of it. But only by like 30. Awase added. "Let's not forget that he's the main character of this story." Fukadashi's speech bubble spelled out. "Is my haircut really that big of a deal?" Midoriya whispered to his fellow captive. "It's trendy." The gyrate quirk user shrugged. "I know I couldn't pull it off as well as you do." The conversation went on like this for the better part of 20 minutes, with each member of the congregation going back and forth, pleading their cases and adding new information to take into account. With each passing minute, Midoriya could feel his soul slowly evacuate his body. "Hey, don't we get a say in this?" Midoriya pleaded. "Isn't a Chad supposed to be someone who's like kind of Annis Shoal?" "Well, both of you are pretty cool, so we threw that criteria out the window before you showed up." Awase explained. "I'd like to point out that Kaibara-san routinely receives anonymous love letters from secret admirers throughout the week." Shishida began crunching the number on his calculator. "By my calculations, he's up to 35 this year. He's averaging 2 a week." "Seriously?" Kendo deadpanned. "It makes sense." Takage began rubbing her chin in thought. With his quirk, it's no surprise that a ton of girls and guys would want a piece of him. Everyone probably thinks he'd be a fun time. Setsuna. That comment was more than enough to turn Midoriya, Kaibara, Shiozaki and Komori a furious shade of red. How can she say something like that so casually? Okay. Honuki tried calming everyone down. "This is getting us nowhere and I still haven't eaten yet. Let's just put it to a vote." "Good idea." Tetsu agreed. "Everyone who thinks Kaibara-kun is the biggest Chad in the class, raise your hand." Shota, Shishida, Subiraba, Fukadashi, Komori and Bondo all raised their hands to cast their votes. And for Midoriya, Takage, Tsunotori, Honuki, Monoma, Awase, Tetsu, Kiwaro and Kamakiri all casted their ballots. "Are you guys not going to vote?" The leader of this totally wholesome conversation looked to the other 3 girls sitting on the sofa. "I abstain," Kendo scowled. "I will take no part in this sinful sham of a debate." The vine-haired teen answered. Why she was even still here was a mystery to her. "Alright, it's been decided. The biggest Chad in Class 1B is none other than our very own Izuku," Takage announced with an obnoxious laugh while pointing to her boyfriend. "This is bullshit," Subiraba scoffed. "Midoriya's way too nice. He's practically the class best boy." "Congratulations, Chatteria." Awase patted him on the shoulder with a cheeky smile. "Huh, yeah, you're Chatteria now. Can we please not make this a thing?" the green-haired boy groaned. "Nope." His questionable choice of a girlfriend immediately replied. "From now until the end of eternity, you'll officially be known as Chatteria. First of his name, Walker of Skies, the freckled prince, heir to the throne of tools and douchebags everywhere." "Okay, she's having way too much fun with this. I hereby pledge my undying fealty to you and your stationary majesty." Awase began comically bowing towards Midoriya, getting a few of the other boys to join him. Inside Midoriya's mind, "I'll have to admit, these brats do have a point," Tatsumaki said while watching this nonsense unfold through Midoriya's eyes from the comfort of their shared mindspace. Even a dead person needed a bit of entertainment every now and then, and it's not like she could do much in her current position. He's not a complete Chad, but he's definitely hitting all the important criteria. The nerd may be a total softie, but he's pretty much got a small harem already lined up. Hey, it could be worse. At least he's not a Kyle. This is ridiculous. The Verdant team began blushing at the scene before him. "Better you than me." Kaibara gave Midoriya a weak chuckle. "Can we go now? I have somewhere I have to be in like an hour." probably on another date with one of those girls from the business course. Kamakiri quietly snickered to Fukadashi. At that moment, the main door to the building opened up, revealing one exhausted-looking Ryoko Yanagi. The gray-haired girl typically wasn't an earlier riser, especially on the weekends. She usually slept in longer than anyone else when they didn't have class. With one quick look at her, the students of 1B noticed that the bags under her eyes were heavier than normal. "Ghosty, where the hell have you been? You almost missed the coronation ceremony," Takage said to her pale classmate. "You okay?" Ryukachin Kendo gave the girl a concerned look. "Too tired, early morning Hatsumesan torture going back to bed," was all the poltergeist user had the energy to say before dragging her feet towards the elevator, looking even more like a ghost than usual. Whatever the hell her classmates were doing right now had to wait until after she got some rest. After all the excitement of the morning died down, Takage went back to her room to shower and unwind for a bit. As the lizard tail splitter user laid down on her bed, she couldn't help but stare at the missing appendage on her hand. Years of training up her quirk gave the girl a pretty good idea on how long it would take something to grow back after she lost it. And by her estimate, her finger should return to normal in about 2 hours. However, the girl couldn't help but wonder if she could do something about that. When it came to her regeneration, Takage never really focused on it all that much. It may have been a secondary ability of her quirk that was incredibly useful. But her father and Kayama beat it into her head as a kid that she couldn't rely on it in a dangerous situation. Which made a lot of sense. There wasn't much that she could do to train it after all. Doing so would mean that she would need to intentionally injure herself. And something like that was definitely off the table. Still though, I wonder. Suddenly, Takage sat up and began focusing on her hand. She had only tried this a few times before in the past, and each time, ended up making her pass out. But now that she was older and had a lot more stamina, maybe it would work out this time. Especially since it was such a minor injury for her. Forced regeneration was something she always considered. But the cost was a rapid drain on her stamina. The basic requirements to regrow lost limbs was a sufficient amount of calories and energy. This wasn't something that she could do on the fly. But right now, she was in the comfort of her room and had a belly full of breakfast. The girl's face contorted into an ugly expression as she flexed the non-existent muscles in her missing finger. The feeling wasn't something that she could describe to someone very easily. But the best way that she could put it was applying pressure from the base of her knuckle and forcing it upwards. As the seconds passed, Takage could slowly see her pinky finger reforming bit by bit. Bone fragments appeared and were quickly covered up by tendons and ligaments before finally seeing muscles. And eventually skin. Damn, this is rough. The girl winced and sucked in a bit more air before giving one final push to complete this task. And sure enough, like magic, her finger was back to its former glory. The second she released her quirk, Takage felt a wave of nausea hit her and her stomach immediately began growling. She quickly lay back down on her bed and took a moment to breathe before checking her work. Even just one finger was enough to completely drain me. Oh, makes sense. I'm not used to this kind of thing, she said out loud. The girl couldn't help but wonder if her mother found a way to work around this. From what her father told her, she could regrow an entire hand in about 10 minutes with almost no issue. Takage herself found the very idea to be insane, since doing something like that would be pretty much impossible for her right now. Almost all regeneration quirks were different, and it sucked that the one person who was an expert on this particular one wasn't around anymore. Considering the cost, it was no wonder why Yuri made it point to tell her not to rely on it as much. Doing so would just be irresponsible on her part. But the more she thought about it, the more she knew that if she ever wanted to cut it as a rescue hero, she would need to master this. I guess that's just one more thing I need to work on. Maybe I'll stop by Recovery Girl's office on Monday and get some advice from her. With that, the lizard tail splitter user carefully drudged over to her nightstand and grabbed some dinner-themed snack crackers from the bottom drawer. Her little stunt left a hole in her stomach that only her favorite snack in the world could fill, along with a fogginess in her head that she might as well start getting used to. This is going to be total pain in the ass. Quirk-suppressing bullets, nearly everyone shouted at the Chief Detective Watanabe. The long-awaited night had finally arrived. After nearly 2 weeks of investigating, scouting, preparation, and planning, the raid team was now ready to make their move. During the last few weeks, Edshot, Hawks, and some other heroes and detectives had spent countless hours doing the groundwork to figure out the next meeting location for Derelicta. They encountered more than their fair share of bumps in the road, but their big break finally came in the form of a known contact of one of the criminals that were captured during the bridge incident. From there, it was simply a matter of getting him to decipher the coding methods that the organization used to alert their members of the next meeting location. And sure enough, they now had an exact time and place for when they would make their move. Yes, you heard me correctly, the black-haired detective confirmed to the group. These quirk bullets have been circulating on the streets for a few weeks. They've mostly been used by small-time criminals and gangs. This is just getting even more complicated. Ozhana breathed out an annoyed sigh. Rumors about these things have been circulating through the hero network ever since the incident involving Fatcom and his interns. But she never expected that they would be involved. We were able to get in contact with the Night Eye agency about this. As it turns out, they're working on a case to bring the manufacturers into custody that should be taking place in the morning. From the information that they've given us, the effect is only temporary. but Derelict was able to get their hands on some. I'm a bit relieved to hear that, but this changes our plans quite a bit. Headshot then said, if we end up being unable to use our quirks, then most of our firepower will be negated. Yes and no. I understand your concerns, but from what we know they don't have a lot of them. The bullets are extremely expensive and the supplier isn't exactly handing them out like candy. In any case, it's not like we have a lot of options. Their big operation is supposed to be taking place tonight, so we'll just need to be extra careful. Katsuragi added. That was another thing. Apparently, the quirkless terrorist organization already had their next attack planned out. Their interrogation of the captured member revealed that the next bombing was going to be happening tonight. They weren't exactly sure what the target was or how it was going to go down, but it was supposed to be on an even greater scale than all of the previous incidents. Our plan going in is still the same. We'll just need to be more cautious and make sure to disarm any and everyone that we see. Once we make the first move, things will get pretty hot, so stay on high alert. Yes sir, everyone present shouted. Now, everyone go suit up and get ready to head out. The group is meeting up in 3 hours so we don't have any time to waste. Man, I didn't know that we were going to go all out for this, Takage said as the girl tied her hair into a tight bun in the back of her head. No kidding, Honuki agreed while adjusting his uniform. I'm just glad that my dad was able to get me this new suit in time. Putting in that rush order request was a nightmare. Yes, Yuri did a wonderful job making these on such short notice. Kayama agreed with her niece. Due to the clandestine nature of this entire operation, the group of heroes, students and police officers were fully decked out in stealth and riot gear. Mostly everyone had to make emergency adjustments to their costumes to fit their needs, which pretty much amounted to converting everything to accommodate a nighttime operation. Instead of their hero costumes, Honuki and Yanagi were dressed in official police riot gear that the department was able to get them. The softening quirk user was still able to keep most pieces of his outfit, which were now painted jet black as opposed to its normal bright orange color, while Yanaga's hover disc and utility belt had undergone a similar alteration, along with the signature black mask that covered the bottom half of her face. Takage was now dressed in a new blackened version of her costume, along with a bulletproof vest over top of it. She doubted that it would do much given the nature of her quirk, but they weren't going to take any chances, and Kayama pretty much told her that she wasn't going anywhere without putting it on. Takoyami and Midoriya were the only two who didn't need to make any major changes since their costumes more or less fit the requirements for the mission. The telekinesis user opted for his black overcoat instead of his preferred green one, while the resident edgelord of 1A also had to place a vest over his attire, which wasn't going to hinder his quirk in the slightest. I still can't believe we all had to dye our hair though. I wasn't expecting that, Midoriya commented while playing with the tufts of his now jet black locks. This was another element that apparently came with operations like this. Everyone was required to dye their hair to further accentuate the new look. Bright colors stood out too much, even in the dead of night, so this was necessary to avoid being spotted. You know Izuku, you look exactly like your dad now, Takage joked while giving him the once-over. With the new look, you could see just how much he favored his father in terms of looks over his mother, especially with the freckles. The girl would be lying if she said that she wasn't a fan. We have to do stuff like this all the time, Katsuragi said as she joined the conversation. The woman now missing her signature white fur coat and green dress. It's pretty common to change your wardrobe depending on the mission. I used to do this all the time when I was still doing missing persons cases a couple of years ago. They never taught us stuff like this in class, Yanagi stated. She assumed that this was just another one of those learn-as-you-go things. You guys remember the teams, right? Sure do. Takage gave her a thumbs up. Me and Setsunachin will be with Ember on the second team. The gray-haired girl repeated what she had been told earlier. Takoyama-kun and I will be with Snatch and a squad of police officers with Team 3. Honuki was the next to speak with a nod from Takoyami. And I'll be doing aerial surveillance with you and Hawks, Midoriya added. Midnight and Edgeshot will be on the main assault team since their quirks are more suited for subduing people, the psychokinesis user once again clarified. The building has multiple floors, so we'll be moving in stages. All you guys need to do is follow directions and help with detaining whomever we catch and take them outside. I would have preferred to be in the first team, but my quirk will be needed in case something goes wrong, Ember said. In terms of necessity, the flame control user was probably the most important when it came to cleanup in the event of a disaster. I feel the same way, Katsuragi agreed. But we don't need to put all of our eggs in one basket. Yeah, I know. The group spent the next 30 minutes making their final preparations and going over their strategy one last time before getting the call to head to their assigned vehicles. The students would be lying if they said that they weren't nervous as all hell about this entire situation. But that was to be expected for a group of high schoolers on their first big mission. They knew that everything was going to be fine and they had gone over their plan enough to memorize it. So there was no doubt in their minds that the mission was going to be a success. It had to be, otherwise a lot of lives would be in danger. And they were not going to let that happen. Rogue, a masked man said to the leader of the terrorist organization. It looks like you were right. Tagawa was taken into custody by the police. I thought so. Their leader simply rubbed his chin. It's unfortunate, but we already knew this to be the case. So what are we going to do? Rogue looked around the room filled with people and thought to himself for a moment. The other members patiently waited for his response, which came almost without a second thought. We proceed as planned. Our pieces are already in place and there's no turning back now. As you wish, the others shouted vigorously. Your efforts will be fruitless, heroes. Today is the day we show the world just what we're capable of. No matter what, you won't be able to stop us. In no time, the raid team were all getting into their position near their target, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the Tokyo industrial area. Things had been pretty quiet over that last half hour of their stakeout, and even though there was a considerable amount of traffic in and out of the building, the commotion seemed to die down quite a bit. From what they could see, every member of the group had their faces covered and there were a few guards posted on the inside of the main entrance. The building itself was 4 stories high with multiple exits on the north and south side, and due to the area, numerous pipes and concrete pillars made getting a perfect view of the site impossible without getting too close. "All right, is everyone in position?" the chief detective said over the communications devices. "Team 1 is good to go," Headshot said as his and Midnight's group stationed themselves behind a nearby building facing the main entrance. They were only 300 meters or so away from the door and knew that if this operation was going to be a success, they would need to move fast. This team specifically was tasked with knocking out as many people as possible and clearing the first floor before any of the others could move in. Although they managed to get an old blueprint of the building prior to the start of all this, they knew better than to not expect a few surprises. "Team 2 is good to go," Ember repeated from their group spot about 200 meters away from the first team. Their job was simply to back up the Midnight's group once they cleared each of the floors and detain as many people as they could. If all went well, there would hardly be any resistance. "This kinda reminds me of our first exercise at the start of the year," Yanagi whispered next to Takage as she released the retention strap on her belt. "No kidding," the green-haired girl agreed. "Team 3, ready to move," Snatch said this time. The name of the game for them was pretty much containment. There was a single roadway leading up to the building and their primary job was to cut off any and all escape routes. Based on the layout of the area, there were only 2 ways that any of the criminals had a chance to escape through. But those were no longer an option. "Good work taking care of the roadway, Mudman," the sand hero complimented the softening quirk user. During their preparation, Honuki took the liberty of softening a significant portion of the main roadway. Now, the only person who could freely move through that area was him. "Thanks, sir," the ashen-skinned teen nodded. "You good up there, Tsukayomi?" He then turned around to where his classmate was perched atop a medium-sized pillar across the road. "All is well on my part. Victory will be assured for us," the raven-headed teen replied rather calmly. "Team 4, we're all green up here," Blizzard finally said, floating alongside Midoriya above the building. While the 2 of them chose to remain in one spot for now, Hawks was busy circling the area to get a better view of the connecting streets. Like previously stated, they were pretty much the eyes in the sky for the entire group. The 2 brunettes were also going to serve as backup for any of the other teams in case they needed it. Since they all had the highest mobility and most versatile quirks out of the bunch, this was the best use of their skills. "Nothing new yet?" Blizzard then turned to Midoriya. "No," the boy shook his head. He had been using the infrared setting on his helmet to see if there was any excess movement outside the warehouse. But there was nothing as of yet. Despite his support item being incredibly useful for this scenario, he still couldn't see anything beyond the walls of the building. "You okay?" the woman asked in a concerned tone. "MHMM." He gave her a short nod. Although Midoriya wasn't necessarily the calmest person by nature, he found himself oddly relaxed at the moment. Maybe it was because he was with his older sister, or the thought that their plan was pretty well put together. But something in the back of his mind told him that he shouldn't be as reposed as he was now. "I just hope that everyone will be all right," he thought to himself while glancing over in the direction of Takage's team, more than a bit worried over the safety of his friends and girlfriend. "Don't worry, just remember what you learned and we'll be done in no time. To be honest, you're the one I'm the least worried about out of your group," she said in a reassuring tone. "Right." Suddenly, the voice of the detective Watanabe caught their attention. "All right, team, it's go time. Team 1, the operation begins on your move." Headshot gave on final confirmation before him and his group quickly rushed towards the main entrance of the building, signaling the commence of the raid. In mere moments, the first team were at the main entrance and charged through the door, with the second team quickly following them. Although they weren't able to see what was going on inside yet, Takage and the others could hear quite the commotion from inside. The group spread out a bit and posted themselves behind some nearby walls as they waited for the signal to advance. For what seemed like the next 4 to 5 seconds or so, all that could be heard was a myriad of screams and loud crashing sounds. "We're being raided," an unfamiliar voice howled before suddenly going silent, obviously being one of the criminals inside. "First floor is clear, second team, move in," Headshot said commandingly. Since they just lost their element of surprise, there was really no point in being quiet anymore. Without so much as a word, Takage and the others sprinted towards the building to begin their part of the mission. The moment they stepped inside, their group was met with the sight of about 20 people either laying passed out on the ground or being held down by one of the police officers. Pretty much anyone that was still conscious was female, which was one of the side effects of the R-rated heroine somnambulist quirk. "Hurry up and get these people outside," one of them already ran up to the second floor. Midnight directed the group. Before anyone could even begin to move, all hell broke loose. There were 2 staircases leading up to the next floor on opposite ends of the warehouse, and both suddenly became overrun with members of the terrorist group armed with pistols already aimed at the heroes. "Open fire, take down these quirky bastards," one of the men on the staircase closest to Takich and Yanagi shouted as everyone pulled the triggers on their weapons. Unfortunately for them, the only thing that they heard were a series of metallic clicks as all of their weapons misfired at the same time. "What the hell, our guns aren't working. Here's a little fact about guns," Ember then said confidently. "They use combustion to fire their bullets, and since my quirk allows me to control fire, I can negate that." Blizzardy, Emily. The 2 girls didn't even hesitate before jumping into action. Takich held out her left arm and pointed it directly at the criminals. Scattershot. In the blink of an eye, the lizard tail splitter user's arm split into 10 pieces and flew at the men closest to her on the staircase. Before they could even react, they were all met with some rather forceful blows to the head, powerful enough to completely knock them off their feet. Will-o-wisps at the same time, Yanagi launched her minidiscs at the rest of the men in a similar fashion, yielding the same results. "Nice job," Ember quickly said. On the other end of the room, the rest of the group were quick to handle the initial wave of men that came down the stairs, with Headshot and Midnight easily knocking them out. But things quickly took a left turn. With no warning, the ceiling above the center of the room suddenly had a hole blasted through it. And just as quickly, what appeared to be a few smoke grenades quickly filled the place with a dense fog. "Shit," someone gasped. "Don't let these assholes get to the top floor," an unidentified voice shouted before a mob of figures dressed in black jumped down through the new opening. "The top floor," Takich thought. "We're too bunched together," another person shouted. In a matter of seconds, what could only be described as an all-out brawl broke out. Due to their already close proximity to one another, Takich and Yanagi went back-to-back and began fighting off anyone that came near them. They didn't have a clear sight of what was going on because of the smoke, but it wasn't dense enough to completely cloud their vision. "Ghosty, on your right." Takich spotted the figure fast enough for the gray-haired teen to use her hover disc as a projectile and launch it directly at their opponent. A loud grunt and thud indicating that they were down for the count. "Lizardy, get above the smoke and give us some eyes." "I'll back up," Emily, Ember demanded just after punching another person in the face. The green-haired girl complied and split her body up above the area to get a better view of what was going on. Down below, she could see Headshot zipping through the far side of the room and piercing the torsos of anyone that he came across, while Midnight was elegantly evading attacks and disarming a group of other opponents. "Aunt Nemu can't use her quirk like this. It's too risky," she quickly surmised. Seeing as she now had the best vantage point of anyone in the room, the girl decided that she needed to help out as many people as she could. Without a second thought, Takich split her body up into 40 pieces and began hitting anyone she could see through the now dissipating smoke. "Headshot, what's going on in there?" Blizzard's voice sounded through the communication device in the hero's ear. Things were getting loud and small spurts of gunfire could be heard every now and then. "We're being overrun." They filled the whole bottom floor with smoke. "We're moving," and she instantly replied. The moment she said that, the POS system in the building activated. "We've been surrounded. Heroes have taken the bottom floor. Do not let these quirky bastards foil our plans." Change of plans, were going up the staircase. "Emily, Lizardy, let's move," Ember announced while sprinting towards objective. The 2 teenagers quickly followed suit along with some nearby officers who just finished fighting off some more members. Outside the building, the voice of Hawks radioed to Snatch and the 3rd team. "Hey, we got movement 200 meters to your 4 o'clock. Everyone turned around to see that sure enough a small group of people were sprinting towards a smaller warehouse not too far away from them. "There's more of them. What the hell, where were they hiding?" the lipless teen thought. "Tsukayomi, Mudman, and you 4, let's move. The rest of you stay here and watch the area," the sand hero ordered the students and some of the other members of his group. Takoyami covered himself in his dark shadow and leapt down from the platform that he was standing on to join the others. It took all of a few seconds for them to meet the small group head-on, and Honuki wasted no time in turning the ground under them into quicksand. "What the hell?" one of the members shrieked. "Heroes," another pointed in their direction. The now sinking derelict members fumbled with their waistbands to grab their weapons, but Takoyami was fast enough to engage them before they had a chance to get themselves in order. "You got more moving from the other direction," Hawks announced. "I'll take care of them. You worry about getting these guys under control." Back with the main group, Blizzard and Midoriya bursted through an open window on the 2nd floor to back up the others. Immediately upon entering the room, they encountered a group of criminals moving through the hallway. "It's Blizzard. Push!" the green-haired heroine shouted before sending everyone in front of her flying into a nearby wall. "Skywalker, take care of the next room." "Got it." Midoriya complied, stepping through the adjacent doorway and replicating his pseudo-sister's action from earlier by forcing another 2 people into the back wall, knocking them out instantly. "Headshot, me and Skywalker are on the 2nd floor. We're going on ahead. Be careful, there's something pretty important on the top floor that they don't want us to get to. You might meet more resistance up there." With that, Blizzard took a brief moment to think about their next move. It was a safe bet to assume that Rogue was probably on the 4th floor, along with whatever it was that these terrorists didn't want them to get so badly. She wanted to support Ember and the others, but her and Midoriya would be quicker if they just went straight for the top. Although she agreed that working their way up was an easier way to organize their movements, an attack on two fronts would back these guys into a corner. She then glanced over at Midoriya, who took the liberty of wrapping a nearby pipe around the now subdued criminals, and decided that the two of them would be more than enough to handle this. Ember, we're heading straight to the top floor. Do you think your team can handle working your way up and then meet up on the third? No problem, boss. Go make it happen, the flame control user replied. That was all that the woman needed before her and Midoriya jumped out the nearby window and flew up to the top of the building. Things slowed down considerably as the second team bounced from room to finish clearing out the second floor. They met a good amount of opponents during that time, but with Ember negating the effects of their guns, Takagi and Yanagi were able to take down people pretty easily. The green-haired girl couldn't help but wonder that this entire operation was going a bit too smoothly. Sure, it wasn't a walk in the park, but something in the back of her mind couldn't help but feel weird about this. Derelicta was supposed to have around 80 members in their group, but so far they had only encountered at most 40 of them in total. She wasn't aware of what was going on outside, yet the lack of manpower here was concerning. With the second floor now cleared, the group stacked up along the wall next to the staircase leading up to the third. Takagi detached one of her eyes and set it ahead to scout out the area. This floor had a lot more open space compared to the last one, and the girl could see a group of people hiding in the corners next to some pillars waiting to strike. There's 10 of them from what I can see, the girl stated. It's an open space, with one connecting hallway. Headshot and Midnight just finished up the first floor. They're moving up the other end of the building right now. So what's the plan? Yanagi asked nervously. She had been doing okay so far, but there were more than a few close calls for her up until this point. Thankfully, Takagi had her back. We need to draw them out, one of the officers in front of her said. I have 2 flashbangs left. We can use that to disorient them. That will only buy us a few seconds though. Another followed up. I'm pretty sure that I can handle the guys on the back wall. I'm fast enough to get to them, Takagi suggested. Ember took a moment to consider their options. She herself could only take on one person at a time depending on how spread out they were, but they needed to move as a unit to limit any chance of getting blindsided. We'll use the flashbang first to mess them up. Once it goes off, Lizardy will go to the far end of the room and deal with whoever is back there. The rest of us will rush the staircase and take out whoever is left. Everyone nodded as the group repositioned themselves accordingly, with the officer holding the flashbang at the front. Takagi immediately split herself up and Yanagi put her hover disc in front of her to act as a makeshift shield. With one final thumbs up, the man moved up the stairwell and chucked the device through the doorway. Oh, flash gree, bang. Despite the almost ear-splitting sound that came from the device, Takagi flew through the door and launched herself at everyone she could see, which were 5 people near the hallway. And with their window of opportunity now wide open, the rest of the group charged in and began taking down the others who were still doubled over in pain. Back with Midoriya and Blizzard, the two found a large window on the northern side of the building. The woman peeked through to see a small, dimly lit room with 3 people huddled over a table and 2 more posted up next to the doorway. One woman appeared to be talking on her cell phone while the other 2 men shuffled through some boxes. Looks like we found the guys in charge, the psychokinetic heroine surmised before turning to her partner. On 3, we rush in and take down everyone inside. There's only 5 of them, so it will be easy to handle. They won't see us coming. Got it, the boy replied in a hushed tone. Down below, Midoriya spotted some wooden pallets and levitated them towards him. With the element of surprise on their side, this would prove to be enough of a diversion to help them out. With her fingers, Blizzard gave him the signal and Midoriya threw the wooden pallets through the window before she immediately went inside. Oh, the woman on the phone shouted only a split second before receiving a flying kick to the face courtesy of Blizzard's left foot. What happened next was a rather impressive display of power from the young telekinesis user. Midoriya took control of all the other members in the room and forced them all together in one spot, then proceeded to throw them against the wall. To be perfectly honest, the green-haired boy wasn't a fan of using his quirk on others in this fashion, but this was the most effective way to subdue them with little resistance. Damn you, the woman shouted at them while trying to stand up, only to be brought back down to the ground by Blizzard's quirk. Don't bother resisting now, where's your boss? Which one of you is rogue? Not here, you quirky. What? You really think we didn't catch on to your little plan? We knew you people were coming here ahead of time. The quirkless woman continued. That was more than enough to shock the 2 greenettes. These people already knew they were coming, how their mission was kept a secret. Did someone tip them off? Who? These were all the thoughts that immediately flooded Midoriya's mind. But there was something else to this. If they already knew that they were going to be raided, then why did they bother still having their group meet up like this? It didn't make any sense. Suddenly, the metaphorical light bulb went off over the boy's head. Your diversion. Real ingenious this one is, how one of the men laughed confidently. What's going on? Where's your boss and what's your plan? Blizzard demanded impatiently. Burn in hell with you and the rest of your kind, hero. The woman turned her head in disgust. Seeing as they probably didn't have enough time for an interrogation, Blizzard chose to hold them in place. By sheer luck, there was a metal shelf close to her, so she used her quirk to quickly break it apart to bind the hands and feet of everyone present to keep them from moving. Blizzard, come look at this. Midoriya then caught her attention. The woman turned around to see him looking down at the table. What's wrong? She asked, taking a gander down at the object. On it was a map of the Tokyo metropolitan area, complete with roadways, train lines, and everything. But there was one thing that stood out to her the most, and that was the 3 locations that were circled in red marker: the Tokyo Skytree, Shibuya Station, and the Ginza Shopping District. Midoriya looked over the map some more, trying to figure out why those places in particular were highlighted. He then noticed something else at the top of the map, a date and time. More specifically, today's date, with the time written on them being 1 a.m., which was only about 40 minutes away if the clock on the nearby wall was correct. Suddenly the realization hit him. These weren't just random places, these were targets. Targets that were famous in well-populated areas. It was a Saturday night, meaning that a number of people would be out and about, especially in these areas. Blizzard seemed to make the same connection in her head and turned her focus back to the group of criminals. "Were you planning what's going to happen at 1 a.m.? She demanded. "Why don't you use that powerful quirk of yours to make us talk?" one of them said smugly. "That's what people like you do usually do to us, right?" Midoriya wanted to say something to counter that statement, but he quickly remembered who he was dealing with. These people were radicals, already so far gone that any explanation on how they weren't those types of people would have been an exercise in futility. Just before they could ask another question, the entire building shook. Boom. A few minutes earlier, it took the second team barely a minute to subdue the remaining members on their half of the floor. Just like before, their temporary victory had been a bit too easy for Take's liking. But she wasn't the type of person to look a gift horse in the mouth. "Ember, you guys over there," the voice of Midnight shouted from beyond the doorway dividing the 2 halves of the floor. "Yeah, we have this half handled. What about you?" "We're good." Edshot was the one to reply. With the 3rd floor now effectively cleared, all that was left was the top. From what they knew, Midoriya and Blizzard were already up there, and with those it was only a matter of time before they would all be able to meet up again. Take had no clue how long they had been inside the warehouse. In her mind it only seemed like a few minutes, but maybe that was just all the adrenaline pumping through her system. Midnight, the green-haired girl, then shouted, "Sets Lizardy, are you okay?" "I'm fine. What about you?" "A couple of bruises, but I'm all good," the R-rated heroine reassured her. For whatever reason, Take felt the need to see the woman with her own eyes. She was more than a bit worried about her potential future stepmom, especially after the chaos that happened on the 1st floor. So now was as good a time as any to do that. "I'll be right back," she said towards her group, not waiting for a response. "Be quick," one of the officers simply responded. The group watched as Take passed through the doorway, but at that moment, Ember noticed something. The second the girl's foot passed beyond the boundary, a light suddenly flickered. It was then that the flame control user spotted a small black box on the ceiling. In the span of about half a second, she was able to put 2 and 2 together. A wall charge. The part-time firefighter's feet began moving towards Take before her mind could process what was going on. "Take, watch out." What happened next was a complete blur. A loud boom, a flash of light, an intense heat, and the feeling of the ground underneath their feet violently shaking. In an instant, everyone close by was thrown back by the shockwave. "Ugh!" what the Take groaned out as she quickly tried to reorient herself. A moment ago, she was standing on her feet, but now she was laying on the ground with an unfamiliar weight on her chest. Her ears were ringing, and there was a weird throbbing sensation on the left side of her head. The green-haired girl opened her eyes to get a better view of her surroundings, and when she did, her heart almost stopped. Laying on top of her was Ember, but there was a lot more to it than that. From where she was positioned, Take could see that the entirety of the woman's back was now covered in what appeared to be 3rd-degree burns. Her clothes and hair were completely singed and there was smoke emanating from her body. "Ember," the girl shouted as she immediately readjusted her body to support her weight. "That was a close one," the flame control user said weakly. "A split second later and I wouldn't have been able to limit the flames." Instantly Take's mind became static. That was it. That could have been it for her. She didn't even notice whatever it was that went off before moving through the doorway. But if it wasn't for Ember jumping to her rescue, she would have been done for. A million things were flying through her head right now as she tried to rationalize the sight before. Ember quite literally just saved her life. Not only hers, but everyone in the room. "No, Setsuna, are you the girl?" didn't even register Midnight before the black-haired woman was right next to her. From the R-rated heroine's perspective, the first thing she noticed were the injuries to Ember's backside. But not only that, the entire left side of her niece's head was singed. Even her hair had been burned off. "Is everyone all right?" Edshot shouted as he also approached the scene. "I'm fine," Yanagi groaned out after peeling herself off the nearby wall, as well as all the other officers. Ember, come on, talk to me," the green-haired teen began shouting at her savior. This was too much. Injuries like this were way too much for her handle. Even her basic knowledge of first aid was practically useless in this situation. "Those injuries are serious," the masked hero commented. "We need to get her out of here." The group began scrambling to get themselves together after the blast, but that was the last thing on Take's mind right now. With these injuries, moving the woman recklessly was too much of a risk. "I can use my quirk to safely move her outside, but that's not enough," she thought to herself. As if on cue, 2 figures came flying through the newly blasted hole in the roof, those being Midoriya and Blizzard. "Is everyone all right down?" Osanachin, the psychokinesis user, shouted upon seeing the state that her agency partner was in. quickly rushing to her side. What happened? Midoriya followed up, trying to get a good assessment of the situation. My fault, Takage said in a low tone. This is my fault, she repeated. The look on his girlfriend's face was one that sent a chill down Midoriya's spine. He had never seen that kind of expression from Takage before. Before anyone could say a word, Blizzard took command of the situation. There was a lot on her mind right now with the information that her and Midoriya just learned. And with the injury to Ember, time was of the essence. Everyone go outside and regroup. Skywalker, take care of Ember and get her back to Watanabe's vehicle. Be careful not to move her too much. I'll head back up to the top floor and grab the people up there. The rest of you take these bastards outside and prepare to move. Our job isn't done yet. Midoriya hesitated for a brief moment before using his quirk to grab a hold of both Ember and Takage. The latter looked as if she didn't even hear a word of what their mentor just said. His instincts were telling him that he needed to comfort her to some degree, but that was going to have to take a back seat. Yanagi and Midnight also noticed this, but they decided to leave it to Midoriya for the moment. In a matter of minutes, the majority of the raid team was back outside and putting all of the detained criminals up against a wall. Surprisingly, the only casualty they had suffered so far was Ember, but that was still far more than what they would have liked. Ember, come on, the green-haired girl repeated for the fourth time. Ever since being moved outside, she hadn't left the woman's side for a second. Takage had never really felt guilt before, aside from the situation back at the camp. But right now that was the only emotion going through her head. One of the detectives went to grab a first aid kit. Midoriya told her while keeping the woman's body stabilized above the ground as best he could. He was also concerned about the burn to the left side of his girlfriend's face, but she seemed to be perfectly fine at the moment. Lizardy, the flame control user, said weakly after finally opening her eyes. Yeah, I'm here. The girl grabbed her hand. You're alright, thank goodness. Ember, I'm sorry too, should have been paying more attention. Don't cough, don't worry about it. Ember, try to relax. Midoriya then said. Your injuries, don't try and move right now. The woman gave a slight nod in his direction before turning her head back towards Takage. At least now her vision was starting to clear up a bit. Your face. Her tone sounded concerned. I'm fine, it'll heal up, she reassured her. The black-haired woman paused for a second as she seemed to think about her next words. Her mouth briefly opened before closing, and then mustered up the strength to open it once more. I guess I was finally able to repay the debt I owed your mom. With the girl visibly paused. What was she talking about? Why did the woman suddenly mention her mother? Did she know her? No, that was impossible. Ember was only a few years older than her, probably around the same age as Nano. Was she delirious? That had to be it. She definitely just lost a lot of. Listen, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Just make sure that you get the job done. She then turned back over to Midoriya. Thanks, Greenbean, for helping me out like this. You're gonna be fine, I promise, was all he could really say. A few seconds later, a team of detectives and officers carrying a first aid kit and a stretcher came and started treating the woman's injuries. All the two Greenettes could do was stand by and watch as she was transported away toward the main vehicle. Setsuna Midoriya then turned to the girl who looked as if she was about to cry. I'm fine, she said rather unconvincingly. We need to help out the others. The boy took a moment to simply stare at her before deciding to just take her at her word. They would have more than enough time to talk about this later. Right now, there was another issue to handle. Just then, the rest of the team along with Hawks and Detective Watanabe came sprinting down the pathway in between the buildings. Everyone, we have a situation. What's wrong? Edgeshot called out. This whole thing was a damn diversion, Snatch replied. What? Blizzard, who just arrived after securing the rest of the captives, decided to fill in the blanks. He's right. Me and Skywalker found out right before that last explosion. They knew that we were coming ahead of time. How? Yanagi questioned. No clue. Doesn't matter. Hawks interjected. We just got done interrogating a few of the guys that were trying to make a break for it. Apparently their job was to keep us here while the rest of their group carried out Phase 2 of their plan. Phase 2? They wouldn't tell us what it was though. The lipless teen clicked his teeth. We know what it is, Midoriya suddenly announced. Tell us. The green-haired boy spent the next few seconds explaining what him and Blizzard had found in that room on the top floor. The map, the writing on it, everything. As they listened on, the others wasted no time in filling in the missing pieces. We have to put a citywide alert on the HN, Midnight stated. All of the places mentioned were densely populated areas, and since it was Saturday night, they were sure to be filled with people right about now. There's another thing, Watanabe continued. We just got word that a train heading for Shibuya Station was hijacked. There are civilians on board that have been taken hostage. Alright, here's the plan, Blizzard announced. We have about 25 minutes left to work with before all hell breaks loose. Me, Skywalker, and Emily will go intercept the train before it reaches the station. Hawks, Tsukaimi, and Lizardy will head to the Skytree and handle the situation over there. And Mudman, Snatch, Edgeshot, and Midnight will head over to the Ginza shopping district. We'll take a couple of cars over to the shopping district since that will be faster. The rest of you will have to travel by air. I'll put out a police alert along the way. That's fine. The rest nodded. Evacuation and capture is top priority. The minute you see something wrong, take care of it. There's no room for error. Yes, sir. Hawks then made his way over to Takoyami and Takage. I'll carry you guys over there with my feathers. I'm the fastest and you need to save your energy. Right. The two nodded. With that, the group immediately split up and went their separate ways. Midoriya and Takagi shared a brief glance with one another, a wordless gesture that practically screamed be careful based on the look in their eyes. As much as they would have loved to break from all the chaos, time was money right now, and a lot of lives were at stake. We're gonna have to kick it into high gear for this one. Blizzard looked to the dynamic duo of 1B. There's no time to wait up. We'll be fine, Yanagi answered as they all zoomed through the air in the direction of the train station. With everything that was going, there was only one thought on Midoriya's mind right now. This is going to come down to the wire. Tokyo Skytree. Thanks to Hawks, the bird-themed hero along with Takagi and Takoyami were able to reach the Tokyo Skytree in almost record time. Once they were at the tower, they took a moment to assess the situation. The streets below were being evacuated and there was a large number of police blocking off the area surrounding the building. What's the situation? Hawks calmly asked the police lieutenant who was busy directing everyone on the ground. We were somehow able to clear out everyone in the surrounding area and the bottom section of the building. But these terrorist fellows have the observation deck completely locked down. We sent a team up there a few minutes ago but they got taken down and are also being held captive. I see. Damn it. Takagi clicked her teeth. The situation was not good at all. She had no clue how many people were trapped inside the observation deck, but she knew that the place could hold up to 2,000 people. We checked the security cameras and there's only about 80 people inside from what we could see. That's including the team that we sent up there. The lieutenant continued. The explosives? Takoyami then asked. The police officer's face shifted to a dark expression before answering. They're placed all over the building. We've only located 2 stashes so far, and they have timers on them. What about backup? Best Jeanist and Kamui Woods are on the way, but they're still about 10 minutes out. That made this situation even worse. They only had about 15 minutes left before the bombs were set to go off, and it wasn't like they had time to wait around for any other heroes to arrive. Seeing as there were no other options, Hawks turned towards the students. All right, here's the plan. He began. It's on us to take care of this. We won't be able to stop those bombs, so all we can do is subdue the criminals and get those hostages out of there. I know what Takoyami-kun is capable of, but do you think that you'll be able to scoop people up out of there while I serve as a diversion? You can count on me, Takagi said confidently. With as much as she has been training, there was little doubt in her mind that she could get everyone to safety. All right, we're only gonna have one shot at this, so let's make it count. Yes, sir. Black Fallen Angel Takoyami shouted as he summoned Dark Shadow and formed it around his body to create a pair of wings on his back. While at the same time, Takagi split her body up into 10 pieces. With no hesitation, the 3 flew straight up to the observation deck. Once they had a good view of what was going on inside, they could see all of the hostages on their knees with multiple men dressed in black walking around the floor. Hawks wasted no time in getting their attention by crashing through the far side of the building and immediately sent his feathers around the room. The derelict members were obviously stunned by this, but recovered fast enough to open fire on him. Takagi and Takoyami shouted as the 2 of them crashed through the window on the opposite side. Got it, heroes, one of the women said with a wobbly smile on her face. Under normal circumstances, Takagi would have taken the time to make some sort of cheesy comment about being here to save the day. But now was not the time for that. Instead, the girl went right into action by splitting her body up even further and using her pieces to grab as many people she could. Once she had a firm grasp of about 25 hostages, she carried them all out of the building and dropped them back onto the ground. Sorry for the rough landing. Hurry up and get to safety, she apologized without even waiting for a response. The moment she returned to the observation deck, she was met with the sight of Takoyami using his quirk to cause as much chaos as he could for the derelict members. He was using Dark Shadow to smack away people left and right, all while using the Shadow Spirit to shield himself from gunfire. Birdman sure knows how to hold his own. But I already knew that after what happened back at the camp. Seeing as the biggest problem right now was dealing with the members, the green-haired girl jumped into the battle. Scale Storm, she announced while using her super move to surround the group of men closest to the elevator. The next few minutes were all but one giant blur as the girl constantly used her quirk to avoid getting shot, which was a lot easier said than done. Unfortunately, that's when things took a turn for the worst. Across the room, behind one of the pillars, Takagi caught a glimpse of a derelict member taking aim at her classmate. Takoyami, behind you, she tried to warn him. Why, have a load of this, you quirky bastard, the man shouted. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed throughout the area and the first thing Takagi saw was Takoyami hit the ground, followed by Dark Shadow immediately disappearing. The girl instantly abandoned what she was doing and sent every available piece that she had flying towards the man, assaulting with an absolutely devastating barrage of fury. Once the man was out cold, the girl put herself back together and rushed over to the boy's side. Takoyami, I'm fine. The boy grimaced. It was only my arm. Damn it, she cursed. This may have only been a temporary thing, but now that Takoyami was out of commission, they just lost most of their firepower. The girl looked up across the room to see that Hawks was still flying around while trying to avoid getting hit himself. She had no clue how much time was left before things were to go belly up, but they needed to handle this now and get everyone to safety. However, the girl realized that she now had a small window of opportunity. Pretty much all of the members in their half of the observation deck were already dealt with thanks to the bird-headed boy, and the rest were too preoccupied with Hawks to even notice what had happened. With this, the lizard tail splitter user decided that now was the time to make her move. She sprinted towards the battle at full speed before separating herself and taking aim at every one of the men and women who still had yet to notice her approach. Scattershot. In a wild twist of events, instead of aiming at their heads, Takage chose the more questionable route and flung her pieces full force into the groins of every last one of the members. They all let out a series of pain groans and coughs before Hawks took the opportunity to finish them off. Using his feathers, he sent them all into a nearby pillar and knocked most of them out. Thanks Lizardy, he was getting kind of dodgy there for a second. The Suntob number 2 hero thanked her. You damn bastards, one of the women grunted out. It doesn't matter what happens, you still won't be able to stop us from succeeding her today. Oh, is that right? The girl shot back. You only have about a minute before this whole tower comes crashing down, idiots. Everyone looked at the large, digital clock on the nearby wall to see that the quirkless woman was indeed telling the truth. Wait, that much time already passed? How they couldn't have been fighting for more than a few minutes. Maybe all the adrenaline rushing through their systems was enough to distract them. Get everyone the hell out of here, Hawk shouted before activating his fierce wing and scooping up most of the remaining hostages and unconscious derelict members in the observation deck. Of course, Takage was impressed by the sheer range and control the blonde-haired man had over his quirk, especially since it was like hers, but on a completely different level. But she had to push those thoughts to the side for now. The girl dashed across the room and scooped the remaining hostages along with Takoyami before flying through the previously created hole in the glass window. I'm sorry, Takage-san. I wish not to be a burden on you, the raven-headed teen said. Make it up to me later, let's just get the hell out of here. Once everyone was outside the building, they kept moving as far away as they could as fast as they could. If there was one thing that Takage had going for her, it was her speed. And speed is exactly what saved her and everyone else's asses when the bombs inside the building finally went off. Boom. The ensuing shockwave was enough to rattle the bones in her body and make her momentarily lose focus on what she was doing. But not enough to where she would let go of the hostages, even with the ridiculous amount of yelling and fidgeting everyone was doing. The girl turned her floating head around to see the entire tower collapsing and her heart practically dropped into her stomach. We made it just in time. She breathed out a momentary sigh of relief. It was obvious to Takage that the chaos of this night was going to be the topic of conversation for a very long time. But right now, she chose to think about that later. She just hoped that everyone else in their group was okay. Railway near Shibuya Station. It took roughly 5 minutes for Midoriya, Yanagi, and Blizzard to catch up to the train that was heading for Shibuya Station. They had a little over 15 minutes to take down the derelict members, evacuate the hostages, and find a way to stop the train before all hell broke loose. And needless to say, that was a tall order for such a short window of time. It was safe to assume that there was a bomb planted somewhere on the train, but where it might be was a complete mystery to the telekinetic trio. The first thing Blizzard did was do a quick flyby outside of the vehicle to assess the situation before returning to the other two. They have 14 members total from what I can tell, roughly 2 in each car, but I couldn't see inside the front. What about civilians? Midoriya asked. Around 30. So what's the plan? Yanagi questioned. Blizzard took a brief second to weigh their options before deciding on what the best course of action for them. The hostages inside were top priority, but they needed to deal with the villains first. Okay, here's how we'll play it. We're going to go car by car starting from the back. They may be armed, but we have the advantage in firepower. I'll take point and deal with them while you two get the people out of there. We don't have enough time, so just drop them off on the side of the railway for now. I can move most of the people on my own. Ryukasan, can you watch my back? Midoriya turned his head towards the gray-haired teen. You can count on me. All right, let's make this happen. Like they planned, the trio pulled back a bit and placed themselves on opposite sides of the rear train car next to the doors. Inside, they could see everyone crouched down on the ground with their hands over their heads. Somehow they hadn't been spotted yet, which was going to work to their advantage perfectly. Without a moment to waste, Blizzard used her quirk to force the door open and instantly flew towards the 2 criminals inside, forcing them to the ground before they even knew what was happening. A hero, what the hell? One of the men grimaced. I thought the others were keeping them occupied, the other questioned. Oh my god, is that Blizzard? Thank goodness, a woman cowering on the far side of the car sighed in relief. It was now Midoriya and Yanaga's turn to make their move. After opening the other door, the 2 teenagers quickly flew inside and did their best to reassure the captives. Everything's going to be okay. We're here to help you. We're going to drop you all off outside, the green-haired boy said in a commanding voice. Please wait for the police to arrive after we do so. Yanagi stoically followed up. Everyone seemed to understand the instructions well enough and allowed the trio to evacuate them off the train. Midoriya put all of his previous training to use and levitated the hostages off the ground and began guiding them outside. Luckily, there were only 10 people in this car, so it wasn't too tall of an order for him. And like clockwork, he simply placed them on the ground outside the track before moving on. How many of you are there on this train? Blizzard demanded answers. The 2 criminals simply chose to stay silent instead of responding. which irritated her to no end. Seeing as they didn't feel like cooperating, the green-haired woman ripped one of the poles from the top of the train car off of its housing and wrapped it around them. Alright, let's move on to the next car. Like a well-oiled machine, the trio repeated the same tactic for the next 4 train cars, meeting little to no resistance in the process. Everything was going well, but they still had another 5 cars to move through and only had about 10 minutes left before they would arrive at the station. This is taking too long, Blizzard huffed after knocking out yet another derelict member who refused to talk. Why don't we just split up, Midoriya suggested. We can cover a lot more ground if you take one car while Ryukasan and I take another. Are you sure? The woman replied. She wasn't entirely opposed to the idea, but it was risky. They had been doing a fine enough job so far, and the last thing she wanted to do was risk either of them getting hurt right now. We can handle it, Yanagi reassured her. All Blizzard did was give them a nod before flying out of the doorway. I'll move on 2 cars ahead. Make things quick and meet me up at the front. I didn't get a clear view of the lead car, so I want all of us up there just in case. Got it, the 2 teens told her. Midoriya and Yanagi took a brief moment to adjust their strategy to account for the loss of firepower that they now had. Instead of one person holding the criminals down while the other evacuated the civilians, they would both take down the criminal before moving on. The moment they came up on the next train car, Yanagi released the strap on her belt and levitated her minidiscs around her body in preparation for her attack. Both teens peeked through the nearest window and saw that unlike the previous cars, the 2 criminals inside were standing on opposite ends. I'll take the one on the far side, you handle the one next to the door, Midoriya ordered her. Since he was the faster out of the 2, it only made sense for him to take the one furthest away. Okay. With a quick nod, the green-haired boy forced open the metal door and immediately flew inside the car, breezing past the first member. The criminal just had enough time to recognize this and aim his weapon at the boy, but Yanagi was able to bend her minidiscs around the corner and slam them full force into their head. What the hell? The other member turned around, only to receive a boot to the face courtesy of Midoriya. The impact was strong enough to send him flying back into the wall of the train car and he was down for the count. We're saved, one of the hostages said in a joyous tone. Everyone, please remain calm, Midoriya asked them as calmly as he could at the moment. Did you heroes take care of the bombs yet? An older man with a thick mustache inquired. Bombs? Both teens raised their eyebrows. Bombs with an S, as in plural. These hooligans said that there was a bomb planted in each train car. The elderly man explained. We don't know where they are, but they said that they were set to go off once we reached the station. The 2 teens shared a quick glance with one another upon hearing this information. They knew something like that had to be the case, but to know that each car had explosives in it made the situation a lot more dire. This is bad, Midoriya thought. If every car has explosives in it, we'll need to find a way to remove all of them in time. And we're already cutting it close as it is. Even if one of these things blows, it might destroy the entire train. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Midoriya spotted movement behind Yanagi. The girl was standing in the middle of the train car, but the door connecting it to the other one opened up. Are you the derelict? A member shouted upon seeing the situation in front of her. The woman didn't even hesitate to aim her weapon at the girl. Midoriya's body practically moved on its own and the boy was somehow able to close the distance between him and Yanagi and put himself in front of the girl, who was a little bit too slow to react. Bang! The sound of 2 gunshots echoed through the car, along with a few screams from the bystanders. The only thing Yanagi caught in her peripheral field of vision was Midoriya falling to the ground. Her eyes then darted upwards to see the person holding the gun in front of the door. The world around her seemed to slow down and the gray-haired girl instantly felt her emotions flare up at the sight in front of her. Izuku-kun. The girl threw all caution to the wind and sent her hoverdisk flying towards the criminal at lightning speed, making instant contact with her chest with enough force to leave no doubt that she was down for the count. The next thing she did was use her quirk to bring all of the criminals' weapons towards her and then sent them flying out of the train car door. Izuku-kun, the poltergeist user, quickly dropped to her knees to check on her friend, but her heart stopped once she turned him over. One bullet was lodged in the center of Midoriya's vest while the other was dangerously close to his eye. But these didn't look like any ordinary bullets that she was aware of. They looked more akin to darts than anything else. Not these are those quirk bullets. Ugh, Midoriya groaned, letting the girl know that he was conscious at the very least. Izuku-kun, are you okay? She asked in a frantic tone of voice. I'm fine. What about you? He quickly replied, more concerned about her safety than his own. The only reason he might be conscious right now is because his helmet absorbed most of the impact. He quickly made a mental note to send Hatsum a birthday present for doing such a good job on his support item. I'm fine, but Izuku-kun, try to use your quirk. What? Your quirk? The girl repeated while removing the helmet off of his head. By some miracle, his face didn't have a single scratch on it. But that was only one of her main concerns right now. These are the quirk bullets that the detective told us about. The boy looked down at the one still lodged in his vest and immediately felt a sense of dread wash over his body. Did he just lose his quirk? He felt perfectly fine, but that wasn't enough to reassure his nerves at the moment. Midoriya quickly looked around and then noticed a small bag next to one of the hostages on the ground. He instantly tried to activate his power, and by the grace of the universe, it lifted up off the ground just as he had hoped. I'm good. I can still use my quirk, he told her with a slight sigh, much to Yanaga's own relief. To be perfectly honest, she didn't know what they were going to do if the boy suddenly lost his powers. Even if it was temporary, it would have too much of a problem to deal with right now, especially by herself. We need to hurry up and get these guys out of here. We have to meet back up with One-Ichan. All Yanagi could do was nod at the boy and do as he said. She had no clue how he could be so casual about getting shot, but they would need to save that conversation for later. After finally securing the criminals and removing everyone off the train car, the telekinetic duo proceeded to make their way through the rest. Apparently, Blizzard had already taken care of most of them, so they only needed to deal with one more by themselves. With about 5 minutes left to spare, the trio finally met back up on top of the lead car, and with a quick peek inside, they could see that the situation there was a lot worse than all of the others. Damn it, there's 5 of them in there. Blizzard clicked her teeth. On top of that, the train conductor was passed out on the ground surrounded by a not-so-subtle amount of "What do we do?" Yanagi looked to their mentor. "We'll have to play this a bit differently than the other cars. I have a plan," Midoriya then suggested. "What is it?" "I'll use Palace of Inertia to freeze everyone inside. But if you do that, then won't we be unable to move?" "Actually, that's not the case," Yanagi told Blizzard. "What? We don't really know why, but I'm able to use my quirk even if Izuku-kun uses that move." It was something the 2 students found out during one of their earlier training sessions last week. For some reason, Yanagi was able to use her quirk freely when trapped inside of Midoriya's super move, and the same also applied the other way around. The only exception was that Midoriya could move his body when he used his quirk on himself while she could only manipulate objects. The boy theorized that it had something to do with psycho waves, but they were never able to figure it out completely. Once again, Blizzard thought about it. But since they were now on a time crunch, she just had to trust her 2 pupils. She could see the train station rapidly approaching in the distance, and now was not the time to rethink their strategy. "All right, we have one chance at this. Izuku, you go first and use that move of yours. All we'll need is a few seconds." Without so much as a word, the boy flew towards the door and used his power to pull it off its hinges, creating enough of a distraction to catch the criminals off guard. Shit, they already made it this far. Shoot that quirky bastard. Palace of Inertia. Everything seemed to freeze inside of the train car, and that was all that the other 2 needed to make their move. Upon entering, Blizzard felt like the air around her was frozen in ice. But since she was using her quirk on herself, she was able to move with only a slight bit of resistance than normal. "I guess our quirks cancel each other out like this," she surmised. The woman instantly ripped the guns of the criminals' hands and forced them to the ground, giving Midoriya the chance to release his quirk. "Don't bother trying to put up a fight," Blizzard shouted. "Your weapons are gone and you're outmatched." "Is that so? How do we disable the bombs on the train?" Midoriya followed up with a question of his own. "You don't, you quirky bastard." "What? The bombs have a timer set to blow as soon as we reach the station, which will happen in about 4 minutes, and they'll go off if you try to move them, assuming you can find them all in time." One of the men began laughing almost manically. "Do you realize what you're doing?" Midoriya then shouted. "Do you seriously not even care how many people could die because of this, including yourselves?" Even though the boy could understand where they were coming from, it baffled him how they thought that this was any way to solve their problems with the world. "As long as we kill as many quirky bastards like you 2 as possible, then our lives are but a small price to pay in the name of revenge. Try all you might, but I doubt even you 2 are powerful enough to stop this thing from going up in flames." Although Blizzard knew what Midoriya was trying to do, she was far beyond the point of trying to appeal to these people's sense of humanity. Now was not the time to try and reason with them. If that's the way you feel, then so be it. All 5 derelict members were instantly forced together before the woman wrapped one of the metal pipes around them. The trio wasted no time in removing everyone off the train and setting them down on the railway. Yanagi was the first to tend to the train conductor's wounds. Luckily, he was still breathing and they weren't in any fatal areas. "Emily, stay with him and watch over these maniacs. If they try anything, you have my permission to use force." "Got it." "What are we going to do about the train?" Midoriya asked Blizzard in a worried tone. "There's no way to disable the bombs on board in time. We need to get it off the tracks before it reaches the train station." "How are we?" "Izuku, we're gonna have to use overdrive. It's our only chance." Midoriya paused momentarily as he absorbed his sister's words. He'll admit that they might have a shot at handling this if they used that technique. But even with the 2 of them together, would moving that train be possible? Furthermore, the backlash from it would be serious. If there were more derelict members around somewhere, they'd be done for. The boy glanced towards the train, which was getting further and further ahead of them with each passing second. As much as he hated to admit it, they had no other options. "Yeah, you were right. Emily, stay here and keep an eye out on everyone. Backup should be on the way soon." Blizzard then told the girl. "Understood. Use this to help with the train conductor's injuries." Midoriya then removed his black overcoat and handed it to the girl so that she could use it as some sort of makeshift bandage. All he was left in now was the base layer of his hero costume. With no time left, both Midoriya and Blizzard took in a deep breath before activating their quirks and forcing as much power out as possible. It was similar to riding a bike. Once you do it the first time, repeating the process was relatively easy. Overdrive. A wave of telekinetic power surged through the area before the 2 were finally ready to go. Yanagi and the others gazed upon their appearance to see 2 sets of glowing green eyes and floating hair. the telltale sign that they were now at maximum power. The girl couldn't help but liken it to one of those old-era animes that she used to binge-watch as a kid. "Let's go," is all Blizzard said before the two greenettes blasted off down the railway in the direction of the train, leaving Yanagi to take care of the rest. 10 cars in total, each weighing roughly 30 tons or more. No matter how you split it, it's the most I've ever tried to lift at one time, Blizzard thought to herself and then turned towards her brother. "We're only going to have one shot at this, so we need to make it count. We have about a minute before we reach the station." "Understood," Midoriya nodded. Once the two were right above the center car of the train, it was now time for them to go to work. Using all of their might, the pseudo-siblings began pulling the vehicle upwards. On the initial push, they felt a good amount of resistance, but it was clear to them that moving all of it in one mass was possible. 30 seconds. "Come on, Izuku, give it all you got," the woman yelled at the top of her lungs. "And RGH, I know." The next attempt proved to be more fruitful as the two were able to get the vehicle off the railway, bringing it up higher and higher with each passing second. But that was only part one of this reckless-ass plan of theirs. The next was the most crucial. With every available ounce of strength at their disposal, the two greenettes rocketed further and further into the night sky, high enough for everyone in the surrounding area to bear witness to this feat of strength, all while carrying the train above them. By a rough estimate, they were already a good 2 kilometers above the ground. They were actually able to do it. Yanagi stood in awe from where she was still standing on the railway, something like could only be done by the two of them. She doubted that Tornado herself could even pull this off without help. "We need to get higher," Midoriya grimaced. His head was already pounding and his eyes were burning. 10 seconds left. "We're gonna have to throw it. Just launch it as far as you can." The two did exactly that and sent the train rocketing upwards at ridiculous speed. At this point, the both of them had a steady stream of leaking from their noses. Their eyes were red, the veins were beginning to pop out of their faces, and it felt like their brains were playing pinball inside their skulls. 5 seconds, the woman shouted in a wide tone. Arg! The horrid wailing from Midoriya's mouth echoed throughout the sky, sweat now pouring down his freckled face. Boom! A flash of light followed by a shockwave that would be enough to rattle even the sturdiest of buildings shook the area. Even the crowds of bystanders and onlookers on the ground had to brace themselves for safety. It only took a few seconds for the explosion to finally dissipate. But once it did, all that was left were a few small pieces of debris falling to the earth below. Nothing large enough to cause any serious damage. "Wemedate," Midoriya huffed out. His body felt absolutely drained and his vision was beginning to fade in and out. "Yabitheskin of our teeth." That was the last thing either one of them were able to say before passing out. They had certainly overdid with that little stunt of theirs, and now they didn't even have the energy to keep themselves awake. As the two began falling to the earth, the onlookers close enough to get a good view of the action began yelling in horror. Thankfully, someone was able to get to them in time before they hit the ground. Will-o-wisps, Yanaga's Minitists buried themselves in Midoriya and Blizzard's clothing, the girl being just fast enough to catch up to them. "They're both out cold," she said to herself, finally noticing the state that they were in. She knew that overdrive was one of those last resort types of techniques, only to be used in an emergency. But seeing how ragged the two looked didn't ease her nerves at all. Once they were safely on the ground, the gray-haired teen began checking them. The train conductor was fine since the bullet wounds weren't in any fatal areas, and the derelict members weren't going anywhere anytime soon. In the distance she could hear the sounds of a police helicopter rushing to their location, which meant that help was on the way. "We were able to make it just in time and saved a lot of lives today. Thank goodness." Ginza Shopping District. "Everyone, please remain calm and move in an orderly fashion," Midnight directed the citizens as the evacuation of the Ginza Shopping District was already underway. Like they expected, the streets were full of late-night partygoers and tourists. Thanks to the alert that was put out by the police, all of the nearby heroes and law enforcement agents were quick to begin moving people out of the area. While the police were mainly in charge of crowd control, the heroes and Honuki were scrambling to find where the bomb, or bombs, were located. "Herr Jet, do you see anything yet?" Ed Shot radioed to the Buster hero. "Nothing from what I can see," the man responded while continuing to fly above the streets. Despite the evacuation of the area moving at a decent pace, they were still on a time crunch. At most, they had about 10 minutes left before the clock hit 1. And it was painfully clear to heroes that they were more than likely not going to get everyone to safety in time before the bombs went off. And to make matters worse, there were no signs of any derelict members at all. "Enigma, Mount Lady, how about you guys?" "Nothing yet," a veteran member of Team Idaten stated for both of them as she used her expansion quirk to get a better view of the area. "This area is too big, and we're spread thin enough as it is." As the search continued on, things were starting to look more and more grim for the heroes. They were running out of time and it looked like they wouldn't be able to locate the explosives before it was too late. Honukus in a familiar voice called out to the lipless team. The boy turned around and locked eyes with none other than Achako Uraraka, the brunette girl from 1A who reminded him a bit of Komori. But what he did find the most interesting was the new support item that she was wearing. The best way that he could describe it was a jetpack constructed to look like one of those old-era drones. She was probably using her quirk to help her fly with it. "Uraraka-san, I didn't expect to see you here," Honuki answered back. "I'm doing an overnight shift for my work study. Pretty much all of Team Idaten is here besides Tensei-san." "Makes sense. What are you doing here?" We were doing a raid on the guys who planted the bombs before finding out their main plan. Seriously, the girl raised her eyebrows. She was wondering why Takoyami was so quiet about his work study for the last few weeks. But now it made sense as to why the raven-headed teen was spending so much time with the 1B students. Yeah. After getting the green light from Snatch, the two went off a bit further down the road to see if there were any stragglers left behind. Luckily, most of the main road and the connecting streets had already been cleared. But now they only had about 6 minutes before all hell was sure to break loose. Once they decided to make their way back to the others, the call came in over Honuki's earpiece. "Everyone, we appear to have located the site. It's a parking lot on the northern end of the road," Airjet announced over the communications relay. By sheer luck, Honuki, Uraraka, Snatch, Midnight, and a few other police officers were close enough to the aforementioned parking lot to make it there in less than a minute. And once they did, they found that the situation was much worse than what they expected. The parking lot was filled with numerous black cars with missing license plates on them scattered throughout the area. Out of 30 or so vehicles, 15 of them fit that description, and they were spread out pretty far. Their fears were confirmed when one of the police dogs started going crazy as it passed by each one of them. Shit, the lipless teen clicked his teeth. If each one of these cars is filled with explosives. Uraraka shakily started while looking around. Then this whole area, including the next few blocks, will go up in smoke. Midnight completed her thought. What were they going to do? There was no way that they were going to be able to move all of these in time. Even with Mount Lady and Enigma, it was way too dangerous, especially in such a populated area like the one they were currently in. Right now, the group was regretting not bringing either Blizzard or Midoriya along with them. But even then, there probably wasn't a lot either of them could do. Suddenly, Honuki sprinted past the heroes and police and went straight to the entrance of the parking lot. The lipless teen then placed his hands on the ground and instantly activated his quirk. "Mudman, what are you doing?" Snatch called out to the boy. "I'm gonna sink this entire parking lot," he shouted back. "We can't move these cars in time, so I'll just have to get them as far underground as possible. There's no subway lines in this area, so we should be good." The group paused as they considered the boy's plan. Honuki's quirk could cover quite a large area based on what they had seen in the past, and this parking lot was definitely within his range. But despite that, would he be able to get them far enough underground in time, and how much would that really help in this situation? With no real options left available to them, the group of heroes collectively decided to put their faith in him. "Everyone clear the area, get as far away from here as you can. Gravity, get as many people as you can to safety," Midnight told the brunette student. "Alright," was the girl's quick reply before pressing the switch on her new jetpack and hovering over to the people nearest to her. Now that he didn't have to worry about any bystanders getting caught up in the mess, Honuki began pushing his quirk to the absolute limit of his ability. He much preferred manipulating smaller areas where he could exercise the most control over. But now wasn't the time for complaining. Mariana's Trench. Before their very eyes, everyone watched as the entire parking lot turned into one gigantic pit of quicksand. The cars instantly began sinking into the void along with the nearby streetlights and other various objects. While Uraraka couldn't help but gawk at the display of power. I almost forgot that Honuki-san was a recommended student too. With guys like Midoriya-san and Todoroki-kun, it's easy to forget that he's one of the strongest first-year students. "How much time left?" the boy called out. 2 minutes, Snatch answered, refusing to leave his pupil just in case he needed help. "I need to go deeper." "Come on, Juzo, you can do better than this," the boy mentally motivated himself. The furthest he's ever gone with something like this was 30 meters under the ground. But right now he needed to push far beyond that. With each passing second, he could feel the cars sinking further and further into the mud. Unfortunately for him, his limit stopped at the 100-meter mark. With no more room left to budge, the ashen-skinned teen reversed his quirk and hardened the ground back to its original state. He had no clue whether or not that was a good idea. But the only thing he was concerned with now was getting the hell out of here. "I got you." Uraraka suddenly appeared above him before grabbing both him and Snatch. The second their hands made contact, Honuki felt his body become noticeably lighter than it usually was. He knew about her quirk, the ability to completely nullify an object's gravity. But this was way different than being on the wrong end of Midoriya's telekinesis. As fast as she could, Uraraka hovered over behind a nearby building and everyone braced for the impending blast. 5, 4, 3, 2. Boom! Despite being completely submerged underground, the explosives were still strong enough to blow the outer layer of the parking lot into the sky, and the ensuing debris lodged itself into some of the nearby buildings. But in terms of how bad things could have been, this was a far better alternative. "Mudman, you did it," Snatch said proudly to the boy who looked like he was on the verge of passing out. "I guess that's what they mean by going plus ultra," he said through labored breaths. "Great work." Midnight congratulated him with a pat on the shoulder. She was more than impressed by how well her student handled that. Manipulating an area over 150 meters wide was no small feat. "Thanks," was all Honuki managed to say before falling unconscious, allowing the darkness to overtake his vision. Tokyo University. "Well, Rogate, looks like this grand plan of yours went up in a puff of smoke," the individual known as Nitro said as he watched the live news feed on his computer. "That appears to be the case. However, we will have more opportunities in the future to continue our crusade. Think of this as a minor setback. So what do you plan on doing now?" All of us who went to the Ginza district were able to escape long before the heroes showed up. So for now, me and the remaining members will go into hiding. Smart move. The man known as Nitro nodded. Since we're on the subject, I think it's best that we cut ties here. Things are still going to get pretty hot for you and your group, and I'm not looking to get caught up in that. Consider this the end of our arrangement. I expected as much, the leader of Derelict said in a calm tone, one that made Nitro's skin crawl. But yes, it would be best for us to part ways. I do hope that we can resume business once we reestablish ourselves in the future. Don't count on it, was the last thing Nitro said before pressing the red button on his burner phone, taking the battery out of it and throwing it into the trash can. As the bomb maker turned his attention back to the computer screen, he couldn't help but feel quite a bit of relief at the footage of a certain green-haired boy he knew being carried off to safety. Even with the dye job, he could tell that freckled face from a mile away. I wasn't expecting you of all people to be there, Midoriya-kun. But I'm glad that you were able to make it out alive. The next thing Nitro did was walk over to his bedroom closet and dig out a small white box tucked behind the shelf. He ran his finger over it for a brief moment before opening it up to reveal its contents. Temporary or not, these quirk bullets are way too valuable to not look into, he thought while further inspecting one of the bullets. Once I find out exactly what these things are made of, I'll have no trouble producing them myself. I can't exactly let an opportunity like this slip by me. Suddenly, a knock from the door startled the bomb maker enough to make him fumble the box in his hands. Hey, Anohanakan, are you in there? Are you even awake? An all too familiar voice called out to him. Sorry, just give me a second. The boy slightly stumbled before placing the item back into its casing and shoving it behind the shelf. Once he had everything in order, the bomb maker recomposed himself and went over to answer the door. Nanayasan, what can I do for you? Sasuke Anohana said to his unexpected guest with a kind smile on his face. I'm bored. A slightly red-faced Nanao Takage groaned while draping her arms over the boy's shoulders. The short-haired woman looked a bit wobbly and it was impossible not to smell the alcohol on her breath. Nanayasan, are you drunk? Only a little. She gave him a toothy grin. All my friends are out on the town tonight and need someone to keep me company. I think you need to go to bed. Care to join me? She teased while tracing her fingers on his cheek. I don't think that's a good idea. The quirkless teen madly blushed. Besides, aren't I a little bit too young for you? Only by 3 years and some change. Besides, hiccup, I wouldn't mind cozying up with someone as cute as you. Has anyone ever told you that you have some really pretty eyes? All Anohana could do was let out an awkward sigh. Ever since meeting this girl, Nanao Takage made it a point to come over to his place anytime she was feeling bored. He was glad that the girl was treating him just like any other person and not shunning him because of his quirkless status, which wasn't really something that he was used to. But even he had his limits. I'll let you spend the night here so you can sleep off all the booze you've been drinking. I don't think it's a good idea to let you go wandering around like this. You can sleep on the bed. I've got an extra futon in my closet that I can use. The woman with the short green hair practically deflated and then pouted. Fine, but one of these days I'm gonna get you to fall for my womanly charms. Whatever you say. He gave a quick laugh before guiding her over to his bed. When Midoriya regained consciousness, the first thing that he noticed was the distinctive smell of the ocean breeze assaulting his senses. And upon opening his eyes, all he saw was a clear blue sky with a few fluffy clouds flying overhead. The green-haired boy immediately sat up and tried to get a feel for his surroundings, but was truly baffled by what he saw. Is this Dagoba Beach? He wondered while looking around him. Sand, the ocean, gigantic mounds of trash neatly organized into blocks and pillars. Yeah, there was no doubt about it. This was definitely Dagoba Beach, but why the hell was he here? Hey twerp, up here, a familiar voice called to him from above. The boy quickly upturned his gaze and his eyes blew open at the sight before him. Tatsumaki, who the hell gave you permission to address me by my first name? Brat, the diminutive green-haired woman replied in an annoyed tone. She was floating a good 40 meters in the air above the shoreline in what could only be described as a throne constructed from various pieces of trash from across the beach, giving her an almost regal appearance. Is this another dream? Did I pass out after we stopped the train? Midoriya thought. I assure you, this is no dream. What he responded. Wait, did she just read my mind? Have you seriously not figured this out by now? I am the real Tatsumaki. She began explaining. And this dump that we're currently occupying is something like your mental sanctuary. Okay, if Midoriya wasn't confused before, he definitely was now. What did she mean that this wasn't a dream? He certainly wasn't awake right now. But something about this entire dreamscape of his did feel a bit real. It'll be a while before you regain consciousness after that little stunt you and Fubuki just pulled. But that just gives us more than enough time to handle some long overdue business. What do you mean? He replied. He didn't know why, by something about the aura that the green-haired woman was emanating from her makeshift throne made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. I think it's about time that the two of us have a little chat, Izuku Midoriya. No brat, there's quite a bit that I want to say to you, Tatsumaki said from atop the makeshift throne, her face displaying what can only be described as nothing but contempt and pure annoyance. Wait a second, Midoriya interjected. What's going on here? What did you mean that this isn't a dream? Tatsumaki pinched the bridge of her nose before letting out a rather dramatic sigh, despite knowing full well that she was going to have to give the boy some type of explanation as to the current situation. That didn't stop the woman from being annoyed by it. I'm going to make this as easy to understand as I can. She begrudgingly began. When that all-for-one bastard stole my quirk and transferred it into you, part of my consciousness was retained within it. I have no clue how this happened, so don't bother asking me. But I've been awake inside your mind ever since the first time that you used overdrive. After absorbing those words, Midoriya was more convinced than ever that he was just having some sort of weird dream. There was no possible way that what this figment of his imagination was saying was true. It was impossible. Quirk transfer was one thing, but having that quirk retain the mind of its previous host was a little too far out there for him to believe. To prove this, let me ask you a couple of questions. Okay, the boy nodded skeptically. Over the last couple of months, you've had quite a few mornings where you've woken up feeling exhausted for no real reason, right? Yeah, well that's because I've been using your body every now and then when you fall asleep. It took some getting used to, but after the first few times I got acclimated pretty well. What? You can ask Shibuki about it when you wake up. I told her not to tell you until after we had this talk of ours. I don't believe you. Then how about this? Did you ever wonder about how exactly you came up with Palace of Inertia? Well, the short answer is that you didn't. I'm the one who wrote it down in that notebook of yours. I decided to throw you a bone to see whether or not you could handle it. Midoriya was about to respond to that claim, but hesitated. It was true that the boy had no idea when he even wrote that page down in his notebook, and the writing style was fairly different from his, including the actual handwriting itself. But he always just assumed that it was because he must have been extremely tired when he thought it up. Actually, now that he thought about it, Fubuki's reaction to hearing about his super move was a bit odd, especially since she flat out told him that it was the exact same move that her older sister created before she died. Wait, could she be telling the truth? Of course I am. What reason would I have to lie to a snot-nosed brat like you? It would be a waste of energy. Deciding to just roll with this for now, Midoriya chose to see what exactly this apparent apparition wanted from him, and hopefully he would be able to get some more answers out of her. He'll just have to confirm these claims with Fubuki once he actually woke up. So what did you want to talk about? For starters, I absolutely hate the way that you've been misusing my quirk. What do you mean exactly? He countered. You do realize that you're easily one of the strongest kids in your entire school, right? You may have only had this power for a little over a year, but in terms of ability, you should be way above your classmates. That should be obvious enough with the way that you handled Endeavor's brat and that Bakugo idiot. I wouldn't say all that. A light blush appeared on the boy's face. Please, the green-haired woman scoffed. You're already on psychic level if you ask me, but for some reason you keep limiting yourself. You're supposed to be smart, so I thought that you'd find some more creative uses of psychokinesis by now. But you just keep holding back so you don't show up your classmates. That's not true. I know, you don't want to come off as a show-off, which I guess is fine. But have you ever considered that doing so was disrespectful to your classmates? How would they feel if they found out that you weren't going at 100% each and every time while some of them struggled to keep up? Midoriya was ready to counter the woman's statement, but she continued talking before he could get a word in. It's fine to take other people's feelings into account, but the world of heroics has no place for softness. You've been doing a decent job so far, but I need you to step your game up. Honestly, I blame Fubuki for coddling you so damn much up until this point. Part of Midoriya felt like he just received a backhanded compliment from the woman, and he'll admit that she did have a point. But there was a lot more to it than that. I'm just not that kind of person. I don't want to be like those people who use their quirks as a means to put themselves above others. I understand completely. With how you grew up, it's no wonder you think that way. But try to look at things from the other side of the aisle. You need to start getting even more serious than what you have been. You've been blessed with an S-rank psychokinetic quirk, one that's a game changer in any situation. S-rank, Midoriya queried an eyebrow. It's how we measure quirks like ours. Me, you and Fubuki are all S-rank based on overall strength and ability. That pale girl with the gray hair that you hang around would normally be considered rank, but her level of control puts her in the A-rank category. This was something entirely new to Midoriya. He had never heard of telekinetic quirks being categorized in such a way. From all the research he had done ever since receiving his, the only thing he was able to find was that quirks like his were ranked based on how much weight one was able to manipulate. Tatsumaki let out another annoyed sigh before standing up from her throne and glaring down at Midoriya, a look forcing a sense of dread to wash over the boy's body. All right, I'm through talking to you. It's obvious that I'm going to have to give you a more practical lesson to prove my point. Without any warning, the ground around the two began shaking and Midoriya watched as a ridiculous amount of garbage levitated into the air. But this was only the beginning. Before his very eyes, the pile of trash began reforming, condensing and reshaping until 15 massive spears were aimed directly at him. Gungnir, what the hell is this? He gawked. Was this a super move of hers? He'd never seen Tatsumaki do this in any of the old footage that he could find on the women. If you don't want to get hurt, I suggest that you find a way to dodge this, was the only warning that she decided to give him before sending all 15 metal spears at him. Her tone was cold and almost indifferent. Midoriya reacted by activating his power and flying directly upwards into the sky. But as soon as he did that, the spears changed direction and proceeded to chase him down. They were coming at him so fast that he almost got hit a couple of times in a matter of seconds. His speed has improved, and he thinks well under pressure. But that's not going to be enough. the psychokinesis user thought. You have an opponent who possesses the same skill set as you, but also has you outclassed in terms of experience and skill. What do you think you should do? Deciding not to respond, Midoriya got his bearings in order quickly enough to counter this assault. Palace of inertia, all of the spears instantly stopped midair, giving the boy enough time to take control of them and aim them back at his opponent. It was clear to Midoriya that this wasn't the kind of situation where he could be gentle and bide his time. Instead, he chose to take the offensive before his opponent could have a chance to counter. "Take this," he shouted while redirecting all of the spears right back at the green-haired woman. But something unsettling caught his eye. Instead of easily retaking control of the spears herself, all Tatsumaki did was smirk at him. Psycho Zone Dance of the Mountain Wind. In what could only be described as a masterclass of both grace and style, Tatsumaki effortlessly avoided every last one of the spears, all while keeping her arms folded across her chest. But something was weird about the way she moved. It wasn't just her moving her body out of the way. There was more to it than that. What the hell? Here's a little bit of information, brat. Palace of inertia is only the first step in my ultimate technique, Psycho Zone, the woman explained. With Palace of inertia, you learn to stop movement within a certain radius of your body. But in time, you will be able to take this a step further. By taking it to the next level, you'll be able to control everything within a given area, even the flow of wind. Midoriya was absolutely gobsmacked by what he just heard. There was a move beyond what he already knew. From what he just witnessed, it looked to be something that required an expert level of control over his quirk, something that he couldn't possibly be capable of as he was now. You can even use it offensively, Tatsumaki continued. The woman then raised her left hand and the very air around him grew stiff. Psycho Zone Hellstorm Towering Tornado. Instantly, every single piece of garbage and sand within a 200-meter radius lifted up off the ground and formed an absolutely massive twister around the boy's body, the speed of which was so fast that it was strong enough to disrupt Midoriya's ability to stay in the air. This is Hellstorm, but a whole different level he internatals while trying to get himself in order, but to no avail. The next thing Midoriya felt was a powerful impact square in the center of his chest, forcing him down to the ground, burying him a good meter into the sand. When he looked up, all he could see was Tatsumaki standing over him with a satisfied smirk on her face. And that is an example of what you should be capable of when you decide to stop fucking around. What? Everything I just did should be well within your power once you master this quirk of ours. It will take some time, but I'm sure that you'll be able to do it. I doubt you'll ever really get a chance to do that since you want to do rescue work like Fubuki. But you're smart enough to figure out some new and creative ways to take advantage of what I just showed you. Wait a second, were those words of encouragement from the terrible tornado herself? The boy must have hit his head on that landing. Tatsumaki decided that now was a good time to put an end to this charade and remove herself from the boy's sternum, giving Midoriya a chance to catch his breath. What the hell was that for? He shot her an annoyed scowl. I'm not one of those people who likes to hold your hand when training you, Fubuki can attest to that. I prefer the trial by fire approach. Wait, are you trying to teach me? He asked in a confused voice. Papa Squat, Izuku, she ordered him, using his actual given name for the first time ever. Seeing as he had no real choice in the matter, the boy simply did as he was told, with the woman quickly following suit. Look, she began in a softer tone of voice than before. This is pretty much going to be the only time that we'll be able to have an actual conversation like this before I disappear for good. I wanted the chance to show you what you're capable of with this quirk of ours. What do you mean? After this, our personalities are going to merge together. I know it sounds weird as all hell, but bear with me. Okay, now Midoriya was even more confused than what he was before. What did she mean that their personalities were going to merge together? Was something like that even possible? Something inside of him knew that she was being honest. But what did that entail? Was it possible that he was going to become more like Tatsumaki? That didn't sound like a good thing. Kitty, you really need to learn how to condense your thoughts. The woman interjected. I can't tell you how annoying it is having to listen to your internal ramblings damn near every single day. Sorry. He apologized. It's fine, she told him. But yeah, like I said before, our minds are going to become one. Don't worry, I doubt that you'll become anything like me. You'll probably gain some of the knowledge about our quirk that I have, and maybe a bit more self-confidence, which you desperately need more of. But besides that, you'll still be you. How do you know all of this? Was the million-yen question on the boy's mind, among many others. My connection to this body has been weakening ever since I woke up inside your head. I've only been able to retain my own sense of self for this long because I'm so strong-willed. But that's besides the point. Before I go, I just wanted to impart some of my wisdom onto you. Like what? He tilted his head in confusion. Mainly that you need to stop being such a little weenie and step your game up. As much as I hate to admit it, you have quite a bit of potential. And assuming that you don't end up dead like I am, you have the chance to become a pretty solid hero. This was a side of the woman that Midoriya didn't think was even possible. Everything he knew about Tatsumaki was that she was a strong-willed woman who was difficult to talk to and had a massive Napoleon complex. Or at least that's how Fubuki described her. If he was being honest, she reminded him a bit of Bakugo. Smek, I can read your thoughts, you little shit. Don't ever compare me to that blonde-haired loser ever again. Otherwise I'll be sure to haunt you from beyond the grave. Unlike him, I'm not threatened by others. I don't need to be. I didn't mean to. The boy rubbed his now bruised cheek. It was strange how he could feel pain even within his own dreams. Anyways, that's pretty much all that I had to say. I'm not one for stupid cliché speeches about believing in yourself and all that nonsense. But I'm confident that you'll use this power of ours to keep people safe and do the best that you can. Manthi's woman is a total tsundere. I'll pretend that I didn't hear that. The green-haired woman restrained herself from slapping him a second time. Before Midoriya could say anything else, the world around him began fading into black. A cloud of darkness was quickly approaching the two of them and erasing everything in sight. The boy then glanced back over to Tatsumaki, whose body was beginning to fade away as well, slowly turning into a cloud of gray mist. Tatsumaki, like I said, this was the only chance that I had to speak with you like this. Don't worry, I've already prepared myself for this. Wait, you can't go yet, I have questions. He reached out to her. Oh, I know, but what fun would it be if I didn't leave you hanging? Besides, you have plenty of time to figure stuff out on your own, and you're in good enough hands with Fubuki. Just try not to get yourself hurt in the process. As the seconds passed, more and more of Tatsumaki began disappearing. There was still a lot on the boy's mind that he wanted to know, but it looked like he wasn't going to get the chance to find out. Oh yeah, one more thing, the diminutive woman stated. For the love of all things holy, stop acting like such a wuss around that girlfriend of yours. The girl's pretty cool in my book, and she doesn't deserve a guy who keeps getting flustered at the first sign of intimacy. Alright, well those had to be the strangest set of final words someone has ever spoken in the history of mankind. Good luck out there, Brett. I have faith in you. She gave him one last smile. Oh my god, I can't believe that I just said that. It's a good thing that I'm gonna disappear before any more of his fluffiness can rub off on me. That was the last thing that happened before the entire world faded to black. Somewhere in Saitama Prefecture, after evacuating all of the hostages, Blizzard and her intern Skywalker then proceeded to lift the train off of the tracks and levitated it to a high enough distance away from the railway and the surrounding structures, saving the day and drastically avoiding any further damage. The voice of the news reporter stated. Inside her bedroom, a little girl with red hair and green eyes was practically glued to the image to the television screen, her face showing nothing but pure amazement at the feat of strength that the nice man with the freckles performed to save all those people. Even though his hair was a different color than before, it was impossible not to recognize the hero who rescued her and her dad from drowning that day near the bridge. He's so cool. The girl leapt up out of her bed and began floating around the room, doing her best to imitate the actions that she had just seen. However, she could only keep herself airborne for a few seconds before falling face first back onto her bed. Jean, are you okay in there, sweetie? A woman's voice called out to her from beyond the door in a very noticeable American accent. Yes, she telepathically answered while rubbing her cheek. Good, come on over and eat your breakfast. We don't want to be late for your doctor's appointment to learn more about your quirks. Okay, she replied and then made her way towards the door, taking a moment to look back at the television and allowing a wide smile to grace her tiny face. I'm gonna be a hero just like the Skywalker man one day. When Midoriya woke up, everything hurt. Upon opening his eyes, his retinas were immediately assaulted by the harsh light of the room he was in, making his head feel like it was on the verge of exploding. Any attempt to get into a sitting position and get a better feel for his surroundings was promptly hindered by the aching of his body, and the most intense pain of all was located in his head. Ugh, Midoriya groaned out loud enough for the other person in the room to notice that he had finally awakened. Easy there, Sonny. Wouldn't want to have you pass out when you've just woke up, right? Recovery girl. Yes, the elderly heroine admonished with a tap of her cane on the floor. I got called in to help out a few hours ago. Am I in the hospital? Indeed you are, she stated matter-of-factly. You and a few others overexerted yourselves during that mission. I'll let it slide this one time since the situation called for it. But do your best not to become a regular of mine. There's already a third-year student that I have to treat on a monthly basis. Is everyone okay? What happened to the others? What about the Midoriya began his barrage of questions only to be cut off by the woman. Everyone is fine somehow. You and Katsuragi had the worst of it, but the others are still resting up. And Ember, she just got out of surgery, but she'll be okay. A sense of relief washed over the boy's body upon hearing that. He remembered how severe the flame control user's injuries were, but the fact that she was now in the hospital's care made him feel a whole lot better. Now that he was finally awake, Recovery Girl took the time to give him a quick checkup and perform another treatment on him. As expected, she forbade him from using his quirk for the next few days, but considering the amount of power he used, he was glad that he wasn't in any worse condition. Once the healing heroine was done, she told him to sit tight and wait until the floor doctor gave him the all-clear to receive visitors. While Midoriya was busy getting looked over by Recovery Girl, Takagi and Kayama were making their way down the hallway en route to the waiting area. They had just finished paying a visit to see how Ozhana was doing, and they were more than relieved to hear that the woman was going to be okay after a successful surgery to patch up her wounds. Although her injuries were severe, the doctor told them that she should regain consciousness relatively soon. But despite the good news, Takagi still felt a pit in her stomach. Don't worry, Setsuna. Kayama patted her niece on the head lovingly. Ember's a tough girl, she'll be back on her feet in no time. I know, but the girl mumbled out. I still feel a bit guilty about her getting injured like that. I know how you feel, but try not to let it get you down. Ember wouldn't want you moping around like that, I guess. The two continued walking in silence before the green-haired girl decided to float a suggestion to her aunt that had been on her mind for the past few hours, hoping to test the waters a bit. Hey Aunt Nemu, yeah, do you think that recovery girl wouldn't mind teaching me some more first aid stuff sometime in the future? I was thinking, I'm gonna need to know a lot more about first aid if I'm going to be a good rescue hero in the future. And recovery girl is the best healer in the whole country, so she would be the best resource that I have to learn a thing or two to save more lives. Plus, I wanted to pick her brain about some stuff relating to my regeneration ability. Kayama took a moment to ponder over the girl's words. The idea certainly made a lot of sense in her opinion, and Takage definitely had a solid grasp on all the hero-oriented first aid that she taught her when they were training her quirk. So she didn't really have a reason to argue with that idea. I'll ask her about it during our staff meeting next week. It wouldn't be the first time that Chio trained up a student on medical stuff. If I remember correctly, she helped one boy a few years ago get into a paramedic course after graduation. Seriously? Yeah. The R-rated heroine smiled down at her. Takage felt a slight bit of happiness well up in her chest upon hearing that. This whole experience was a rather big eye-opener for her, and she knew that if she wanted to cut it as anything more than a decent fighter, she would need to expand her skill set. So if by any chance she could get Recovery Girl to help her out on that front, it would be a major advantage for her moving forward. Thanks, don't mention it. Anything for my future stepdaughter. After a few more words, the duo finally found their way over to the waiting area. Much to the Lizard Tail Splitter user's surprise, the only people currently occupying the space were Yanagi and Takoyami. The two looked to be in the middle of a rather riveting conversation about something. And in an even more shocking turn of events, the gray-haired girl had a slight smile on her face. Oh, what's going on here? Her entire state of mind instantly shifted into a more devious one. Already smelling metaphorical in the water, Midnight decided to branch off to go check up on how Katsuragi was doing, leaving the green-haired girl to talk to her classmates, and with any luck, brighten up her mood a bit by having some fun at their expense. What's up guys? She greeted them with a toothy smirk. Takage-san, Takoyami replied. How's Ember doing? Yanagi inquired. Surgery was a success, but she's still out cold. The doctor said that it will be a while before she wakes up. What about the others? Juzo-kun just woke up a few minutes ago. He's still exhausted after overusing his quirk to sink those bombs, but he should be good to go in no time. Recovery Girl is taking care of Izuku-kun right now. She said that we can visit him in a little while. I've also finally regained my ability to call upon Dark Shadow, but I was instructed to avoid using my quirk for the time being. That's a relief, Takage said with a sigh. She had already seen the news footage of what Midoriya and Katsuragi did with the train, and Kayama had explained to her what happened in the Ginza shopping area a little while ago. So she was happy to hear that she would be able to see her boyfriend soon. So she then gave the two emo teens a sketchy look. What were you two talking about just now? We were discussing a novel series that the two of us had both read recently, the Dark Shadow user explained. As it turns out, Yanagison and myself have come upon many similar works of literature. Wow, it sounds like the two of you have quite a bit in common. Her eyes darted back and forth between them a couple of times. Apparently so. It was impossible for Yanagi not to pick up on what Takage was doing. After months of being around the girl, she had developed quite the knack for detecting her devious intentions. Hoping to put an end to this before something ridiculous happened, all the girl did was give her a cold glare from her exposed blue eye. Oh yeah, I can definitely work with this, Takage mused, already coming up with a myriad of plans to get the two of her classmates together. With any luck she might be able to set up a couple of romantic coincidences for her to exploit. I would once again like to thank you for assisting me back at the tower, Takage-san. Takoyami then gave the girl a polite bow. I am in your debt. Takage immediately waved the boy off. Don't worry about it, dude. You are too kind. Hey, on a completely unrelated topic. You're not seeing anybody right now, are you? What? The bird-themed boy blinked. You see, there's this girl in our class that I thin. Anyways, Yanagi spoke up. You seem to be doing well. Yeah, a little tired, but nothing that I ain't used to. Takage answered. Good, let's try and keep it that way. Was all that the gray-haired teen needed to get her friend to stop her antics. How she found the energy to do this kind of nonsense was a complete mystery to her. Eventually, the gang made their return back UA for some much-needed rest. Due to the chaos surrounding the events of the night before, the students had to get a ride from Kayama and the police to avoid any unnecessary hassles. They were a bit reluctant to leave so soon, especially since Ember still hadn't woken up. But Katsuragi assured them that she would keep them updated on her condition. But the bright side to all of this was that they didn't have to submit their reports on what happened until a few days from now. Man, I don't know about you guys, but I'm beat, Honuki said in a cheery tone. Agreed, Yanagi added. I could really use a shower right now. Seriously, Takage joked. When they finally made their way back to their dorm, the students let out a collective sigh as they approached the doorstep. It was the middle of the afternoon, and considering that the news of their mission was all over social media, their classmates more than likely already knew of what happened. Before Midoriya's hand could touch the handle, the door flew open to reveal Kendo and Awase, the two of them wearing a set of worried expressions on their faces. "They're back," the Weld Quirk user announced while looking over his shoulder. "Are you guys okay? What the hell happened? Do you know how worried we were about you? Wait, why the fuck is everyone's hair black? Setsuna, your hair, my goodness, what hellish trial did you have to endure?" Shiozaki ran up to Takagi and grabbed her by the shoulders. Now that they were inside the common area, the raid team could see that pretty much everyone in their entire class was present. The only people missing were Tsunotori, Tetsu, and Monoma. "Alright, everyone calm down," Kendo shouted to the miniature Inquisition, effectively regaining control over the class. "I'm sure that all of us will find out what happened soon enough. But can we please not crowd them and start assaulting them with questions?" After a few short apologizes from the group, Takagi decided to be the one to take point and give the 1B students an explanation on what went down, which took all of 10 minutes. Thankfully, Midoriya, Honuki, and Yanagi were able to fill in all of the gaps. "Man, it sounds like you guys had one hell of a time," Kayabara stated. "Indeed," Shishida added. "Yeah, the pros are handling the cleanup, so they let us come back early to relax for the rest of the day. You were truly blessed to come out of that chaos unharmed. The Lord was certainly looking over you." The vine-haired girl clasped her hands together in her usual prayer position, a beam of sunlight shining down on her figure. "Okay, seriously, we're indoors. Where is that light coming from?" Fukadashi's speech bubble spelled out, earning an equally confused shrug from Bondo. "I wouldn't say totally unharmed." Takagi smiled while pointing to what was left of her hair. "At least those burns have already healed up." Midoriya placed his hand on her shoulder. He was still amazed at how well her regeneration ability worked. In the course of a few hours, the girl's face was practically back to normal. "Since we're on the subject, the Kamakiri, what's up?" the tall boy with green skin replied. "You know how to cut hair, right?" "Yeah, I do Kaibara and Monoma's all the time," he told her. True to his word, he was pretty much the class barber for half of the guys in 1B. Ironically, his dad was a hairstylist, which made a lot of sense considering his quirk. "You think you could help me out with this? I'm not trying to walk around looking like I got into a fight with a pair of scissors." "Hey, I'm sure I can make it work." "Hey, where's everybody else?" Honuki then asked, wondering what the rest of the class was doing. "Monoma is still out doing his work study with Crust." Subiraba was the first to explain. "We haven't seen Tetsu-kun or Ponochan at all today. We honestly thought that they were with you," Kendo then said. Takagi did find that a bit odd. It wasn't like the boy to just suddenly vanish without telling anybody, especially her. Her best guess was that he got called in for his work study with Facum. The silver-haired teen did mention that they were working on a mission of their own, but that was the extent of her knowledge on the subject. "I guess I'll just have to ask him when he gets back." "Alright, as much fun as this is, I'm heading back up to my room to take a shower. I need to get this dye out of my hair," Yanagi stoically said. "No kidding." Honuki laughed in agreement. "I think you guys actually look pretty cool with black hair, especially Midoriya-kun, Shroom." Komori smiled. "You think so?" The boy blushed. "Oh yeah, Izuku, you look hot as hell. Part of me wishes that you would keep it that way." Takagi began rubbing her hands through his darkened locks. "I wouldn't mind seeing this when I wake up in the mornings. You can play with some more later tonight, as long as you make sure that I get a turn with you," Midoriya said with a slight smirk. A dead silence washed over the entire common area after hearing that, one so potent that you could hear a pin drop on the other side of the room. In his confusion, the telekinesis user looked to his classmates only to see them all wearing a series of shocked expressions. But what really got him was the obvious bit of redness on Takagi's cheeks. "Wait a second," Bondo began. "Did Midoriya-kun Shota was next?" Just make," Komori added. A semi-mild joke. Subiraba finished the collective thought of the class. "Duda, did you hit your head or something? Are you alright?" "Oh, not day has finally come." Shiozaki shook her head in shame. "What?" A now confused Midoriya looked at her. Now that he thought about it, he had no clue what compelled him to say that. It was definitely out of character for him. Izuku's pure soul has officially been tainted by Setsuna's impious behavior. She's finally corrupted him. "Don't worry, Izuku, I think I still have some holy water in my room. We'll purge those sinful thoughts right out of you." Did we suddenly switch stories or something? Fukadashi wondered. Even Yanagi was taken aback by that comment. "I think that's a good sign to show everyone that we need to let these guys go up to their rooms and rest." Kendo surprisingly joined in on the fun. "We'll have a lot to discuss later. For now, let's just give them their space." Everyone nodded in agreement and proceeded to go about their business, allowing the raid team to go get themselves situated. "I'll see you in a bit." Takagi simply patted Midoriya on the shoulder before making her way over to Kamakiri to get started on fixing up her hair, doing her best to hide the sudden redness on her face. Before another thought could cross his mind, the boy instantly remembered that he had a ton of missed calls and emails from his mom and dad. He was planning on waiting until he got back at the school to update them on the situation that happened last night. And seeing as he now had some free time, he decided to get that handled before taking his shower. After a rather lengthy and emotional phone conversation with his mother, Midoriya was finally able to hop in the shower and begin cleaning off all the sweat and dust from last night. He was fortunate that all he needed to get rid of the hair dye was a good scrubbing. Otherwise, he would have had to run to the store to find something to return his green mane back to normal. As the hot water poured over his skin, the boy couldn't help but think back to the events of the last few hours. To his knowledge, there were still quite a few derelict members unaccounted for based on what he heard from Kayama on the way back over to UA. And their leader was still at large. On top of that, it looked like it was going to take weeks to clean up all the wreckage that came from the bombings. It was a miracle to him how only a few dozen civilians ended up getting only relatively minor injuries in all the chaos. But that was far better than the alternative to what could have happened. Overall, he should count this a victory. However, this fact that Derelict was still out there was a problem he didn't feel too comfortable with. The idea that they could still be recruiting new members and pop up again soon sent a chill down his spine. The news hadn't broken on the nature of the organization as of yet, but part of him knew that it could negatively affect quirkless people across the country once the official story leaked, which was something he desperately hoped wouldn't happen. Hopefully, there was a silver lining to all of this in the future. And then there was his dream with Tatsumaki that he had back in the hospital. He had no real clue on how to approach the subject. Yet something told him that he and Katsuragi were due for a conversation concerning the things that he had been told while in his slumber. Midoriya didn't get a chance to talk to her about it back at the hospital thanks to everything that was still going on. But he made a mental note to contact his pseudo-sister as soon as he got a chance. Man, what a day. The boy breathed a heavy sigh while still allowing the steaming hot water to run over his body. Hey Izuku, can you hand me your shampoo? I need to start scrubbing this dye out of my hair. No problem, the boy answered before grabbing the aforementioned bottle and handing to Takege. Midoriya shrieked once the realization finally hit him, jumping back so fast that he crashed into the back wall and nearly took the shower curtain down with him. The second he looked up, the green-haired boy found himself looking directly into the eyes of a very wet and very naked Takage. SS Setuna, that's my name, she replied nonchalantly. What the hell are you doing? Taking a shower, obviously. How did you get in here? I was coming to show you my new haircut. Your bedroom door was unlocked so I just let myself in. I heard you in the shower and thought that it would be a good idea to join you. The girl continued, taking a moment to show the boy the new change. The entire right side of her head was completely shaved down to the scalp and a few centimeters were now cut from the bottom. Overall, it was actually a really good look for her, and it fit her naturally curly hair very well. However, the new style was not powerful enough to solve all of the problems here. How long? I've been in here for like 2 minutes. You were so deep in thought that I was starting to wonder if you ever noticed me, she said while pouring some of his shampoo into her hand. Midoriya's face instantly erupted into a furious shade of red. A million different thoughts began flying through his head and none of them were exactly fit for child viewing. Suddenly, his mind became fuzzy. His mouth went dry and it took every last bit of willpower that he had to keep his eyes above neck level. No, are you just gonna stand there, or are you gonna help me out? You wash my back and I'll wash yours, Takage then asked him before turning around, giving him a full view of her backside. Thud. That proved to be the straw that broke the metaphorical camel's back. The amount of that rush to his head along with the added heat of the shower ended up being too much for the telekinesis user. The only response that he gave the girl was fainting right there on the spot. Thankfully, Takage was fast enough to catch him before he hit the ground. Yeah, that's what you get for getting me all flustered downstairs in front of everyone, the girl thought with a devious smirk on her face. Still, I was kinda hoping that we could have a bit more fun with this. Oh well, we can try again later. With that, Takage simply dragged the now overcooked piece of broccoli that she called a boyfriend out of the shower and dried him off before placing him on his bed and resuming her shower, making sure to be extra careful around his more sensitive areas. The girl knew full well that she was going to have to find a way make up for this little prank of hers, but she already had a few ideas in mind on how she was going to do that. He could have at least complimented me on my hair before passing out. Following her little stunt in the shower, Takage made her way back down to the common room to join the rest of the girls of her class. Wow, Setsunachin, I'm really digging the new look, Shroom Komori complimented her. Thanks, Kamakiri may be a bit of a grouch, but the guy does good work. She smiled before filling in the open seat next to Kodai. So what are we watching? Some old romance movie that Yaoyorozusen was telling me about. Apparently it's about some guy with a beast quirk who needs to find true love in order to break some curse, Kendo explained while showing a picture of the film in question. On the cover was a beastly-looking man in a blue coat standing next to a petite woman with brown hair in a yellow dress. Sounds super cheesy. Kodai hummed. Suddenly, Tsubiraba came flying out of the hallway and made a beeline right for the television. Hey, what the hell, dude? We already said that they girls were going to be using the TV for the next couple of hours. It can wait. Look at this shit. The Solid Air user waved them off while changing the channel over to the JNN, before anyone had a chance to stop him. The image of a news helicopter flying above what looked to be a demolished city street came into view. The scene here in downtown Fuchu is a complete madhouse. Minutes ago, our news crew caught wind of a hero raid on a suspected group of villains and drug traffickers. We don't know all of the details as of yet, but right now we can only see what's going on below us. At the moment, UA, student Mirio Tagata, also known as Lemillion, is currently engaging in battle with one of the presumed villains as we speak, the news reporter stated. What the hell? Kendo said in disbelief. On screen was footage of the muscular blonde-haired boy fighting what appeared to be some gigantic monster in midair. and not too far away from him was none other than the number 9 heroine, Ryukyu, along with Neji Haru right behind her. Wait, isn't Pony in turning with Ryukyu? Shiozaki looked around for confirmation. Yeah, Yanagi stoically said, unable to look away from the fight. The group of students continued watching the battle unfold with wide eyes. It was only when an image of Facum briefly flashed across the screen did Takage get an uneasy feeling in her gut. Metalhead's doing his work study with Facum and Amajiki. Don't tell me he's in the middle of this mess. Whatever was going on, the green-haired girl was definitely going to be grilling her longtime friend about this as soon as he got back. And that's pretty much what happened. A still moderately bandaged Tetsu concluded his story. Shortly after their return to the dorms, Tetsu and Tsunotori explained to their classmates all that went down during the raid on the Yakuza base. They were in the common area along with Midoriya, Takage, Shiozaki, Awase, Yanagi, Honuki, and Kendo. Much like Takage and Midoriya's group, they were ordered to keep things under wraps due to the sensitive nature of the mission. But now that things were over and done with, they were able to spill the beans about their work studies. So those were the guys who created the quirk bullets. A Yakuza group. Yanagi asked the silver-haired teen. Now I get why your operation was such a big secret. Who knows what would have happened if those Yakuza guys managed to get away. At least that little girl is safe. Kendo added. No kidding, the steel quirk user agreed. Pony was able to get her out of there before the entire bottom level caved in. But still, did you guys see Tagata fucking own that overhaul guy? That shit was insane, Awase blurted out while punching the air, earning a few agreeing nods from everyone in the group. Inside Midoriya's head, the boy couldn't help but think back to the footage that he saw a bit earlier. He was asleep when everything aired on live television. But from the replays that were all over the news, he was certainly impressed by how strong Mirio Tagata was. There were more than a few times where Haru praised the boy for his strength, and it was widely accepted that he was the strongest kid in the entire school. It was safe to say that now the boy had no real reason to doubt any of those claims. However, there was one thing that kept popping up in the back of Midoriya's mind every time he thought about the leader of the Big Three. He reminds me a lot of All Might. It wasn't just Tagata's powerful quirk that led the boy to this conclusion. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, a shockingly similar build, and a smile that seemed to never fade away. The guy was practically a carbon copy of the former #1 hero. Midoriya would be lying if he said that he wasn't the least bit curious about a possible relationship between the two. But he of all people knew better than to jump to conclusions like that. I'm just glad that you guys made it out of there alive. Kendo's voice brought Midoriya out of his ruminations. There's just been way too much excitement this weekend. Indeed. However, the Lord has once again bestowed his grace upon our classmates and brought them home safely. And for that, we should be thankful. Shiozaki added on. So how long do you have to keep those bandages on? Takage asked her longtime friend with a worried expression. His left arm was still in a heavy cast and he had bruises all over his face and shoulders. According to Tetsu, he got into a slugfest with some guy that had an augmentation quirk before Facum and Amajiki came to bail him out. Just for another day. After that, I should be good to go. He gave her a toothy smile. I'm surprised to see that you came out of that unscathed, Pony. Honuki said to the horned teen. I was much lucky to be along Ryukyu-sama and Neji-senpai when battle began. Therefore, I stayed away from many chances of injury. I'll admit, this does have me wondering, though. Awase began rubbing his chin in contemplation. About what? Yanagi asked. Who would win in a fight, Midoriya or Tagata? That is a good question. Takage joined in, wondering how a battle between someone with a top-level telekinesis quirk versus someone with a top-shelf strength quirk would go. How about we save the speculation for later, guys? Midoriya chuckled. But unknown to them, he was already starting to run the numbers about how that would play out in his own mind. And the green-haired teen was certain that a battle with Tagata was something that he'd want to avoid based on what he's seen. Izuku-kun's right. Kendo agreed. Still, I really want to hear about the raid that you guys did. Tetsu looked at Takage. I only saw a bit of the news footage while I was in the hospital. What the hell happened there? Well, it's a long story. Takage sighed before once again recanting the events of their own weekend adventure. All right, settle down, Kan said to his class after entering the room. It's been a few days since we've had everyone in class on account of a few of you still needing to recover. So first and foremost, good job to the students who had their work studies this weekend. Things got pretty crazy out there, but I'm glad to see that you all made it out of the chaos in one piece. Thank you, Sensei. Yes, the themed hero nodded. As you may have heard by now, the principal has temporarily suspended the work-study program for all students, so you won't be taking part in them until further notice. Although it was sad news to hear, the announcement made quite a bit of sense. With how wild the work studies ended up getting, it was a pretty reasonable response. Not only did the first and third year students make national news, but a few second years also ran into quite a bit of trouble based on what they heard. Moving on, there's a couple of major announcements that I need to make. What is it, sir? Kendo raised her hand. First, our school will be hosting a joint training session with Shiketsu High at the end of the semester. Kan told her, instantly piquing the interest of all the students. This has been in the works for quite some time and Principal Nezu is very excited about it. We're still working out the fine details, but the condensed version is that participation in this particular class will be completely voluntary, assuming that you meet the requirements. What might the requirements be? Shiozaki asked for the class. Basically, you have to have earned your provisional license. This immediately rules out half of 1A, but doesn't apply to any of you since you all have yours. Furthermore, it will be a team event where groups will consist of members from either this class, 1A, and whatever first-year students that Shiatsu sends. What exactly is this all going to entail? Monoma was next to speak. That information is being kept a secret for now. The man responded. Almost immediately the students began discussing amongst themselves about what they just heard. A joint training class with Shiatsu. That was a pretty big deal. It was no secret that the two schools were considered rivals, especially with the both of them having excellent track records when it came to producing some of the top heroes in the country. Alright, I don't know about you guys, but you can already put my name down for this. Tetsu announced with a giant smile on his face. You got that right. Takage chuckled and then turned to her boyfriend. What about you, Izuku? Are you going to participate? Midoriya nodded. It sounds like it would be fun. Well, if Izuku-kun's doing it, then I might as well throw my hat into the ring as well. Honuki gave them a thumbs up. I too will participate, Monoma said in a haughty tone. The superior might of Class 1B will surely come out on top. I'm so looking forward to this. Kamakiri licked his lips, already planning on how he was going to slice up the competition. Alright, settle down. You'll have until the end of the week to submit your names. That gives you 2 days to come to a decision. But I do hope that you all will find the motivation to participate. We don't get many opportunities like this. What about the second thing, sir? Kendo then asked, getting the class back on track. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the upcoming cultural festival, Ken stated. So as you all know, it's an event that we host once every year. It gives not only our class, but all the others a chance to cut loose and have a bit of fun. And just like every other class, we'll be expected to host some kind of event for the people who attend. So what are we going to be doing? I've decided to leave that decision up to you all. I don't really care as long as it's nothing inappropriate. Just make sure that it's something that will attract a good crowd. There will be an award ceremony at the end of the day for the best class, so that should serve as a good bit of incentive for you all to do your best. We'll show all those other classes whose boss Monoma cheered. Kendo, Takage, I'll leave it up to you two to get that handled before the end of the week. Have the class submission on my desk by Friday. Yes sir, the class rep and vice rep answered. And that's pretty much it for now. The moment those words left Ken's mouth, the door flew open to reveal a very happy-looking Midnight. The black-haired woman had a smile plastered onto her face and she practically skipped all the way over to the front desk. Hello my oh-so-lovely students, I hope you all are having an absolutely wonderful day today. The R-rated heroine greeted them in a flowery voice. If you didn't know any better, one would say that the woman was glowing for some reason. Geez, what's gotten into her? Tetsu leaned back in his chair and whispered to Takage. She had her birthday date with Dad last night. So probably him. The girl whispered back with a smirk. She didn't know any of the details about the date, but based on the way that her aunt was acting, it must have been a rousing success. Now, I did have a pop quiz planned for you all today, but I'm in such a good mood that I've decided to push that back until next week. So for today's class, we're simply going to watch a movie, the woman announced while still retaining her girlish smile. Aw fuck yeah, Waste cheered. Oh yeah, she definitely got laid last night. Once classes were done for the day, the students of 1B were all gathered in the common area to discuss their plan for the upcoming cultural festival. There were a few light discussions on the topic throughout the day, but now that they had some downtime, the students could finally figure out exactly what they were going to do. Alright guys, Kendo announced, gaining everyone's attention. Let's start brainstorming ideas. The sooner we can come to a consensus, the sooner we can start getting everything ready. The first person to raise their hand was Shota. How about a haunted house? Since we got the green light to be able to use our quirks, we can come up with some pretty good stuff for that. I agree with Shota-kun. Kiruwaro raised his hand. No can do. Takage immediately shot him down. Class 1 degrees Celsius is already doing that. Aunt Nimiri told me herself. Lane the black quirk user scoffed. What about a maid, butler cafe? Subiraba suggested. It will definitely bring in a big crowd, especially since we have quite a few popular students in our class. Absolutely not, Shiozaki countered. Our class will not engage in such a depraved ritual that exploits our members' dignity. Subiraba was about to argue with the vine-haired girl, but quickly backed down due to the disapproving look that she was giving him. Well, my sources tell me that Class 1A will be putting on a live concert performance. Monoma interjected. Surely we need to do something that will blow them out of the water. I say that we put on a live performance of our own. And who exactly are your sources? Kendo shot the blonde-haired teen an annoyed look. We overheard Shiro and Kaminari talking about it in the bathroom on our way back from lunch. Kaibara was the one to respond to the question. You know what, I think that Monoma's right, said Tetsu. We should definitely do our own live performance. Like what? How about a play? Kamori suggested. We can do something original that will catch a lot of interest. Shroom. We can do some kind of romance, space opera, jailbreak fantasy. TCH, that sounds cheesy as all hell. Kamakiri sneered. That comment was enough to start a rather intense discussion among the students. Nearly everyone began proposing their own ideas while simultaneously shooting down the suggestions of others. The biggest offenders being Monoma, Tetsu, and Subiraba. This went on for a good 5 minutes before Kendo ended up losing her patience. "Everybody be quiet," the big fist user shouted while delivering a chop to the back of Monoma's neck to stop the boy from instigating any more arguments, silencing the entire common area. "Hey, we need to take this seriously," Takage then spoke. "Because of all of the nonsense that our school has been through this year, we need to make sure that everyone, students and civilians alike, enjoy themselves and have a good time. The school board is on the principal's ass, so we need to make sure that things go off without a hitch. And the last thing that we need to do is start fighting over it. I have a suggestion." Tsunotori then raised her hand. "What is it?" Honuki asked. "Why not combine all ideas?" "What? We can do live circus, I don't know the correct word for it. But we can use our quirks to put on real-time performance that draws a big crowd. We can make massive spectacle that everyone will enjoy. And since there will be many children present, they'll want to come watch along with their parents and other students. They're very popular in America," the horn teen explained in broken Japanese. Silence fell over the class as everyone considered what the girl just said. She certainly had a point. Doing some type of circus was definitely going to get a lot of attention. And if the class could secure a large enough area to work with, they could do some pretty crazy things. Hell, they could even make an entire routine with costumes and everything. "I like that idea," Midoriya then said. "My dad says that those things practically sell out all the time in the US. Indeed, it certainly sounds like it would be quite an amusing time for individuals of all ages." Shishida added on. "I agree," said Kendo. "We can even have several groups perform their own routines before all coming together for one massive finale." "Well, if that's the case, then it's only natural that I serve as the official ringmaster and master of ceremonies." Monoma somehow regained consciousness fast enough to put his name out there. "As much I hate to admit, Weesaboy here does know how to work a crowd. He'd do a good job in hyping up the audience and keeping everyone entertained in between routines." Takage surprisingly agreed. "All right, all in favor of doing a live circus performance, raise your hand." Shockingly, everyone in the class raised their hands to show their support for the idea. It was a decent compromise that gave everyone a chance to have their moment in the spotlight. And if they played their cards right, it would go over pretty well with all those who would attend the cultural festival. Then it's settled. I'll let Kansen know tomorrow morning in homeroom. In the meantime, everyone can start pairing off and begin coming up with their own routines. We'll work out the kinks once we find out where we can set things up. Me and Yuichin can work on making costumes too. Shroom Komori grinned next to the emotionless teen. With the chaos finally out of the way, the students of 1B immediately began forming their own little groups and brainstorming ideas on what they could do. Although most of them typically weren't the competitive types when it came to stuff like this, the hopeful heroes of the future were definitely planning to put on quite the show for all to see. Later that evening, Midoriya and Takage decided to do their homework together in the boys' room. Unsurprisingly for two of the smartest kids in class, they ended up finishing a lot earlier than they expected, which Takage had no problem with since that meant they had a lot more time for extracurricular activities. When the boy walked out of his bathroom, he momentarily paused at the sight before him. His girlfriend was laying on top of his bed while casually flipping through the pages of the most recent edition of his hero analysis for the future, the same one that had information on all of his classmates. "You know, Izuka, these things are quite the piece of work," the girl said with a pensive look on her face, staring intently at the current page. "Have you ever thought about getting a degree in quirkology?" "You never really thought about it before." The green-haired boy rubbed the back of his head. "You should," Takage continued. "I bet people would pay a pretty penny for stuff like this. You've practically broken down everyone's quirks and weaknesses to a science. They're really not all that much. It's mostly just random things I notice here and there." In response to that statement, the girl began reading off a passage from her own page. "User is able to split off pieces from any part of her body to varying degrees. Those cut-off pieces move according to her will with no set path of travel. Due to their usually small size and high speed of movement, they're hard targets to hit individually. Notably, if any of those pieces contain a functioning organ, said organ is capable of operating by itself away from the rest of her body. Upon further observation, the user routinely keeps body parts containing her heart away from direct combat, presumably for safety reasons." That was enough for the boy's blush to further intensify. Although he was fine with his girlfriend reading through the pages, he made it a point to avoid having any of his other classmates do it, mainly because he didn't want everyone to think that he viewed them as some sort of science project because of their quirks. "I'm surprised you noticed that little secret of mine. I don't tell people about it for a reason." The girl shot him a toothy smirk. "It's just something that I noticed a while ago." "I can see that," she said before continuing. "However, there's one thing about these notebooks that I find particularly interesting." "What is that?" He tilted his head slightly. "You're an amazing artist. Did you really hand draw all of these yourself? Some of them are really good." "You think so?" "Hell yeah." She sat up and looked him in the eye. "You can definitely get a gig as one of those street performers who draw caricatures of people at festivals." All Midoriya could do was laugh at that statement. His mom and dad always told him that he had a knack for art when he was younger, but he never put much thought into it. In his opinion, most of his drawings were a far cry from perfect. They were primarily crude sketches that he would rework when he had the time. The green-haired boy was quick to sit down next to the girl, all while she continued to flip through the pages. "This stuff on Ghosty is pretty interesting too," Takage then said, showing him the page with a picture of the poltergeist user on it. "Recent knowledge concerning psychowaves shows fundamental differences in the application of our quirks. Poltergeist functions in more of an area of effect capacity where the user's body is the focal point for manipulation of objects. Despite its limited range in comparison to telekinesis, this quirk works by having everything in range of the user be subject to her control, whereas telekinesis requires direct application of psychowaves to move objects. Yeah, it's something that two of us found about during training a couple of weeks ago. I'm pretty sure it's why Ryukasan has such better control than I do when it comes to our quirks," Midoriya explained. Takage felt a slight twinge in her chest after hearing that. Midoriya and Yanagi were always paired up together when it came to quirk-related training, which made complete sense seeing as they had the same power and skill set. But part of the girl couldn't help but feel a bit jealous at how much time they spent together. She never once voiced these thoughts because she didn't want to come off a certain way to him. Actually, it wasn't just that. Her boyfriend was on good terms with a lot of pretty girls, some that had her beat when it came to physical assets. Most notably, a certain brunette by the name of Nejire Hadu. Takage wasn't exactly lacking when in the curves department, but that didn't stop her from feeling a slight bit of jealousy every now and then. Hoping to get her mind off of those thoughts, the green-haired girl moved closer to Midoriya and wrapped her arms around his shoulders, wanting to feel as close to him as possible. "You know, if you ever want me to pose for you, I wouldn't mind." Her tone shifted to a more sultry and devious one. "You can start your own private collection of fine art. What do you say, Izuku? Do you want to draw me like one of your hero girls?" As expected, all Midoriya could do was blush at the implications of what the girl was saying. He may have gotten somewhat used to all of Takage's teasing, but that couldn't stop his heart rate from spiking every time she did something like that. In response, all the boy did was try and turn the tables on the girl by turning his body around and leaning on top of her, locking his eye directly onto hers. "Whoa, it looks like someone's in the mood." Takage grinned with a slight blush of her own. Sorry, I can't help myself. I have to find some way to pay you back for all the teasing you do to me," he replied in a smooth tone. Lately, Midoriya had gotten quite bold when it came to physical intimacy such as this. Usually he'd turn into a flustered mess before the girl could finally sink her claws into him. It wasn't an unwelcome change by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, Takage was glad to see that he was finally becoming more comfortable doing stuff like this. But that didn't mean that the girl was going to back down anytime soon. She still had to make sure that Midoriya knew who the boss was around here. "Well then, show me what you got, Freckles." What followed was 10 whole minutes of a rather steamy makeout session between the two greenettes. One that definitely got the girl's motor running, so to speak. Takage had to hold back from attempting to take the boy's shirt off, mainly because she knew that she wouldn't be able to stop herself from trying to go any further once they passed that point. But Midoriya managed to make things more interesting by using his quirk to levitate the two off the bed and float around the room. When the young couple finally decided that they needed to breathe, they were still hovering above the ground. Except now their positions were flipped. Midoriya was the one at the bottom while Takage laid comfortably on top of him. "Hey, I've been meaning to ask you something," she said while tracing her finger along his cheek. "What is it?" He looked up. "We're having our family dinner next weekend at my house. My dad's been asking to meet you again and wanted to know if you'd like to come." "Really?" Midoriya raised his eyebrows. He had only met Yuri once so far, and that was back during the study session that he and the others did prior to the semester exams. Naturally, he felt a bit nervous about meeting his girlfriend's father now that they were officially dating. But it was something that was going to have to happen sooner or later. "I'd be happy to join you guys." "Sweet. Maybe we can invite my mom too." "You know, kill two birds with one stone," the boy suddenly suggested. Now it was Takage's turn to adopt a nervous expression on her face. Needless to say, her two previous interactions with the Midoriya matriarch were less than stellar. And even though Midoriya reassured her that Inko harbored no negative feelings towards her, she couldn't exactly redo the terrible first impression that the woman had of her. Midoriya was able to pick up on this after seeing the worried look on her face. The boy deactivated his quirk and allowed the two of them to stand on their own 2 feet before placing his hand on her shoulder. "We don't have to if you don't want to." No, she shook her head and then smiled. "I think it's a good idea. It would be cool for all of us to have nice get-together. I just need to make sure that my sister is on her best behavior." Midoriya simply smiled at the girl before leaning down and planting another peck on her lips, one that she was more than happy to accept. Sure, she had her doubts about seeing Inko again, but she was determined to make a good, solid impression on her boyfriend's mother. It was only when the two parted their lips did Takage suddenly notice something. She briefly looked Midoriya up and down one time before reaching a conclusion. "Izuku, you get taller." "What?" He gave her a perplexed look. "I just realized that I have to stretch up a bit more when we kiss like that." She then proceeded to place her hand on her forehead and move it towards him. "Did you hit a growth spurt or something?" "I don't think I did." "How tall are you?" 166 centimeters. He said. "Yeah, no, you're definitely a bit taller than that." She repeated her claim rather confidently. Just as Midoriya was about to respond, the dial tone on his laptop cut him off. Both teenagers looked at the screen and the boy's eyes widened. Without thinking, he rushed over to the desk and hit the answer button. Izuku, how are you? The freckled face of Hisashi Midoriya popped up on the screen. Dad, the boy said in a surprised tone before looking at the date on his screen. Is everything okay? We didn't plan on talking today, did we? No. The black-haired man waved off. I finally saw the news of what happened this weekend and wanted to see if you were am I interrupting something? He shot a glance over to Takage, who was now standing right behind his son. Hello, Hisashi-san, long time no talk. The girl gave him a polite smile and a bow. The man's eyes darted back and forth between the two teens for a good 3 seconds before a short smirk graced his lips. Takage-kun, it's good to see you again. Sorry for the unexpected call, Izuku. It wasn't my intention to interrupt you in your girlfriend's private time. Instantly the boy's face flushed at the implications of what the elder Midoriya male was saying. He was about to fumble through what's sure to be a humorous explanation as to why he was alone in his room with his girlfriend. But luckily, Takage was fast enough to save his dignity. Don't worry, sir. We were just doing our homework. I guarantee you that we are behaving like two very responsible young adults. Absolutely nothing inappropriate is going on here. Good to hear. The black-haired man nodded, albeit in a skeptical way. Actually, this is perfect. I didn't get a chance to talk to you that much the last time I was in Japan. If you have the time, I'd love to hear how things are going between the two of you. That sounds like a great idea. Takage smiled while patting Midoriya on the back. Why do I have the feeling this is going to be extremely embarrassing? The boy internally groaned, resisting the urge to drag his hand across his face. Oh yeah, this was definitely going to be an interesting conversation. Oh man, this is not good. This is really not good, Midoriya mumbled as he paced around his room, a worried expression written all over his face. Izuku, it's really not that big of a deal. Takage tried to calm him down. Not that big of a deal. The green-haired boy then turned to her while pointing to his neck. I have hickeys all over me. I can't go see your dad looking like this. I already told you, he won't even care. I don't know that for sure, he retorted. Trust me, he won't. But still, he then turned to face his mirror once again to inspect the damage. True to form, the entire right side of Midoriya's neck and part of his chest was covered in small bruises and bite marks, a product of the shenanigans from the previous night. Now that he thought about it, his mother was going to see this too. The woman was already liable to cause a small flood at any given moment. Seeing her son covered in hickeys would surely throw her over the edge. Look, I'm sorry, okay. Takage then wrapped her arms around his shoulders. I got a bit carried away last night. Probably the understatement of the year as far as Midoriya was concerned. But as much as he wanted to be mad at the girl for essentially marking her territory all over his body, he knew that he himself was equally to blame for not stopping her. I can't even cover this up if I wear a collared shirt. It was obvious to the girl that it was a lot more than just the hickeys that were plaguing the boy's mind at the moment. It was the added stress of trying to make a good impression on her father that was getting to him. Although she was certain beyond the shadow of a doubt that he had nothing to worry about, she needed to find a way to remedy this as quickly as possible, especially since they needed to catch their train in a little over an hour. Luckily, a rather simple but ingenious idea popped into the girl's head. Look, all we need to do is slap some makeup on it and no one will even know, Takage suggested. Do you really think that will work? Yes, she beamed confidently. Do you have any that we can use? DSHT, the green-haired girl scoffed. Please, my natural beauty is all that I'll ever need. What about the other girls in our class? The only person in our class that's into that kind of stuff is Coco, she said, referring to the mushroom quirk user. But she's at the mall with Kiwaro and Shota right now. The rest of the girls don't use it. Damn, Midoriya clicked his teeth. For about a minute, Takage racked her brain to see who they could call on for help. Her first instinct was to ask one of the girls from 1A for some assistance. But the only person she knew that was into the whole makeup thing was Ashido, and she doubted that the girl with pink skin had anything even remotely useful for this situation. It was only after a few more seconds of thinking did she figure out who would be their best option. I know who to call, the girl stated while pulling out her phone and scrolling through her contacts list. Who? You'll see, was all that she said, her fingers already flying across the screen. Beauty, you might not like it too much. About 10 minutes later, the two greenettes were patiently waiting inside Midoriya's room for their savior to arrive. He had no clue who Takage decided to reach out to for help, but Midoriya had faith that whoever the girl chose would be good enough to take care of the inconvenient situation that he found himself in. Suddenly, a rather loud and energetic knock came from the boy's bedroom door. Looking to finally see who it was, Midoriya quickly opened it up and was met with a sea of sky blue hair wildly waving in the air. Hado-senpai. He blinked. Izuku, the third-year student, said in a happy tone. How's it going? I haven't seen you in days. I saw the news footage from that terrorist attack. That was pretty crazy, huh? Are you okay? Hey, did you see Miriokan fight over Hall? The brunette began assaulting him with questions. Before he could try and respond, another voice made itself known from behind Hado. Nejire, I don't think we really have the time for a Q&A. Hey senpai, you're here too. I was with Nejire when your girlfriend texted her. The redhead teen replied casually before stepping towards him. Without missing a beat, Haya took the liberty of placing her hand next to the boy's neck to see what they had to work with. After a couple of seconds, she shot a dry and disapproving glare towards Takage. Geez, you really need to learn some restraint. What can I say? Takage shrugged smugly. Thanks for coming. No problem. Oh wow, you have hickeys all you. And some bite marks too. That's not good at all. You know, this is really going to make people question the innocent and cute reputation you have going around the school. The whole right side of your neck is all red too. Hiatus said. I know Midoriya practically deflated. So, do you think you guys can give us a hand? All Haya did was hold up a rather large-sized box with light blue fringe running along the outside of it. Just be glad that me and Midoriya have the same complexion. Thank you, I really appreciate it. The green-haired boy gave the other two students a polite bow. Don't worry, we'll have you all fixed up in a few minutes. Uo, we should do his entire face while we're at it, don't you think, Yu? I think we can make Izuku look 10 times cuter than what he does now. I betcha I can make those freckles of his really stand out. Hey, does anyone else find it weird how they form a perfect diamond on his cheeks? Hiatus continued rambling. I think that we should just stick to covering up my neck. The boy backed away slightly, not looking to become a guinea pig for the Blunette's cosmetic experiments. HMPH. Hiatus pouted. Anyways, Haya interjected. Let's hurry up and get started. The late afternoon train ride over to Saitama Prefecture was a bit of a nervous one for both Midoriya and Takage. Naturally, the boy was still trying to compose himself in preparations for meeting his girlfriend's father. While on the other end of the equation, Takage was feeling a bit anxious about seeing her boyfriend's mother again. The girl took extra precautions to make sure that it appeared as clean and proper as possible. She was sporting a nice-looking royal blue dress that cut off just above her knees, along with a pair of black flats and belt wrapped around her waist. It was a bit more conservative than what she was used to, but in this situation, it wasn't a good idea to show a lot of skin. While for Midoriya, the boy was wearing a simple black collared shirt with some blue jeans and his signature red shoes. The entire look was completed by an olive green sweater. Thankfully, he had enough foresight to get his haircut and effort to make sure that he looked as presentable as possible. After leaving the train station, the young couple quickly found themselves standing in front of the door of the Takage household. Yuri and Kayama were already inside from what they knew. Nano should be arriving any minute, and Inko was on the way over. The whole party should be present in less than 30 minutes. Not looking to waste any more time, Takage pulled her key out from her pocket and opened the front door to the house. Midoriya let out one final breath before following his girlfriend's lead and entering the building. Hey, we're here, the girl announced while kicking off her shoes. Well, it's nice of you to finally show up. The two teens turned to their left to see Kayama approaching them. The black-haired woman was sporting a rather heavy red sweater and some black leggings, along with her hair tied into a messy bun. Midoriya still found it a bit odd how conservatively the R-rated heroine dressed in her free time, especially since it was such a far cry from her hero costume. How long until the food is done? About 20 minutes, Kayama answered. Can you two help me set the table in the meantime? Sure. Is that Setsuna and her boyfriend? Yuri Takage questioned as he stepped out of the kitchen. Almost instantly, Midoriya felt his run cold. As quickly as possible, the boy recomposed himself before turning towards the blue-haired man. Hello Takage-san, thank you for inviting me into your home, he said with a polite bow. The man eyed the boy for a brief second before extending his hand out to him. Well, thank you showing up, Midoriya-kun. It's been a while since we've seen each other. I saw you on the news during that whole derelict fiasco. I must say, I was quite impressed. Thank you, sir. So has my daughter been treating you well? He then asked. I know that Setsuna can be a handful at times. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Takage scowled at her father. Only that you have a tendency to cause trouble when you feel like it. A trait that you certainly didn't get from me. Yuri's eyes drifted over to a certain black-haired woman. Yes, I sometimes wonder where the poor girl ever picked up on such a thing. It's truly a mystery. Kayama feigned her innocence with a hand over her cheek. The group continued chatting for a few more minutes before Yuri made his back into the kitchen to finish getting the food ready. While he did that, Takage, Midoriya and Kayama took the liberty of getting the table ready. Everything was going smoothly so far, and Midoriya managed to not make a fool of himself yet, so it looked like the night was going to go off without a hitch. Some time passed before the sound of the door opening up caught everyone's attention. Hey, we're here, Nano shouted, making her presence known. We, Takage wondered. The girl quickly got her answer when another person walked in behind her older sister. Someone that she certainly wasn't expecting to see here of all places. Standing there was a young man with black hair styled into a bowl cut and pink eyes dressed in an orange sweater and black pants. Anohane-san. Midoriya's eyes widened. Midoriya-kun, the quirkless teen said in an equally surprised tone. Whoa, what's going here? Takage asked. I invited Anohane-kun over, Nano explained nonchalantly while holding up a rather large bottle of wine. It was kind of a last-minute thing, but he wasn't doing anything today. Plus, I might need him to take back to my apartment in case I get a bit too drunk during dinner. Wow, you just turned 20 and already on your way to becoming an alcoholic. Takage joked. Well, I think that I'm being rather responsible, runt. The short-haired woman shot back. I didn't know that the two of you were such good friends. Midoriya then turned the attention over to the black-haired boy. Yeah, Anohana rubbed the back of his head. Nanayasan and I hang out quite a bit when we're not in class. She helps me a lot when it comes to my English assignments. Well, we're glad to have you join us for family night, Kayama said to the boy. Takage took a moment to lean over to Midoriya and whisper into his ear. I bet you 1,000 yen that Nichan's trying to get in his pants. You think so? He whispered back. Totally, she does have a thing for younger guys after all. After Anohana greeted the girl's father, everyone moved over to the dining room and sat themselves down at the table. While Kayama was helping Yuri get everything ready, the teenagers were simply catching up on everything that had been going on in their lives. As expected, Anohana was doing great in school, and apparently he had the top grades in all of his math and science classes, which wasn't a surprise considering the boy was a certified genius. As for the elder Takage sibling, the girl was also doing rather well in all of her classes. Neither of the two teens were familiar with rigors of being a psychology student, but based on what the woman was telling them, Nana certainly had her hands full. While in the middle of their conversation, a knock at the door caught their attention. I got it. Takage stood up and immediately made her way over. Seeing as the only person missing was Midoriya's mother, the girl decided that it would be best for her to greet the woman at the door. The lizard tail splitter user took a brief moment to straighten out her hair and flatten out the wrinkles in her dress in an effort to look as presentable as possible. Midoriya-san, hello, the girl greeted the woman in a confident tone while showing her a polite smile. Takage-chan, it's lovely to see you. Thank you for inviting me. Inko bowed. The green-haired woman was holding a container of food. She had no idea what was inside of it, but judging by smell, Takage could tell that it must have been good. The pleasure is all mine, please, come inside. Dad and Aunt Nimiri are just about done with the food. Thank you. With that finally out of the way, Takage walked her boyfriend's mom over to the dining room to meet up with the others. Thankfully, they were able to avoid any awkwardness as the woman took the seat to the left of her son. But Takage made it a point to send a death glare over to Nanao, one that practically screamed, "Don't fucking embarrass me in front of Izuku's mom." I must say, Inko, this katsudon is amazing. Yuri complimented the woman as he took another bite. For real, you should open a restaurant. Nana followed up. Oh, you're too kind. Inko slightly blushed at the praise. Katsudon is Izuku's favorite dish, and it's been a while since I made it on account of him living in the dorms now. Would you mind giving me the recipe later? I would love to try my hand at making it. It would be my pleasure. With the dinner already underway, everyone was getting along rather well. Yuri and Inko were surprisingly friendly with each other right off the bat, which was a good sign for the young couple. And despite everyone stuffing their faces, the conversation had been smooth with no issues at all. So Anohana-kun, how do you and Midoriya-kun know each other? The blue-haired man asked the quirkless teen. He volunteers over at the orphanage I lived in before moving to the school, sir. We've been friends for a little over a year now. Oh really? Yuri gave Midoriya an approving grin. I had no idea that was something you did in your free time. Yes sir, I used to go over there at least once a week before starting school, but I haven't been able to go over there as much as I'd like these days. The boy replied. Well, that's to be expected given how rigorous the hero course is at UA. I know you have to commit a lot of your time to classes, especially since Nimiri is one of your teachers. I'll have you know that I'm an excellent educator. Kayama huffed. I haven't had a single person fail my class yet, and I dare say that I'm most of my students' favorite teacher. Yeah, most of the boys. Takage quipped, that comment being enough to earn a few laughs from around the table. The topic of the conversation then shifted over to the young couple. How are you two holding up in class? I'm doing pretty well myself, sir, but I still can't beat out Setsuna when it comes to school. She does have the highest grades in the class after all. I do my best, Takage simply said, trying not to sound too sure of herself in front of Inko. Still, I'm glad to see that you two are handling yourselves all right. I had quite a scare when Nimiri told me about that whole business with that terrorist group. Agreed, Inko chimed in. I nearly had a heart attack when I saw the news footage the morning after. Thankfully, Fubikitchen was there to make sure that you were all right. Yes, you two did a wonderful job at making sure those criminals were unsuccessful in their attempt. I don't even want to think about how chaotic it would have been if the heroes weren't there to put them down. The sad part is that a good number of them ended up getting away. Kayama then stated, most of them are in custody now, but this entire case is still far from over. The police weren't even able to find out the identity of their supplier, and they don't have any leads. Supplier? Anohana questioned. Yeah, apparently some guy named Nitro is the one who was making all those bombs. Takage answered him. The guy's pretty much a ghost. They still don't know who he or she is, or how he was able to do it. Even the forensics team down in Kyoto were stumped when they were trying to figure out how the explosives were made. How dreadful, said Inko. Midoriya was the next to speak. From what 1H2 mean Fubuki said, no one has ever seen his face. But the fact that he's still out there isn't good. I'm pretty sure that Anohana-kun can figure out what that stuff is made out of. Something like this is right up his alley, especially with him being a genius when it comes to all that chemical engineering stuff. Nano smiled. All the quirkless teen could do was blush and wave his hands in front of his face. Tu'd prefer to stay as far away from anything that blows up as possible. My current project is already stressful enough as it is. Nana also tells me that you're quite the intelligent young man. Is it true that you've already received your own patent? Yuri then said to the boy. Really? Midoriya gave the quirkless teen an astonished look. This was his first time hearing about this. Yes, sir. Anohana nodded. It was for my water purification formula. I've actually been in talks with a few companies from around the country on them hiring me because of it. After I get my degree, of course. That's quite amazing. Yeah, Anohana-kun's a certified genius, Nana said proudly, wrapping her arm around the boy's shoulder. It certainly seems like you have a very lucrative future ahead of you, Anohana-kun. What's a young man like you going to do with all that potential money? I don't know about all that, sir. But if I were to come across some cash in the future, I'd probably just continue doing what I am now. I don't really need a lot, and most of what I made from my last job went to helping out the orphanage. How very noble of you. Midori couldn't help but smile at his friend. True to his word, Anohana spent the majority of what he made at his last job buying stuff for the other kids at the orphanage, or helping out wherever he could. He made sure to keep a nice chunk of it for himself, but a large portion of his earnings went to buying school supplies and clothes for some of the younger kids when they needed it. Last year, he even worked a bunch of overtime hours to help buy small Christmas gifts for everyone, including Kasai. Things progressed pretty well from that point on, and it was looking like the night was going to breeze by without any issues. That is until Nana decided to have a bit of fun at her little sister's expense. So Midori-kun, the elder Takage sibling's voice lingered a bit. It must be pretty nice living in the dorms with the runt here. I'm sorry. The boy looked up from his food. I mean, it must be great, right? Two young adults living under the same roof with minimal adult supervision, having ample amounts of time to spend with one another. The short-haired woman's not-so-subtle innuendo was picked up on by everyone at the table. An awkward silence suddenly fell upon the room and Takage's skin began to crawl. To the boy's left, Hinko turned towards her son, particularly interested in how he was going to respond to that. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. A slight bit of redness fell upon Midoriya's freckled cheeks. WWEFP plenty of time to study and train when we're not in class. You don't really expect me to believe that all you do is study and train, do you? Unsurprisingly, Midoriya had a hard time figuring out how to respond to the inquiry from his girlfriend's older sister. Obviously, he couldn't tell the entire truth seeing as both of their parents were right next to them. But any further hesitation on his part would be a bad sign. I think you need to slow down on the wine there, dear sister. Takage sarcastically smiled. Oh come on, we're all adults here. Well, most of us anyway. I highly doubt that the two of you spend all your time playing shogi and watching anime. The awkwardness in the room elevated slightly higher at her continued prodding. Looking around the table, Takage was quickly able to take in everyone's expressions. Kayama was trying to suppress a grin behind her own glass of wine. Anohana suddenly became very interested in the decorations around the house. Yuri's face was practically unreadable, but it was obvious that he was waiting to see how the two of them would respond. And even though she couldn't see her face, the girl could practically feel Inko's eyes on her. Looking to clean this up as quickly as possible, Takage was able to find the right words to counter her sister's devious attempt at teasing them. Despite what you may be thinking, me and Izuku don't engage in any inappropriate acts at school. Yes, that is correct. The boy followed up. Right. Okay, now, that's enough. Yuri came to Kid's rescue. Oh, come on, Dad. You really think these TWO? A sharp pain shot up the side of Nana's torso before she could finish her statement. The green-haired woman then looked down to see a floating hand with 3 fingers pinching the side of her abdomen. Okay, I'll dial it back a bit. Thank you. The blue-haired man simply nodded. Anyways, since we're on the subject of school, how's Tetsu doing? I haven't talked to him in a while. Desperately hoping to change topics as soon as possible, Takage was quick to answer the question. Metalhead's doing alright. He's crushing on this girl in our class named Kendo, but he's too chicken to ask her out. Wait, really? Midoriya looked at her. I thought that was the case. I did catch him staring at her during my class the other day. The boy looked absolutely love-struck too. Ah, the power of young love. Tayama mused, and Ko suddenly leaned over to her son and whispered into his ear. I don't want to sound rude since this is my first time meeting them, but is Takage-chan's family always like this? Pretty much, the boy said with a wobbly smile. But I think they're holding back since you and Anohana-san are here. I see. The Midoriya matriarch nodded before going back to her food. Luckily for the young couple, that was last time they would have to deal with Nanao and her antics for the rest of the night. Eventually, the party came to an end and everyone had to start making their way back home. Anohana and Nanao were first to leave since the elder Takage siblings' drinks were finally starting to catch up to her. And since she wasn't on dorm duty this week, Kayama was going to be spending the night with Yuri, leaving the other 3 to say their final goodbyes. Thank you again for having me over, Takage-chan. I had a wonderful time, Inko said to the young couple. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed yourself. The girl smiled, and the katsudon you made was excellent. A brief silence passed over them before Inko decided to once again speak. There had been a notable tension coming off the woman for a good part of the night, but now that seemed to have vanished. However, it was obvious that the woman still had something on her mind. The woman faltered for a moment. I would like to apologize to you. Both Midoriya and Takage said in unison. I realized that I didn't give off a very good impression of myself the first couple of times that we met. I will admit that I was still having trouble coming to terms with the idea of my son having a girlfriend of all things. And because of that, I didn't treat you very fairly. It's all right, ma'am. I understand. I think any mother would feel a bit weird about the whole thing. The girl waved her arms in front of her. Yes, but it still wasn't fair to you. I may not be the most observant person in the world, but I could tell that you were trying your best to make a good impression on me. And for that, I'd like to apologize for having you worry over my approval. Well, I just wanted to make sure that you liked me, the girl said honestly while scratching her cheek. Well, I think that you're a wonderful young lady, and in my opinion, you are more than good enough for my son. I'm glad that Izuku has you in his life. Please take good care of my baby. Mom, C-Months is embarrassing. Midoriya flushed. From the way she was talking, it sounded like the woman was giving his girlfriend her blessing for marriage or something. You don't have to worry about that, ma'am. I'll make sure he keeps his head on his shoulders. She patted him on the shoulder with a wide grin on her face. Please, dear, call me Inko. It didn't take long for Midoriya and Takagi to make their way back over to the school after saying their final goodbyes to Yuri and Kayama. The two were currently heading towards the main road en route to UA, walking side by side with their fingers interlocked with one another's. Luckily, they still had over half an hour before curfew, so there was no need for them to try and rush back to their dorm. Instead, they decided to take their time and enjoy the night air. Man, that went a lot better than I thought it would, the girl said with a relieved sigh while snuggling up a bit closer to him. Midoriya nodded. It got kind of scary there for a second with your sister. Remind me to spray a can of Silistring in her face the next time I see her. Noted. The boy laughed. As they turned the corner to get them onto the next street, Takagi was quick to notice a familiar-looking duo holding hands a bit further out in front of them. It took a second for her to figure out exactly who it was that she was looking at, but the peculiar-looking appendages hanging down the sides of the shorter person's head pretty much confirmed her suspicions. Hey, Gyro, Kaminari, she shouted at the two 1A students. Much to the two 1B students' confusion, the aforementioned pair seemed to be startled by that and immediately tried to hide their faces from them. Unfortunately, it didn't work, seeing as the unique black streak in Kaminari's hair was clearly visible to them. What the hell's wrong with you two? Takagi then asked as they closed the distance in between them. Midoriya T. Takagi fancy running into you two out here. The electrification quirk user greeted the couple shakily. What are you guys doing out here? Gyro asked in a slightly calmer tone than the boy. We're just coming back from having dinner with our families. Midoriya was the one to answer. What about you guys? Oh, just hanging out. On our way back to the dorms. Yeah, hanging out, the purple-haired teen echoed, sliding her hands into her pockets in an attempt to seem as aloof as possible. Takagi's eyes darted between the two for a few seconds, and that was pretty much all it took for the green-haired girl to piece together what exactly was going on here. Although she wasn't 100% sure about it, her romantic instincts were usually right when it came to this kind of stuff. So she flashed Gyro and Kaminari a devious smirk. Did you two have fun on your date? What? Both of the 118's faces reddened almost instantly. Oh, come on, it's obvious what's going on here. A guy and girl, out together this late at night, on a weekend, holding hands nonetheless. On top of that, you two trying to hide your faces after I called your names pretty much gave you away. The girl explained. That's crazy. Kaminari laughed unconvincingly. The two of us were just hanging out is all. Nothing weird about that, right? Just two friends, spending some time together after a nice dinner and trip to a karaoke studio. Stop talking, you idiot. Gyro slapped her hand over the blonde's mouth. The purple-haired teen took a moment to calm herself down before looking at Takagi. Look, we would really appreciate it if you pretended that you never saw us. What for? Midoriya questioned only a second before connecting the dots in his head. Wait, are you guys trying to keep it a secret? Yes. They both nodded in unison. Why? Honestly, we just don't want our classmates knowing right now. We just started dating and it would be a pain if everyone found out. Especially Mina and Toru. I see. Takagi nodded. She didn't really see the point in all of this, but it wasn't her place to judge. However, she was definitely going to use this to her advantage for a project that she was currently working on. Weird, I totally thought this girl was a lesbian. So can you guys do us a solid and not mention this to anyone else? Gyro asked once again. Oh yeah, we can definitely do that. On one condition though. And what is that? Kaminari gave her a skeptical look. An ear-to-ear grin suddenly grew on Takagi's face, one that sent a chill down Midoriya's spine. He's seen that look plenty of times before. A look that told him that his girlfriend had some sort of scheme on her mind. You two need to help me out with something. With what? You guys know Yanagi, right? The following day was a rather special occasion in Japan. One that people from all across the country cleared their schedules for. At the moment, the entirety of Class 1B was gathered around the television in the common area, patiently waiting for the National Hero Ranking ceremony to begin. Although the official rankings came out the day before, everyone was interested in seeing who would be fortunate enough to make it into the top 10. Ugh, how much longer until it starts? I'm fucking dying of boredom over here, Waste groaned as she dropped himself onto the sofa in between Shishida and Kodai. It should only be a few more minutes. Kendo told him. I hear the rankings were pretty tight this time around. Tetsu said. So, who do you think's going to take the top spot? Shota asked around. Endeavor, obviously. Monoma replied. It had certainly been a topic of discussion around the school over the last few days. The Flame Hero was all but guaranteed to take over as the new #1 hero of the country. He had the numbers and popularity, that much was certain. Very few people could come up with an argument against him. And now that All Might was officially retired, he was the only logical choice. I bet Todoroki-san in 1A is pretty pumped about that. Honuki joked in his seat next to Tetsu. No kidding, Awase agreed. Having your dad as the top hero is definitely something to brag about. I wonder if Ruki-sama will be top 10 contender again. Number 9 spot was achievement last time for her. Tsunotori said, "Hey, shut up, it's starting." Kamakiri growled at his classmates. A silence fell over the class as everyone focused their attention onto the television screen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today as we officially announce the rankings for the country's top heroes. The announcer calmly spoke into the microphone. Now, I don't really see a point in wasting any more time, so let us begin. First, coming in at number 10, the Dragoon hero Ryukyu. The blonde-haired woman dressed in a dark red kippah graciously made her way onto the stage while waving to the crowd. She had a slightly sheepish smile on her face that was obvious for all to see, but she managed to keep her composure well enough. "All right," Tsunotori shouted happily. "She's down a spot from last time." Fukadashi's speech bubble spelled out, "Yeah, she should definitely be a bit higher." Bondo agreed. Before anyone else had a chance to speak, the announcer continued on. "Next up will surely be a bit of a surprise to most of you. Making her first ever appearance into the top 10 is the psychic hero Blizzard." Quite a few gasps could be heard from not only the students, but the people in the crowd as well. Blizzard made it into the top 10. That was certainly a curveball. However, when the camera panned over the seating section where all of the heroes were located, the green-haired heroine was nowhere to be found. This caused quite a bit of confusion before the announcer on stage spoke up. Unfortunately, Blizzard herself was not able to make it to the ceremony today, but her and her agency wanted to thank all of you for your support, and she promises that she will continue to do what she can to live up to your expectations. Well, it looks like Blizzard is keeping up with the family tradition, one of the male commentators said in a joking fashion. After all, the former number 4 heroine, Tornado, never once showed up to the ceremony before her disappearance. I'm fairly certain that was also the same statement that their agency gave out in previous years. "So Izuku-kun, are you going to keep the family tradition going after we all graduate?" Honuki gave the telekinesis user a playful elbow to the arm while smiling. "Hey, I really don't care about stuff like that. It's just one giant popularity contest after all," the green-haired boy said with a slight chuckle. Years ago, Midoriya would have loved to one day stand in the position of number 1 hero. It was his dream for the longest time, but nowadays that wasn't much of a concern to him. All he wanted was to do what he could to save people. Nothing more, nothing less. "Honestly, I thought you'd be a bit more surprised, Izuku-kun." Kendo looked to Midoriya. Fubuki told him last night that she made it into the top 10. Takage then announced, much to the surprise of the others. "It is still quite an impressive feat." Shishida adjusted his glasses. From 30th place to 9th is a large leap to make in only a few months. The whole hero-killer situation and the bombings boosted her ratings a ton. Plus, she did partner up with Edgeshot for a while. "I'm honestly surprised that she isn't higher," Takage explained. The students took her words into consideration and found that her newfound popularity made a lot of sense. "Why isn't she there?" Yanagi turned to Midoriya. "She doesn't really care about rankings. She said that going there was just a waste of time for her." The boy told her what his older sister told him the night before. Makes sense. The rest of the ceremony went by as one would expect. As just like everyone had predicted, Endeavor was officially the new number 1 hero. There was quite a bit of chatter about how this would play out, especially since the Flame hero didn't have the best reputation when it came to public relations. But only would tell. Once the festivities were concluded, the students of 1B decided to spend the rest of their Sunday practicing their routines for the upcoming cultural festival. There were still quite a few kinks that needed to be worked out before they were ready to perform in front of a crowd. But with the big event merely a week away, they had to make sure that everything would go off without a hitch. Thud was the sound of Midoriya's back hitting the floor for the 4th time in the last 2 minutes. The green-haired boy doesn't know how he ended up lucky enough to be Kendo's sparring partner for their class hand-to-hand combat training. But right now he was wondering how exactly he was going to make it through the rest of the afternoon without receiving any more potential bruises. "You okay, Izuku-kun?" The orange-haired class rep extended her hand out to him. "Yeah, I'm fine," he replied while accepting the kind gesture. "You really are amazing, Itsuka-san. Remind me to never make you angry." All Kendo could do was giggle at the compliment. "Well, martial arts are kind of my specialty. Besides Shota-kun, Kaibara-kun, and Kamakura-kun, I don't think there's anyone else in our class that focuses on it too much." "Good point," the boy agreed. Besides those 4 along with Tetsu and Awase, most of the students in 1B specialized in mid to long-range fighting styles, which made a lot of sense considering the nature of everyone's quirks, and the fact that their hero classes focused so much on control over their powers rather than other areas of fighting made the difference in skill that much more obvious. "You know, you should really look into learning a good fighting style to complement your quirk," Kendo then suggested. "I remember seeing how Blizzard fought during your exam last semester, so maybe she could give you some pointers." "That's a good idea," he nodded. While it was true that Midoriya knew a little bit of basic martial arts, he by no means had any formal training on the subject. Actually, most of his knowledge came from watching a bunch of how-to videos on the internet in his downtime. The boy was so focused on mastering the basics of his quirk that stuff like hand-to-hand combat was put on the back burner. Maybe he should start looking into learning how to actually fight a bit more. Alright everyone, that's it for today, Kan suddenly announced after blowing his whistle. You're good to head back to your rooms. Make sure you clean up the locker rooms after you're done and I'll see you all tomorrow. Damn Izuku, I guess you do have a weakness after all, Away said in a joking tone as he and Takage approached the two. Says the guy who tapped out after 10 seconds. The green-haired girl smirked. Hey, that was only because you kept pulling on my fucking ear. It was a dirty trick and you know it. Kan-sensei never said it was against the rules. Takage shrugged at the boy. It's not my fault that you can't learn to think outside of the box. Whatever the headband-wearing teen scoffed. Anyway, so you'll reserve the PE field for us to practice this afternoon, right? Takage then looked at her class rep. Yeah. The ginger teen nodded. We have it for an hour, so we should be able to get through most of the routine by then. But we still won't have most of the props. With the school's cultural festival only a week and a half away, Class 1B was doing everything they could to ensure that their routine would be perfect for the big day. This included group rehearsals at least twice a week to make sure that everything flowed smoothly. Surprisingly, there weren't really any issues that came up aside from trying to stay within their allotted time frame. But even then, that wasn't even a big deal. The majority of the class was split up into either pairs or groups of 3, Takage and Kamakiri being one duo, Kendo, Tetsu and Kaibara being another, and a few others with compatible quirks partnering up to show off their creativity. As expected, Midoriya and Yanagi were also paired up together, and the dynamic duo of 1B would serve as the finishing act to close out the fun. The only exceptions were Kodai and Komori, who were in charge of making the costumes, Fukadashi, who was tasked with writing the script, and Monoma, the official ringmaster of the entire event. Overall, the students were really looking forward to this. Sure, none of them were particularly interested in ever pursuing a career in the entertainment industry, but getting to cut loose and have a bit of fun while giving everyone a nice show is definitely a welcome change of pace for the future heroes. Before they knew it, the day of the cultural festival had finally arrived. The entire campus was hustling and bustling with all manner of excitement and attractions. There were food stands, games, art displays, and everything that one would expect to find at your typical high school festival event. Of course, because this was the famous UA High School, there were quite a few more people present than normal, but that detail only added to the aura of excitement that could be felt all over the entire school. Man, there's so much to do around here. Tetsu awed at all of the booths. No kidding. I don't even know where we should start. Midoriya agreed. At the moment, the two boys along with Yanagi, Takage, and Shiozaki were wandering around the school grounds. Class 1B's performance wasn't scheduled until afternoon, so the Hero Corps students still had a few hours to kill before the show time. They all agreed to meet up an hour beforehand to get dressed and make sure that everything was in place. So until then, the students were free to enjoy the festivities with everyone else. We should definitely hit up some of the concession stands first, Takage suggested. I heard some business course second years were doing a ramen stand. I'd like to check out the haunted house those general studies students set up. Yanagi was the next to speak. Yeah, I thought you'd be interested in that kind of thing, Ghosty. The lizard tail splitter user laughed. All the gray-haired teen did was give the girl a dry and unimpressed glare before the group decided to make their way over to the makeshift food court in front of the cafeteria. By the time the group of 5 made it to their destination, the place was filled with students, parents, and other civilians looking to partake in some of the festival food. And much to their dismay, nearly every single stand had a line in front of it. They thought that they were going to be able to grab a quick bite to eat and relax for a little while. But it was plainly obvious to the Hero Corps students that wasn't a viable option for them now. Damn, this sucks. Takage snapped her fingers in annoyance. There was a yakitori stand not too far from where they were standing. But like every other place, it looked like it would be a while before she'd be able to get a few sticks for herself. It's certainly very lively around here. Shiozaki continued looking around. Yes, that does seem to be the case, a voice suddenly said from behind. The group of students immediately turned around and found themselves face to face with 3 people they certainly weren't expecting to run into today. Standing there was Katsuragi, Lily, and Ozhana, all dressed in normal street clothes as opposed to their usual work attire. This actually may have been the first time most of them ever saw the green-haired heroine in anything other than a dress and fur coat. However, that was far from the most surprising thing here. What really got their attention was the Ozhana, and the fact that the flame control user was in a wheelchair being pushed around by Lily. The muscular woman was dressed in a set of orange sweats along with a black baseball cap. But the most notable thing about her appearance was that her once long and beautiful black hair was completely shaved off. Ember, Takage said with wide eyes. What's up, guys? It's been a while, hasn't it? The woman said with a smile. How have you guys been? Forget us, what about you? Are you okay? Have you been in a wheelchair ever since the raid? An equally worried Midoriya then followed up. Is this permanent? Yanagi then said, albeit in a calmer tone of voice. Calm down. Ozhana waved them off. Don't worry, I can still walk. I just need to limit how much I move throughout the day so I don't aggravate any of my injuries. To be honest, I'd much rather be moving on my own. but these two keep making a big fuss over it. She then pointed to her two agency partners. That's because you insist on coming into work when you're supposed to be recovering. Lily dryly retorted. Hey, I have nothing better to do, and sitting around my apartment all day watching anime is boring. Oh, thank God. Takagi breathed out a sigh of relief. Truth be told, the events of what transpired back at the raid were still weighing heavily on her conscience, especially since she still blamed herself for Ozhana being injured in the first place on account of her own negligence. But the fact that the woman appeared to be in good enough condition made her feel a lot better. Wait, what are you guys doing here? Izuku mentioned that you guys were going to be putting on a performance today, so we all decided to take the day off, Katsuragi explained. That and Fubikasan needed an excuse to get away from the agency, especially since things have been pretty hectic over the last couple of weeks, Lily said immediately after. Yes, that too. Is something wrong? Midoriya then looked at his pseudo-sister. Not really, but ever since the hero rankings came out, the boss has been getting slammed with interview and sponsorship requests. We get at least like 50 of them a day it seems, said Ozhana. Oh yes, congratulations on making it into the top 10, Blizzardson. From what Izuku, Ryuko and Setsuna have told us, you truly deserved it. Thank you for doing away with that monster known as the hero killer who so savagely took the life of our classmate. I pray that the Lord continues to shine his light upon you. Shiozaki bowed, a ray of sunshine falling down upon her. Where the hell is that light coming from? Lily and Ozhana wondered while looking up into the sky, which only confused them even more seeing as there were barely any clouds nearby. Yeah, good job. Tetsu gave her a thumbs up. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. Katsuragi smiled. So what were you guys up to? Midoriya then asked. Look for you actually, the woman replied. We got here a bit earlier than we expected, so we were hoping that you guys could show us around. I'm interested in seeing how much the school has changed ever since I graduated. Maybe we can even get a bite to eat as a group. Sounds like a plan. Tetsu cheered. The only problem is that all of the stands are packed. Yanagi then stated. Lily hummed while looking over the flyer that she grabbed when they first showed up at the school. It says here that one of the third-year classes is hosting a maid-butler cafe. We should be able to grab some snacks from there. Sounds like a plan to me. Takagi shrugged and then looked to the rest of her classmates. What about you guys? Everyone nodded in agreement at the woman's proposal. Well, nearly everyone. Shiozaki had a particularly sour look on her face, obviously because she wasn't the biggest fan of these kinds of things. But instead of protesting, the vine-haired girl agreed to accompany them to the cafe. And with any luck, they would be out of there pretty quickly. Then it's settled, let's get a move on, Ozhana said happily. I'll push your chair for you, Takagi suddenly offered, much to the surprise of the others. It's cool, I can do it myself. No please, I insist. For a brief moment, Ozhana stared at the green-haired girl before relenting and allowing her to take control of the chair. It wasn't a big deal, especially since Lily definitely needed a break from pushing her around for most of the morning. But it was clear to the flame control user what the girl was trying to do. Ozhana wanted to let Takagi know that she didn't blame her for what happened. However, the woman simply chose to hold her tongue for the time being. The journey over to Class 3I was a bit longer than what the now group of 8 would have liked, and that was mainly because people kept stopping them in the halls to get a picture or autograph from Japan's newest number 9 hero. Although Katsuragi was grateful for being recognized as one of the top heroes in the country, she could do without all the media fanfare. Ironically, the woman now understood why her sister avoided the camera so much when she was still alive. Once they made it to their destination, it only took a couple of minutes for the group to be seated at one of the larger tables towards the back of the classroom. So you're pretty much stuck doing office work for the time being? Yanagi inquired. Yeah, Ozhana sighed. I'll be working with Lily until I get cleared to start doing hero work again. Even then, I might only be able to help out at the fire station before I can get back to doing regular patrols. And how long is your recovery going to take? Midoriya followed up. 3 months for now. It's honestly a total pain, especially since I'm in charge of making everyone's schedules. Well, it could be a lot worse, Tetsu said. You got that right, the black-haired woman laughed. Before anyone else could comment, their waiter made her presence known. However, it wasn't the stereotypical maid that they were halfway expecting. What Midoriya and the others got was Yuyuhaya sporting a dapper-looking tuxedo with a red tie. Yet the most notable change to her appearance was that her hair was now light brown instead of its usual reddish pink. How are you guys doing today? Hey senpai. Midoriya looked at the now brunette with an astonished expression. Yup, that's me. I didn't know your class was the one running this show, said Takagi. Believe me, I tried to argue against it, but we decided on it by a vote. The former redhead teen explained sarcastically. Thankfully, I'm only doing this for a couple of hours. I have to help Nejair get ready for the beauty pageant right after this. Oh yeah, she did say something about competing in that. Yeah, Heya smiled. You guys can take a few minutes to decide on what you want. I'll be right back. The group began looking over their menus as they tried to figure out what they wanted to order. Even though they weren't expecting anything particularly filling, they were surprised to see quite the good-looking selection. The only problem was that everything was either some sort of pastry or dessert, which wasn't exactly what most people wanted this early in the day. However, the pictures alone were enough to make them reconsider. Man, all this stuff actually looks pretty good. What are you gonna get, Izuku? Takagi asked her boyfriend. You know, I've had a serious craving for candy apples for a while now. I'm honestly thinking about getting a few of those, the boy said. Katsuragi immediately shot a sharp glance towards the boy after hearing that. Candy apples were her sister's favorite food. Despite her small size, Tatsumaki was liable to eat 10 of them in a single sitting. When they were younger, the now-deceased heroine would drag her out to festivals all over town just to have some. The fact that Midoriya even said that let her know that he was truly starting to become more and more like her. I wonder if he and One-chan have talked yet. I should ask him about it before I leave. She thought to herself. Geez dude, you better be careful. All that sugar might make you even sweeter than you already are. Takagi playfully pinched the boy's cheek. You think so? Midoriya chuckled. Can you two tone down on the flirting? At least when the rest of us are here. Tetsu deadpanned. Indeed, Shiozaki nodded. Such public displays of affection are wicked and impolite. Alwa, there's no need to be jealous, guys. The lizard tail splitter user smiled back at them. Hoping to make things slightly less uncomfortable for the other 3 students at the table, Katsuragi decided to try and change topics. I still can't believe that UA has turned into a boarding school. I'm actually kind of jealous. I wish it was like this when I was a student. It certainly would have made things more convenient. Lily agreed. The Bone Spur user herself was also a graduate of UA, except she was a former business course student. We had the same setup at Sei Academy back when I was still a student. But that's an all-girls school, so it made things a lot easier. The black-haired woman chimed in. Oh god, I would hate going to an all-girls school. Takagi scoffed. That sounds like a total nightmare. Why do you say that? Midoriya asked with genuine curiosity. All that estrogen concentrated into one place. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. The girl joked. Or a bunch of lesbian orgies depending on who you ask. She does have a point. Yanagi silently thought. Thank God I got into UA. Otherwise I might have ended up going there instead. That would also mean that she wouldn't have any chance to flirt with guys in her free time. The Steel Quirk user chuckled. That's also a good point. If I was at an all-girls school, I wouldn't be able to spend time with my darling Izuku here. Oh man, I can't even think about how bored I'd be if that were to happen. Katsuragi then leaned over to Shiozaki and whispered into her ear. You guys do have a curfew here, right? Yes, the vine-haired girl nodded. 9 o'clock on weekdays, 10 on the weekends. However, I do suspect that those two spend the night in each other's rooms from time to time. Yeah, that sounds about right. So anyways, Takagi suddenly changed topics. Besides the media hassle, how's the top hero life been treating you? I bet you got a ton of guys trying to ask you out now? Huh. I'd be lying if I said that I haven't gotten a few offers recently. Katsuragi laughed. Really? Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Yeah, but I'm not looking for anything right now. Relationships are too much trouble when you have an entire agency to run. Oh please, there's gotta be someone out there you have your eye on. Come on, give us the scoop. Who's got the heart of Japan's new number 9 hero? Who indeed? Lily said with a slight grin on her face. For some odd reason, an image suddenly popped into Midoriya's head. One of a young man with a shaved head and plain face standing next to Fubuki and another boy with blonde hair and black eyes. He had no clue who those people were, or even why they suddenly appeared in his mind. But the boy had the feeling that he knew them from somewhere. That bald idiot, Midoriya whispered underneath his breath. What? Lily glanced up at him. H-huh. Katsuraga's face immediately reddened enough to rival some of Midoriya's best moments. What? Did you say something, Izuku-kun? Yanagi asked him. No, nothing at all. The boy waved his hands in front of his face. That was weird. Those words flew out of his mouth before he even realized what he said. Oh wow, look at that. They have cinnamon rolls here, the green-haired heroine immediately blurted out before anyone else to get a word in. Eventually, Heya returned to their table to finally get their orders. Pretty much everyone stuck with some form of pastry that would hold them over until they got some real food in their guts. While everyone except for Midoriya, the boy ended up getting 5 candy apples and began scarfing them down like there was no tomorrow. If he was being honest, he was starting to consider whether or not he enjoyed these more than his mother's katsudon. Once everyone was done with their mid-morning snack, Ozhana decided that now was a good time to do something she had been holding off for too long now. Hey Takagi, can I talk to you for a minute? The woman asked. Sure. The girl gave her a confused look. Awesome. The woman smiled. We'll be right back, you guys. Take your time. Katsuragi waved her off. With that, Takagi and Ozhana quickly exited the room, leaving the other 4 students curious about what the wheelchair-bound heroine suddenly wanted to talk about. What's it about? Tetsu asked what everyone else seemed to be thinking. No clue, was the general response from around the table. It didn't take long for the two to find a suitable location for their chat. Luckily, one of the equipment rooms near the stairwell was open, meaning that nobody was going to bother them for the time being. And Takagi had a feeling that they wouldn't want anybody eavesdropping on them right now. So what did you want to talk about? The green-haired girl asked after closing the door behind them. For a good 10 seconds, Ozhana nervously shifted in her seat as she tried to find the right words to say. Although she had mentally prepared herself for this conversation ever since she found out that they were going to be dropping by the school today, the woman found it increasingly difficult to muster up the courage to speak. Well, there's a lot that I want to say actually. But first and foremost, I want to make sure that you're alright. What do you mean? I got a chance to talk to Midnight the other day, and I know that you've been blaming yourself for what happened to me during the raid. Oh, was all that Takagi managed to let out, her face instantly shifting to one of uncharacteristic nervousness. I wanted to let you know that it's alright. I don't hold you responsible for anything that happened. The black-haired woman quickly reassured her. Stuff like that happens all the time when you're on the job, and there was no way could have noticed the bomb. But still, Takagi retorted, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had to try and save everyone. One of us was going to have to walk through that doorway anyway. So either way, it was going to happen. I guess you're right, but that still doesn't make me feel any better about it, she said honestly. Just use it as a learning experience. Besides, it's not like my hero career is over or anything. I'll be back on my feet in no time. To be honest, I've been working non-stop ever since joining the boss agency, so it's about time I cashed in on all these leave days I've piled up. Yeah, Takagi let out a semi-fake laugh. It was a major relief to the girl to hear that. Truth be told, she still had a fair amount of guilt about the entire thing, and she doubted that it would go away anytime soon, even after hearing those words from Ozhana. But for now, she was content with putting those feelings to the side and focusing on never messing up like that again. So what else did you want to talk about? Oh yeah, that part's a bit more complicated. What do you mean? You see, wow, this is a lot harder than what I thought it was going to be. The woman squirmed before letting out a rather deep sigh, almost as if she mentally preparing herself for something big. Before I say anything, I just wanted to let you know that I find this whole situation to be kind of ironic. How, right before I passed out, I mentioned something to you. Do you remember what it was? It was something about my mom, right? The girl answered. Did you know her or something? I guess you could say that. Okay, now Takagi was confused. She still didn't fully understand what the woman meant the night of the raid. There was almost no way that Ozhana could have known her mother, especially since the woman was around the same age as Nanao. This would mean that she was roughly 4 years old at the time of her death, when her mother had just turned 21. Maybe their parents knew each other or something. There's really no easy way to admit this, but to put it plainly, I'm the reason that your mom died. What? Back when I was a kid, I was saved by a firefighter when my parents' house was burning down. It was only me and my older brother there at the time. My quirk hadn't even manifested yet, and the only reason I made it out of there alive is because she came back and pulled me out of there. The weight of Ozhana's words hit Takagi like a freight train, and the dots were beginning to connect in her mind. She remembered her father telling her that her mom ran back into a burning building to save a little girl that got trapped on one of the upper floors, only barely making it out before collapsing on the ground. I still remember that day clearly, including that woman and her face. She used what was left in her oxygen tank to make sure that I wouldn't pass out, but it was at the cost of her own ability to breathe. To be honest, I recognized you the first day that we met. It was hard not to since you look almost exactly like her. You can't be serious, Takagi simply said, still reeling from the new revelation. I am. The woman nodded with a frown. The sad part is that I ended up getting my quirk a week after that. Kind of ironic, huh? If it was only a few days sooner, I might have been able to get myself out of there, and your mom wouldn't have had to risk her life to save mine. I don't really know what to say. I'm so sorry. Ozhana then lowered her head, much to Takagi's surprise. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had to go through life without having your mother around. I'm pretty sure that me getting injured was just the universe coming to collect on my karma. Hey, there's no need for all of that. Takagi awkwardly waved her hands in front of her face. I mean, sure, this is a lot to take in, especially out of the blue, but it's not like I blame you or anything. But, really, my mom died a few months after I was born, so it's not like I really knew her or anything like that. Honestly, I always thought it was kind of awesome how she did everything that could save someone's life. Ozhana was speechless as she tried to process those words. Was Takagi serious? Did she really not harbor any type of resentment towards her? She was fully prepared for the girl to lash out at her or something, but she wasn't expecting her to be so chill about it. However, she was thankful that she could finally get this burden off of her chest. The weight of this moment was so heavy that a few tears escaped the woman's eyes. You don't know how happy it makes me to hear that. Come on now, there's really no reason to cry. Tell you what, let's just agree to call it even. Besides, I'm not really good with tears. Sure, Ozhana wiped her eyes. The next thing she felt was Takagi wrap her arms around her. The girl made sure not to apply too much pressure to avoid aggravating the injuries on her back. It's pretty cool how you ended up becoming an awesome hero though. I'm sure my mom would be glad to know that you're doing well for yourself. Yeah, I pretty much became a fire rescue specialist because of her. I even work in the same station that she was a part of. Our fire chief, Abasan, said that she was the best person he ever worked with. Glad to hear it. The green-haired teen smiled, and it was the truth. Of course, she didn't know a lot about her mother besides what her dad and Kayama told her, but she was happy to hear that the woman had such a positive influence on people, even after her death. After a few more seconds, the two broke their hug and took a moment to let their emotions settle down. Obviously, there was a lot more they would need to discuss in the future, but for now it was probably best for them to return to the other before they got worried. Once Takage and Ozhana returned to rest of the group, everyone agreed to go out and explore the campus a bit more. They still had quite a bit of time before they needed to start getting ready for their performance, so they chose to partake in some of the festivities and fill up on some more food. After spending a full hour trying their luck at a few games, and watching Yanagi rack up a rather impressive win streak on pretty much everything, a text alert came from Midoriya's phone. The boy was quick to check it and a slight smile appeared on his face upon reading it. "What's up, Izuku?" Takage asked. "Do you guys mind if we head to the front of school real quick? There's somebody that I have to meet." He asked the group. "Who is it?" Tetsu inquired. "You'll see." With nothing better to do, everyone nodded and began heading towards the main gate. Upon arrival, Takage was shocked to see none other than Ohana standing near one of the booths with the two purple-headed twins from the orphanage standing at his side. "Brain boy," the girl called out with a wave. "Oh sweet, there you guys are." The quirkless teen waved back. Without a moment's hesitation, the two twins sprinted towards Midoriya and wrapped the green-haired boy in a tight hug. Midoriya and they both shouted in perfect sync. "Hey guys, how's it going?" He smiled at the two. "We saw you on TV, saving all those people." Yeah, it was super cool." "Hey, now I know you guys see me over here." Takage kneeled down and opened her arms. Her gesture was instantly accepted as the two twins then rushed over and embraced her in another hug. "We saw you on TV, too, Takage-san. You were super cool." "Yeah, well thanks, you little rascals. Should I consider you two as the first official members of my fan club?" the girl said with a wide smile and a boisterous laugh. After that quick display, the other students decided to chime and figure out exactly who it was that they were looking at. "So, who are the kids?" Yanagi asked in her typically stoic tone of voice. "Ankana," the first one said happily. "Uncanny," the second one followed up. And were the Tsuyuri twins, the two quirkless children completed what was certainly some sort of rehearsed introduction. "These are some of the kids from the orphanage that I volunteer at," Midoriya explained. "I invited them and Anohan-san here so they could enjoy the festival." "Oh yeah," Tetsu injected. "I almost forgot that you go there like every other week." "Really? You never told me about that." Katsuragi gave a surprised look to Midoriya. She had no idea that the boy was doing volunteer work in his free time. That was definitely something she would have liked to know beforehand. "Yeah," the green-haired boy scratched his cheek. "Well, I think it's admirable that Izuku dedicates so much of his time to helping others. Charity is one of the sacred virtues after all. It is yet another example of how he uses his talents that have been bestowed upon him to make the world a better place. If only Setsuna could learn to take after his behavior." Shiozaki clasped her hands together and let a single tear drop from her eye. "Hey, I help out there too, you know," the lizard tail splitter user quipped. "It's true," Anohana added. "Takage-kun usually helps some of the younger kids when it comes to their math homework whenever they drop by." "Well, that's a surprise." Yanagi looked towards her best friend's girlfriend. After a quick set of introductions, the Tsuyuri twins immediately went over to Katsuragi. It was their first time meeting a famous hero face-to-face, and it was hard for them to not feel starstruck in her presence, something that the woman wasn't really used to these days. "Oh wow, you're Blizzard the number 9 hero, right?" Kana said while practically jumping up and down. "That I am. It's nice to meet you too." The green-haired heroine smiled. "Hey, has anyone ever told you that you and Midoriya-san look a lot alike? Are you two related?" Kanny just came right out and said what she was thinking. Evidently this girl didn't have much of a filter. Hoping to have a little bit of fun with this, Katsuragi stepped over to Midoriya and wrapped her arm around his shoulders before giving them a thumbs up. "That's right, Izuku here is actually my little brother. Couldn't you tell? Somewhere on campus." What's wrong, Juzo?" Uwais asked the lipless teen. "I have the strangest feeling that I missed something really important just now. Was there something that you not remember to do?" Tsunotori inquired. The softening quirk user couldn't really put his finger on it, but it was like an alarm just went off in his head. Deciding to just brush it off for now, all the boy did was give his two classmates a slightly confused shrug. "Who knows, maybe I'll remember what it was later. Well, in the meantime, let's hurry up and get to that ramen stand." Uwais then cheered. "We only have a couple of hours before we start and I'm fucking starving over here." The two girls nearly fell over from astonishment. "That's so cool. I don't think she meant that literally, you two." The pink-eyed teen tried to calm them down before they could cause a scene. "Well, they certainly seem like an energetic pair," Yanagi said with a twinge of amusement in her voice. After a few minutes standing around and talking, the group agreed to show the three quirkless visitors around the school for a bit. It wasn't often that outsiders got a chance to see all that UA had to offer, so they were more than excited to see what the best hero school in the country was all about. Besides, their entire reason for being there was to enjoy the fun and watch Class 1B's performance later on. So why not keep them entertained in the meantime? "So, where would you two like to go? There's a ton of cool stuff going on today," Takage asked the twins. "What are you guys into?" "I want to see some bugs." Kana raised her hand. "I want to see some flowers," Kanny echoed. "Well, you guys are in luck." Tetsu chimed in before motioning towards Shiozaki. "Ibara is actually a member of the school's gardening club. I bet she'd love to give you guys a tour of the greenhouse. It's massive." "Really?" "Indeed. It would be my pleasure to show such wonderful young children like yourselves the wonders of God's natural beauty," said the vine-haired girl. "Cool. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get this show on the road." Takage laughed as she grabbed one of the girls and sat them atop her shoulders. After that, we can introduce you guys to some of our classmates if we run into any. Sounds like a plan to me. Lily shrugged. Is it alright with you guys? Midoriya then turned towards the others. I don't mind, just as long as we make it back in time to get ready for our performance. The poltergeist user said nonchalantly. Agreed. Katsuragi and Ozhana nodded. And with that, the now group of 11 made the journey towards the school's greenhouse to give their guests a tour of the campus. With their class big moment still a while away, they decided to spend the rest of their morning having a good time. And now that they had some VIPs, they were all the more determined to make sure that they put on an awesome show. Somewhere near UA. Well then I suppose it's time that we get started. Don't you think, Le Brava? The dapper fellow with white hair said to the small woman at his side. Yes, gentle. This will be our biggest performance yet. The short, redhead smiled softly while fixing her camera. I agree with you wholeheartedly. So 1B is putting on some kind of circus? Ashido asked the other members of 1A as they all made their way towards the school's auditorium. That's what it said on the school flyer. Gyro shrugged. I wonder what they're all gonna do. Kaminari then said. It must be pretty crazy if it's gonna take a full hour. Whatever it is, it won't be better than what we have planned, Kirishima said proudly with a toothy smile. Who knows, Jiro? With their quirks, I wouldn't put it past them to have something elaborate planned out. Ponichin said that it was going to be fun to watch. Asui interjected. I'm certain that it will be quite the spectacle. Takoyami simply stated, secretly interested in what his friends and their sister class were going to do. As the group of students finally managed to make it to venue, they were surprised to see a large crowd being ushered into the building by Kan and Present Mike. Even though it was the only major event going on at this particular time, the amount of people here was a shocker. Geez, what's with the mob? Said Sadu. A lot of the people here just want to see that Midoriya guy. Shinsu spoke up after appearing from out of nowhere, something he had been doing quite frequently as of late. Apparently Blizzard's also in there and some of the students are trying to get her autograph. That's so not fair, Hagakure pouted. We don't have a celebrity guest for our show. It certainly makes sense though. The two of them were shown all over the front page of the news after that whole terrorist fiasco. Yaoyorozu surmised. Not only that, but Uraraka, Takoyami, Takage, Yanagi and Honuki also gained a bit of notoriety from that event. But Midoriya and his mentor were the only ones the news managed to get good pictures of. Well, we better hurry up and find our spots. We still need to check out the competition after all, Gyro said in an aloof tone while walking towards the main entrance, with Kaminari quickly falling in step behind her. All the others did was nod before joining them. Ladies, gentlemen, non-gendered individuals, and children of all ages, welcome. I'm Nido Monoma, your glorious ringmaster. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all to Class 1B's Cultural Festival High-Flying Circus Bonanza. The blonde-haired teen yelled into the microphone with much enthusiasm in his voice. The boy was dressed in your typical circus attire consisting of a red jacket, white pants, and a black top hat, along with a cane that he was able to procure from a costume shop not too far from the school. We have quite the show in store for you all today, one that I'm sure you all will enjoy. Now, I know all of you aren't here just to listen to the sound of my beautiful voice, so let's get right down to business. For our first act, this duo is sure to leave with a case of the heebie-jeebies, Setsuna Takage and her partner Tagaru Kamakiri. The crowd began cheering as the two green-haired teens made their way onto the stage. Like the rest of their classmates, they were sporting a set of red and black costume tuxedos, with the only real difference being that Takage was wearing a frilly skirt instead of pants. Yet, their curiosity was heightened when they noticed the large metal box that the razor-sharp quirk user was pushing to the center of the stage. Monoma gave a quick thumbs up to Uwais and Shota, who were currently managing the audio equipment, and the two 1B students let the duo's select choice of music start playing. Without a word, Takage gracefully stepped into the box, making sure to give the audience a full view of the inside before Kamakiri began closing each one of the 3-panel doors. This particular performance may have been pretty old school, but it was definitely going to be enough to warm up the crowd. Once the final door was shut, Kamakiri took a moment to perform some rather embarrassing hand motions to give his partner some time to get herself set. And after about 5 seconds of that, he then mumbled just loud enough for her to hear him from inside the box. You good? Good to go, she replied. Everything except for my head is shoved into the bottom box. All right, was all the boy said before producing a ridiculously large blade from the palm of his hand, flashing it a bit to the crowd, which was the signal for Monoma to say his lines. What's this? Kamakiri-kun, what are you going to do with that thing? The copy quirk user pretended to sound confused. Without so much as word, the sword-wielding student simply turned around and shoved the blade right in the middle of the center box in a rather violent manner. The moment he did this, there were quite a few audible gasps from the people in the crowd, especially from all the family members that were present. Way in the back of the audience, Ken could already hear the lecture that he was going to get from Nezu for allowing his students to do this. Inside the box, Takage was doing her best to not start laughing. Sure, this was pushing the limits on Ken's safety rule, but the reaction that they were getting was definitely worth it. The next thing that happened was the boy producing yet another wide blade from his other arm and shoving it into the designated slot that connected the top box to the center. For anyone in the crowd who had never seen Takeji's quirk before, they could only assume that they just witnessed a murder happen right before their eyes. But the majority of the students who knew what was going on were just enjoying the show. After deactivating his quirk, the next step was for Kamakiri to remove the top section of the box from the rest of the body. The boy waved it around for a bit before walking across the stage and handing it over to Monoma. "Kamakiri-kun, I know we're friends and all, but this is not what you get people for an early Christmas present." Monoma's joke managed to earn a few laughs. After a couple of more poorly written jokes, the blonde-haired boy finally decided to finish out this part of their act by opening the panel to reveal Takeji's smiling severed head. Of course, a few people were shocked by this, but the rest just laughed and gave a bit of applause. "You okay, Takeji-chan?" "Totally, I feel like a weight was just lifted off my shoulders." She gave the crowd a toothy grin as she spoke into the microphone. That line was met with roaring applause from the audience. As she looked around, the girl could see the two twins from the orphanage smiling at her from the front section standing next to Anohana and Ozhana, and that made her feel pretty good inside. With one final line, Monoma allowed the two green-haired teens to finish up the routine before dismissing them off of the stage. And now that they were done, all Takeji had to do was sit back and enjoy the rest of the show. "Alright everyone, it's sure been a fun time, hasn't it?" Monoma said to the crowd, who responded with a slurry of loud cheers. "Now, as sad as this is to say, it's almost time for us to wrap things up here. But fear not, we've certainly saved the best for last. Hold on to your hats, folks, because for our final act, please welcome the dynamic duo of Class 1B, Izuku Midoriya and Ryoko Yanagi." A silence fell over the audience as everyone turned their attention to either ends of the stage. But to their confusion, the two students didn't suddenly appear like everyone else did. This went on for a good 10 or 15 seconds and everyone simply became more perplexed as time went on. Was something wrong? Were they experiencing some sort of technical difficulties? Just when it looked like the crowd was starting to get restless, a pair of voices from above caught their attention. Hellstorm, witching whirlwind. In an instant, the entire auditorium became filled with thousands of tiny pieces of red, blue and gold confetti falling from the ceiling, only for said confetti to begin spinning around the audience in a massive rainbow-like twister. While everyone was distracted, they failed to notice the two figures suddenly appear from high up in the rafters land on the stage. Thankfully, this was just what they needed to make their appearance all the more entertaining. Now that they too were finally in place, both telekinetic teens used their quirks to take control over all of the confetti and move it towards the front of the area. The crowd watched in awe as a massive twister formed around the duo. With a quick nod to one another, Midoriya and Yanagi released their quirks and allowed the party decorations to fall to ground, finally revealing themselves to the audience. "Now that's what I call a grand entrance," Monoma shouted into the mic as everyone clapped. "Now folks, we're going to need two of you from the crowd to assist my friends here in their routine." A multitude of hands shot up as dozens of people volunteered themselves. But unbeknownst to them, the lucky duo had already been selected ahead of time. "You two lovely young ladies with the purple hair," the copy quirk user pointed to Kanao and Kani. "Get on up here." The pair of quirkless twins' eyes practically lit up with excitement before they ushered to stage by Bondo. Once they were in place, it was time to get the show on the road. The telekinetic duo then activated their quirks. While Yanagi began levitating the two children above the stage, Midoriya took the opportunity to use one of his newest moves. "Vortex," the boy said confidently before surrounding them with the confetti. In reality, this move of his was just a modified version of Hellstorm. Except whereas that particular skill was set to work in a large area, this one was more of a short-range, defensive ability. Now that he had a better understanding of psycho waves, in theory he could use this to deflect long-ranged attacks. With part 1 now complete, it was time for the next step to begin. Behind the curtains on the left side of the stage, Subiraba and Honuki began rolling out miniature balls of solidified air filled with sparklers that the brunette teen had created for this routine, all of which were quickly scooped up by the vortex. "So pretty," Hiatus said with wide eyes from her spot in between Amajiki and Heya. The crowd, especially the Tsuyuri twins, were in awe at the absolutely beautiful light display in front of them. The way the light from the sparklers reflected off of the confetti created an image similar to that of a wall of colored flames that illuminated the entire stage. It was such an amazing feat that some of the people in the crowd pulled out their phones and started taking pictures of it. "So cool, so cool, so cool," Kani laughed with much enjoyment in her voice. "I'm glad you like it." Midoriya smiled at the girl. "What do you say, folks? Let's give another roaring round of applause for the dynamic duo of UA." As Class 1B Monoma once again shouted into the mic when he noticed that the sparklers were starting to die out, signaling the end of the routine. As the applause rolled in, Yanagi brought the twins back down to earth. Naturally, they wanted to keep flying like a pair of birds, but they okay with just asking Midoriya to do it for them later. With their routine finally over and done with, the telekinetic duo gave a quick wave to the audience before the remainder of the class all joined them on the stage to give one final bow, all of them soaking up the praise that they were getting from the other students and their families. "Thank you all for coming to our show. We hope you have a fabulous rest of your day. Please exit out of the main door of the auditorium in a neat and orderly fashion. And remember to vote for Class 1B later this afternoon for the school's award ceremony." The copy quirk user couldn't help but plug in that last part. With the show finally over, all that was left for the 1B students was the arduous task of cleaning up the stage in preparation for 1A's performance in a couple of hours. Following the conclusion of their performance, the students of 1B were all gathered outside of the auditorium. Overall, it seemed as though the crowd really enjoyed the show, and based on the compliments and praise that they were getting, it was very likely that they had a chance at winning the grand prize at the end of the day. Well, I'd say that was an overall success, said Kendo to the rest of the class. Hell yeah, Waste cheered. The crowd was practically eating it up. It certainly went a lot better than I expected. Shota echoed. I'm just glad that we can finally get out of these ridiculous costumes. I don't think they're that bad. Honuki interjected. Komorichan and Kodachan did a pretty solid job with these. The emotionless, black-haired teen nodded. At least we finally got this out of the way. Now we can enjoy the rest of the festival. Takage smiled. To their knowledge, the only other major events left were the beauty pageant and Class 1A's concert performance. The first was set to take place in about 20 minutes, which Awase and Suburaba were definitely ready to see, while the later was going to serve as the closing act for the day. Even though they were supposed to be rivals classes, the 1B students were actually looking forward to the show, especially with all the hype around it. As the conversations continued on Katsuragi, Kayama and the trio from the orphanage suddenly appeared to congratulate them on a job well done. Naturally, they were all glad to receive praise from Japan's newest top hero. That was an excellent job out there. I'd say that your performance was the highlight of the day, the green-haired heroine said sincerely. Certainly, Kayama agreed. Thanks, Blizzard, the students all echoed. Are you going to stay for the rest of the festival? Midoriya then asked his older sibling. Yes, I don't get a lot of days off, so I might as well enjoy this one as much as I can. Plus, it's been a while since we had some quality bonding time together, she replied. On top of that, the woman was in no rush to begin sorting through the mountain of new applications for heroes looking to join her agency once she got back. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. That's unless Takage-chan has a problem with me taking up so much of her boyfriend's free time. Fine by me. The girl shrugged. There's still a few places that we haven't had the chance to check out anyway. I'll find a way to make it up to you guys. It's fine. You don't have to do anything like that, Wana-chan. The boy told her. A dead silence immediately followed after Midoriya said those words, one that was almost impossible not to notice. Curious to see what that was all about, the boy turned only to be met with a multitude of shocked and perplexed faces from his classmates. For a split second, he was confused as to why mostly everyone was giving him such weird looks. But Honuki was quick to bring him up to speed. Hey, does anyone want to pick up that phone? The lipless teen looked around. What or why? Because I called it. Oh my god, Juzo was right after all. Awase stated. Well, I'll be damned. Monoma smirked. Wait, Midoriya-kun's really Blizzard's younger brother? Komori asked. That's right, Kenny said happily from her spot beside Anohana and her sister. Blizzard herself told us earlier. Oh god damn it, the boy internally groaned. Nice going there, Freckles. Takage gave him a toothy grin while placing a hand on his shoulder. Although she was well aware that the two telekinetic greenettes were technically siblings only because her boyfriend had Tatsumaki's cells in his body, she was definitely going to enjoy seeing how he tried to fix this little blunder of his. However, just before Midoriya could attempt to remedy his verbal folly, the alarms all across the entire campus suddenly went off. Intruder alert, an automated voice announced. Intruder. What? In the school? Where? The students immediately got their answer when a man with white hair and a funky-looking outfit suddenly appeared from beyond the tree line directly across from the auditorium. He was flying through the air at a pretty decent speed and appeared to be carrying another person on his back. Who the fuck is that? Awase shouted. A villain. Kaibara wondered. How the hell did he get this far in? Kayama wondered. The alarm should have went off before he even got on campus. It was then that Hound Dog along with Ectoplasm and 10 of his clones came sprinting out from where the villain appeared. The two faculty members appeared to be in hot pursuit of the man, but couldn't catch him since they were stuck to moving on the ground. One of you catch that clown, the dog-themed hero snarled once he noticed the mob of students. High above the ground, the tuxedo-wearing individual looked down and noticed a rather large crowd of people moving throughout the area. Even though his master plan had been slightly delayed on account of him running into those teachers, he was ecstatic to see that his performance was going to have a live audience, especially since all of their attention was now focused onto him. Excellent, now Le Brava, it's almost time for us to begin. I'll set you down it. Full Midoriya shouted. The white-haired man didn't even get a chance to move forward with his plan before him and his partner were abruptly yanked out of the air and forced to ground below right in front of the students, both letting out a set of pain grunts as soon as they made contact with the dirt. The man immediately tried to stand on his feet, but that proved to be a costly mistake. Scattershot. Twin impact. The next thing the dapper intruder felt was 10 separate pieces of Takage's left arm hitting him in various areas across his body, only for those attacks to be immediately followed up by 10 even stronger impacts in the exact same spots as the previous ones. Suburaba-kun, capture him, Kendo ordered the brunette boy. Got her was all he said. Air prison. The solid air quirk user cupped his hands around his mouth and instantly created an airtight cube around the two would-be criminals, one that was far superior than the standard air bubbles that he could usually make. Unlike the rest, it would take a lot more than a strong punch to break this one. Nice job. It looks like you guys didn't need my help after all, said Blizzard as she admired how quickly the Hero Course students worked together to subdue this intruder. In mere seconds, Ectoplasm and Hound Dog finally caught up to the group and immediately surrounded the intruders. Now that they were able to get a good look at them, the students noticed that the other person was a short woman with ruby red hair wearing an almost comical amount of mascara around her eyes. Inui, what's going on? Kayama asked the dog-themed hero. We were doing our rounds through the woods when these two appeared. He's got some kind of elasticity quirk, so it was hard to get a hold of him. The UA guidance counselor replied. Now it was Ectoplasm's turn to speak. Excellent job at capturing this man. You just saved us a lot of trouble. No problem, sir, they all replied. Did these poorly dressed buffoons really think it was a good idea to break into a school full of pros and hero students? Monoma said ironically. They're certainly not the sharpest tools in the shed, huh? Takage chuckled. Unfortunately, the fact that he even got this far into the school is an issue. We're gonna need to report this as soon as possible. I'm sorry everyone, but it looks like we're going to have to cancel the rest of the cultural festival. Everyone's eyes blew open at that declaration. The festival was cancelled. This wasn't good at all. Sure, they understood that the school's security had just been compromised, but they took down the villains without even breaking a sweat. In fact, this could barely be classified as a minor inconvenience. But as much as they wanted to protest against this decision, the students knew good and well that there was nothing that they could do about it. The school's reputation was already shaky enough as it is, and if people found out that they let the cultural festival go on after a villain broke in, there would be hell to pay from the media. After all, it wasn't like they could keep it a secret since the alert went out all over campus. Although they felt bad that the rest of class's hard work suddenly went down the drain, all they could do now was hurry up and pick up the pieces of their now ruined day. While Kayama went ahead to bring the rest of the faculty up to speed, Kendo and Takage were tasked with letting all of the class reps know that they needed to shut everything down. And Midoriya decided that he would escort Anohana and the others to the main gate before things got too crazy. Their day of fun and relaxation was now officially over and done with. Later that afternoon, everyone was lounging about in the dorms. There was a bit of a sour mood floating around the school due to sudden cancellation of the cultural festival, the worst of which surprisingly coming from Neji Hadu. A blue-haired teen was pretty distraught about not being able to compete in the school's beauty pageant, but she managed to take it in stride. Thankfully, there were no issues in shutting everything down and cleaning things up. Now that he had some time to unwind, Midoriya was finally able to wrap his head around the conversation he had with Katsuragi shortly before the woman left. One centered around the fact that he actually had a conversation with the real Tatsumaki, or more specifically, the remnants of her consciousness. Needless to say, it was a shocker that his pseudo-sibling was already aware of the situation, but that the now-deceased heroine told her to keep quiet about the entire thing until they had their little chat. Truth be told, Midoriya did notice that he felt a bit off lately. It was like a fogginess in his mind had been cleared up and he suddenly had a ton of new ideas about how he could apply his quirk, which were no doubt thanks to Tatsumaki's memories and knowledge merging with his own. This was all still a lot to take in though. The green-haired boy had long since come to terms with the fact that the quirk he currently possessed wasn't truly his, and that the only reason he had it was because of sheer dumb luck. But the idea that a person's consciousness could be retained within a quirk was absolutely fascinating to him. All for One had told him that he gifted people with quirks many times during his lifetime, and he couldn't help but wonder whether or not it was a frequent occurrence, or just some random side effect based on a number of different factors. It had to be, because even with the possibility that he wasn't the first person to experience something like this, he doubted that it was anything more than a fluke. Either way, what's done is done. Tornado was truly gone and there was no point in lamenting over it any further. All he needed to do now was focus on getting stronger and living up to his predecessor's expectations. His raw power may have increased, but his overall control was still nowhere where it needed to be, especially compared to Yanagi or Katsuragi. Knock, knock. The sound from his door brought the boy out of his mental ruminations. It's open, he called out, only for Takage to enter immediately after. Last he checked, his girlfriend was hanging out with the rest of the girls downstairs in the common area. Granted, it wasn't the first time that she decided to just randomly drop by for no reason. But what confused him was the blue notepad that the girl was carrying in her hand. Hey, was all the green-haired girl said before marching right over to his bed and taking a seat next to him. I need your help with something. With what? He tilted his head. Instead of verbal response, Takage flipped open the notepad and handed it right to him. Midoriya took a moment to read over the words written down on the page, had to try really hard to suppress a groan at the title. Operation Emo Union. I know I'm probably going to regret asking, but what is this? He said reluctantly. My foolproof plan for getting Ghosty and Bird Boy to go out on a date, Takage said with a confident smile. She was serious about that. Something told Midoriya that he should just pretend that he never saw this. But knowing Takage and her near insatiable appetite for all things devious and comical, he had a feeling that he didn't really have a choice in the matter. You really want to try and get Ryukasan and Takoyama-san together? Hell yeah, she shot back. Those two would make an awesome couple. Both of them have the whole goth, emo vibe going on. And this is the perfect way for me to have some fun. I haven't gotten up to any mischief lately, and I'm starting to get the itch. It's either this or I start pulling pranks on the entire class. Midoriya made a mental note to follow up on that later because it sounded like an utter disaster waiting happen. But he decided to humor the girl and look over what she had written down. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Takeji's plan was actually pretty good. She even made a flowchart of how exactly things were supposed to go. Obviously, the girl was good at strategizing when it came to heroics class. But who knew that translated so well in other situations? I was planning on getting the two of them alone together during the cultural festival, but that pretty much went down the toilet, so I had to make some minor adjustments. Personally, I think that the two of us will be doing Ghosty a favor. The girl spends too much time locked up her room playing video games anyway. You're gonna drag me into this no matter what, aren't you? He gave her a dry look. You know me so well, she replied by ruffling his hair a bit. What happened next definitely threw the boy off guard. Without so much as a warning, Takeji used both hands to push him back onto his bed and climb on top him. The girl then followed up by cupping her hands around his face and planting a hungry kiss on his lips. You know, you looked kinda cute during your performance today. You think so? He blushed. Sure do. She then melted into him, threading her fingers through his thick hair and pulling him in closer. Almost instinctively, his arms went around her waist, crushing her to his body. Things quickly heated up as the two became desperate for each other's touch, drinking in every ounce of one another, but Takeji was the more aggressive one. She devoured his mouth with a predator-like voracity, her hands snaking under his shirt and roaming towards his chest, feeling his racing heartbeat on her fingertips as the kiss intensified. Sorry to do this out of the blue, but I'm really in the mood right now. It's fine. He gave her a wobbly smile. That was pretty much the green light for the girl to finally do what she really came here for. She had been patient with the boy up until this point, but now it was time to get to the real fun. Her hands continued exploring underneath his shirt until her instincts fully took over. She pressed down even further until every inch of their bodies were melded together, all while continuing their passionate exchange. For a brief moment, she broke away from him to catch some air. But as he gazed up at her, Midoriya could see the almost feral look in the girl's moss-green eyes, one that said she could devour him at any given moment. Take it off. What? The red-faced head of broccoli sputtered. The shirt, take it off. Are you sure? Izuku, I've already seen you naked. You're damn right I'm sure, was her cheeky reply. She had to admit, she did find it cute how he still got flustered when they fooled around like this. The boy hesitated for a moment. In the past, Midoriya would have felt a lot more nervous about this whole situation. But right now, that was far from what he was currently feeling, mainly because his teenage hormones were overriding his judgment. He did as he was told and took his shirt off in one swift motion, and an eager smile quickly formed on the girl's face. Midoriya said nothing as Takeji proceeded to run her fingers all over his exposed chest and stomach. She had been waiting to do this the whole day, and the boy could tell with how happy she looked doing it. With one finger, she traced the outline of his broad shoulders, carefully touched his toned stomach, and sometimes threw a smile his way that made the boy lose his breath. Those caresses felt weird for Midoriya at first, especially over the still sensitive scar tissue on his torso. But they quickly made him feel good in a different manner as he began to enjoy them. And it sure helped that Takeji was right in front of him, making his heart jump in excitement. As for the girl, her mind was becoming more and more hazy with each passing second. Sure, he wasn't the most ripped guy on planet Earth, but Midoriya's body was like a work of art. His toned abs and silky smooth skin were sending jolts of electricity through her fingers. She took a moment to admire the rugged scars that graced his form. More specifically, the faded handprint that covered a good part of his left shoulder. She still couldn't believe that Bakugo got away with doing this to him for years, and she was definitely going to find a way to pay him back for terrorizing her boyfriend for most of his life. But right now she had more important things to worry about. While Midoriya's brain had turned to mush at the feeling of Takeji rubbing her hands all over him, the girl just let her raging hormones take over. In a moment of pure passion, the green-haired girl leaned forward and bit his nipple, making him flinch and come back to reality. Hey, letting out a small yelp as he sat up. I never did that to you. Takeji shot back with a knowing smile. Do you want to? All remaining function stopped in the boy's brain at that proposition, and the girl didn't even wait for him to try and answer. In one fluid motion, Takeji's Stegosaurus t-shirt was off of her body, revealing the royal blue bra that she had been wearing underneath. Midoriya fell short of words for a couple of seconds as he admired the sight before him. He had no idea that a simple piece of clothing could make his mind go fuzzy so quickly, and the look on his face made it all worth it for the girl. With her second wind already hitting, Takeji brought herself back down and resumed the kisses, with Midoriya more than happy to reciprocate and wrap the girl in his arms. However, as things were getting even more intense between the young couple, the universe decided to throw a curveball at them in the form of a knock coming from the boys' door, abruptly ending their makeout session. Who's th? Ignore it. Takeji cut him off by pressing her lips against his, only for the unwanted knock to come once again. The absolute last thing she wanted right now was for them to lose all the moment they just gained. But despite her wishes, whoever was at the door just couldn't take the hint. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's like we're cursed or something. With a mind running on nothing but pure lust, adrenaline, and irritation, the green-haired girl suddenly hopped off the bed and marched towards the door. She was so quick, in fact, that Midoriya didn't even get a chance to stop her before she opened it up and poked her head in between the crack. "What is it?" the girl said angrily to an absolutely confused-looking Awase. "Takage, what the foo? What do you want? Where's Midori?" "He's busy." "Ooh, okay, well, can he?" "No, he can't. Come back later." "But we need help." "Come back later." The headband-wearing teen was quick to get the point and immediately walked away from the door with a furious blush on his face, obviously not wanting to incur the wrath of Takage for butting in on something he could only speculate as the young couple's private time. With their unwanted distraction now gone, the girl shut the door and made sure to lock it behind her, just in case someone else wanted to come and ruin her fun. From his spot on the bed, Midoriya finally got a good look at the state Takage was in. The green-haired girl's face was beet red and she had a look in her eyes that he had never seen before, one that displayed nothing but impure intentions. "Hey, maybe we should take a break and cool off a bit," the boy nervously suggested, with absolutely no intention of doing anything even remotely close to that. Takage did something that threw Midoriya for quite a loop. The girl reached behind her back and unhooked her bra, casually discarding the piece of underwear by tossing it on top of his laptop, leaving the boy gaping at her now fully exposed chest. "If you think we're going to stop now, especially after you got me all hot and bothered like this, then you're sorely mistaken, Freckles. I'm a bat and I'm looking to go to second base at least." All Midoriya could do was visibly gulp before Takage separated the top and bottom halves of body. The girl instantly locked her legs around his hips and pinned his arms behind his head before he even had a chance to react. "And for the record, I'm not going to be gentle," she said with an even more intense lust in her eyes than before. In the back of his mind, Midoriya knew that he not getting out of this situation anytime soon.